The air is thin and holds a specific weight of cold. It settles over the vast valley in a way that suggests it has always been there. The grass is short and brittle. It carries a fine coating of frost that does not melt when the sun rises. The sun is a pale disk in the sky. It provides light but very little warmth. Everything moves slowly here. The horizon is a long curve of white and gray. In the distance, the mountains sit like silent giants. They are draped in heavy sheets of ice that never move. The silence is deep and total. It is the kind of silence that feels like a physical presence. It fills the spaces between the rocks. It rests on the surface of the frozen lakes. A small bird hops across a patch of dry earth. Its movements are precise and quiet. It looks for seeds that have been trapped in the frozen mud. The bird does not sing. It simply exists within the stillness. Below the ridge, a group of mammoths moves through the tall, golden grass. Their coats are thick and dark. The long hair sways gently with every step. They move with a steady, rhythmic pace. Their feet make soft, heavy thuds against the earth. Each step is deliberate. The sound is low and grounded. They breathe out plumes of white mist. The mist hangs in the air for a long moment before vanishing. The largest mammoth leads the way. Her tusks are long and curved. They are stained with the colors of the earth and the minerals of the river. She stops to pull at a tuft of dry vegetation. The sound of the grass breaking is crisp. She chews slowly. Her eyes are dark and calm. They reflect the wide, open sky. There is no hurry in her movements. Time does not seem to matter to her. The calves walk close to their mothers. Their fur is softer and lighter in color. They occasionally brush against the legs of the adults. The contact is gentle and reassuring. The wind picks up slightly. It carries the scent of distant snow. It moves through the valley like a slow tide. It does not howl. It only whispers as it passes through the stiff stalks of the shrubs. A small fox sits on a lichen-covered rock. Its fur is a pale shade of cream. It watches the mammoths move. It remains perfectly still. Only its ears move to catch the faint sounds of the landscape. The fox is patient. It waits for the sun to move lower. The light is changing now. It is turning a soft, dusty gold. The shadows are growing long and thin. They stretch across the valley floor like reaching fingers. The ground is beginning to harden further as the temperature drops. The moisture in the soil turns to ice. It creates tiny crystals that glitter in the fading light. Further down the slope, near a cluster of boulders, a small fire burns. It is tucked away from the wind. The flames are low and steady. They are fed by small pieces of dry wood and bone. A man sits by the fire. He is wrapped in heavy furs that smell of smoke and cedar. His hands are weathered and strong. He holds a piece of flint and a smooth stone. He works with patience. He strikes the flint with a soft, rhythmic clicking sound. Small flakes of stone fall into the dirt. He is not making a weapon for a hunt. He is shaping a tool for scraping hides. His movements are a habit. They are a part of the quiet evening. He does not speak. There is no one to speak to at this moment. He is content with the sound of the fire and the wind. A woman sits across from him. She is sewing a garment made of reindeer skin. Her needle is made of bone. It is polished and sharp. She pushes it through the thick material with a steady pressure. The thread is made of dried sinew. It makes a faint rasping sound as it pulls through the skin. She works by the light of the flames. Her face is calm. She pauses occasionally to look out at the valley. She watches the mammoths as they disappear into the twilight. She feels the cold creeping in from the edges of the camp. She pulls her cloak tighter around her shoulders. The warmth of the fire is a small, precious thing. It creates a circle of light that keeps the vast darkness at bay. The sky is turning a deep, bruised purple. The stars are beginning to appear. They are sharp and bright. They do not flicker. They look like tiny holes poked in the fabric of the night. The air is becoming even stiller. The mammoths have found a place to rest near a frozen stream. They stand close together to share their warmth. Their breathing is synchronized. It is a slow, deep drone that vibrates in the air. The calves are tucked safely in the center of the group. The wind has died down completely. The world feels as though it is holding its breath. Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The man puts down his flint. He stirs the coals with a stick. A few sparks rise into the air. They dance for a second and then go out. He looks at the woman and nods. It is a simple gesture of shared presence. They have lived through many nights like this. The cycle of the light and the dark is the only clock they know. They do not think about the future or the past. They only know the immediate cold and the immediate warmth. The woman finishes her stitch and ties a knot. She lays the garment aside. She reaches for a bowl made of wood. It contains a small amount of dried berries and fat. They eat slowly and in silence. The food is dense and sustaining. The ice in the nearby river groans. It is a low, structural sound. It is the sound of the earth shifting under the weight of the winter. The sound carries for miles in the clear air. It does not startle the animals. They are used to the language of the ice. The river is a solid ribbon of white that winds through the dark valley. Beneath the thick surface, the water still moves. It is slow and dark. The fish are sluggish in the depths. They hover near the bottom, waiting for the spring that is still months away. Everything is waiting. The trees, stunted and tough, hold their branches stiffly. They do not lose their needles. They stay dark green against the gray sky. The fire begins to die down. The man adds a large piece of wood. It catches slowly. The blue smoke rises straight up into the night. There is no wind to displace it. The man leans back against a rock. He closes his eyes. He listens to the crackle of the wood. It is a comforting sound. It is the sound of safety. The woman lies down on a bed of dried grass and furs. She pulls a heavy robe over herself. The ground beneath her is hard, but the furs are thick. She feels the warmth of her own body being trapped by the layers. She watches the stars for a long time. She tracks the slow movement of the constellations. They are familiar markers in an ever-changing world. The mammoths are now silent. They are dark shapes against the snowy ground. They look like mounds of earth. Their long trunks are tucked away. The silence of the valley is now absolute. It is a silence that goes back thousands of years. It is a silence that has seen the mountains rise and the ice advance. It is a silence that holds the memory of every creature that has walked this path. The cold is now a sharp, biting thing. It finds every gap in the furs. It settles on the skin like a weight. But inside the circle of the fire there is peace. The man's breathing becomes slow and regular. He drifts into a light sleep. He is still aware of the world around him. He hears the snap of a twig. He hears the shift of the snow. In the high peaks, a snow leopard moves with effortless grace. Its paws are wide and fur-covered. They act like natural snowshoes. It does not make a sound as it leaps from one rock to another. Its coat blends perfectly with the gray stone and the white drifts. It is a ghost of the mountain. It is not looking for trouble. It is simply moving to a lower ledge where the air is slightly less harsh. It finds a shallow cave and curls into a tight ball. It wraps its long, thick tail around its nose. The heat of its breath warms the small space. It closes its amber eyes. Night goes on, the moon rises. It is a sliver of silver that casts a pale, ethereal light over the world. It turns the snow into a field of diamonds. The shadows become even darker. The landscape looks like a charcoal drawing. The frozen river reflects the moonlight. It looks like a path of polished silver leading into the heart of the mountains. The stillness is so profound that even the sound of a falling snowflake would seem loud. But there is no snow falling tonight. The sky is clear. The cold is dry. It preserves everything. It keeps the world in a state of perfect stasis. Near the fire, the woman dreams. Her dreams are not of events, but of sensations. She dreams of the feeling of the sun on her back. She dreams of the smell of damp earth in the short summer. She dreams of the sound of running water. These are the things that sustain her through the long dark. The fire has burned down to a bed of glowing embers. They pulse with a soft red light. They look like a small city seen from a great distance. The man stirs and pulls his furs tighter. He does not wake. He is deep in the rest that only the cold can bring. The world continues its slow rotation. The stars shift their positions. The Great Bear moves across the northern sky. The horizon remains dark, but there is a change in the quality of the air. It is the subtle shift that happens before the first light. It is not yet dawn, but the night has reached its peak. The frost on the mammoths' backs has grown thicker. They look like statues carved from the earth itself. They do not move. They are waiting for the first touch of the sun to tell them it is time to walk again. The valley floor is a map of stories. There are tracks in the frozen mud that tell of the day's journey. There are the heavy circular prints of the mammoths. There are the delicate pointed tracks of the foxes. There are the faint indentations where the humans walked near their camp. All these marks are frozen in time. They will remain there until the next thaw, which is a long way off. The earth is a vault. It holds everything in its icy grip. It protects the bones of the old ones. It guards the seeds of the future. The light begins to change. The deep purple of the sky softens into a dull gray. The stars begin to fade one by one. The moon is low on the horizon. It looks larger and more yellow. The air feels even colder now, as if the coming light is pulling the last of the heat from the ground. This is the quietest hour. Even the embers of the fire are gray and still. A thin layer of ash covers them like a blanket. The man opens his eyes. He does not move. He simply looks at the sky. He feels the arrival of the new day. It is not a day of celebration. It is simply another day of being. It's up slowly. His joints are stiff. He stretches his arms and feels the blood begin to flow. He reaches for a small bundle of dry moss he had kept under his furs to stay dry. He places it on the embers and blows gently. His breath is a steady stream of white. For a moment, nothing happens. Then a tiny curl of smoke appears. A small flame licks the moss. He adds tiny twigs. The fire begins to wake up. It is a slow process. He is patient. He knows that haste is not useful here. The flame grows. It begins to cast a flickering light on the surrounding rocks. The woman wakes as she hears the crackle of the wood. She stays under the furs for a few more minutes. She enjoys the transition from the world of sleep to the world of the cold. She watches the man as he tends the fire. There is a deep bond between them that does not require words. They are two parts of a single survival. They understand the rhythm of the tasks. They know what needs to be done without being told. She sits up and begins to rub her hands together. The skin is rough but healthy. The mammoths are also waking. One by one they shift their weight. The frost falls from their coats in small clouds. They begin to move their trunks, testing the air. They smell the smoke from the fire. They smell the dry grass. They begin to walk toward the river. They know where the ice is thin enough to break. They need water. Their heavy steps resume the rhythm of the previous day. The sound of their movement is the heartbeat of the valley. It is a steady, reassuring pulse. The sun finally breaks over the edge of the mountains. It is not a sudden burst. It is a gradual infusion of light. The tops of the peaks turn pink and then orange. The light spills down the slopes like a slow liquid. It hits the valley floor and turns the frost into a blinding white. For a few minutes, the world is transformed. It looks like a land made of crystal and light. The beauty is immense and indifferent. It does not care if there is anyone there to see it. It simply is. The man stands up. He looks at the sun. He feels the very slight change in the temperature on his face. He begins to pack his few belongings. The day will be spent moving. They must follow the mammoths. The mammoths know where the food is. They know the paths that are safe. The humans are guests in this giant world. They move in the shadows of the great beasts. They are small, but they are persistent. They have the fire and they have each other. The fox has returned to its den. It is full and warm. It will sleep through the bright hours. The snow leopard has disappeared back into the high crags. The valley is now owned by the giants and the small group of humans. The silence remains, but it is now a daytime silence. It is filled with the sound of the wind and the crunch of footsteps. The cycle begins again. The long, slow story of the ice continues. It is a story of endurance. It is a story of the quiet strength of living things. As they walk, the man and the woman do not look back. Their eyes are on the horizon. They move with a steady, shuffling gait that saves energy. They carry their world with them. Every step is a testament to the will to continue. The valley stretches out before them, endless and white. The sky is a vast, empty blue. There is nothing else, just the wind, the ice, and the slow, steady movement of life. The silence holds everything. It holds the breath of the mammoths. It holds the heat of the fire. It holds the memory of the stars. It is a silence that is not empty. It is a silence that is full of the weight of time. The mammoths reach the river. The lead female raises a heavy foot and brings it down on the ice. The sound is like a gunshot. The ice cracks and shatters. She clears a small area and begins to drink. The water is freezing, but it is necessary. The others wait their turn. They stand patiently in the bright morning light. Their shadows are long and blue on the snow. They are the masters of this landscape. They are the lords of the tundra. The humans stop a short distance away. They do not want to disturb the giants. They wait for their turn at the water. They sit on their haunches and watch. They are part of the scenery. They are as much a part of the valley as the rocks and the ice. They are at home in the cold. They are at peace with the silence. The world turns and they turn with it. The ice age is a long, slow breath and they are living in the middle of it. The morning deepens. The sun climbs a little higher, but it remains low in the south. The shadows stay long. The air stays cold, but the light is constant. It illuminates the vastness of the world. It shows the scale of the ice. It shows the smallness of the life that thrives within it. And yet that life is enough. It is complete. It is the silence that once held everything. It is the world as it was meant to be. Slow, quiet, and eternal. The morning light remains thin and brittle as it settles over the wide expanse of the tundra. There is no moisture in the air to soften the edges of the horizon. Every rock and every ridge stands out with a sharp, frozen clarity. The humans move with a deliberate slowness to conserve the heat held within their bodies. Their footfalls on the frozen earth create a rhythmic crunching sound that is the only break in the morning stillness. The man carries a bundle of dried wood secured with leather thongs. The weight is familiar and grounding. He does not rush. He knows that the day is long and the cold is a constant companion. The woman follows a few paces behind. She carries a pouch of tools and the remaining furs. They move in a line, following the path worn into the dirt by generations of heavy feet. Ahead of them, the mammoths have finished drinking from the broken river ice. They begin to spread out across the lower slope of a long, treeless hill. They are searching for the buried grasses that grow in the sheltered hollows. The mammoths use their tusks to sweep away the dry, powdery snow. The sound of the tusks brushing against the earth is like a soft rake on stone. They work with a quiet efficiency. They do not compete for the patches of green. There is enough for those who are patient. A young mammoth mimics the movements of its mother. It pushes at a drift of snow with its forehead, then tries to use its small trunk to pull at a stubborn root. The mother nudges the calf gently with her side, guiding it toward a softer patch of ground. The wind is a low hum that never truly stops. It moves across the open plains without anything to block its path. It shapes the snow into long, rippled patterns that look like the surface of a frozen ocean. The man stops for a moment to adjust the strap of his bundle. He looks up at the sky. It is a pale, translucent blue that offers no warmth. He notices a hawk circling very high above. The bird is a tiny speck against the vastness. It hangs on the updrafts, its wings held perfectly still. It is watching for the movement of lemmings beneath the snow. The man watches the bird for a long time. Its presence is a reminder of the layers of life that exist in this cold place. Every creature has its own pocket of space, its own way of enduring the long winter. The woman stops near a low shrub that has been stripped of its leaves by the wind. She reaches out to touch the bark. It is rough and cold. She notices a small cluster of dried berries that have somehow survived the autumn winds. They are shriveled and hard as stones. She picks one and presses it between her fingers. It does not break. She places it in a small leather bag. These tiny remnants of summer are rare and valuable. They hold the memory of a different season. She looks back at the camp they left behind. The ashes of their fire are already being covered by a fine layer of blown dust. There is no permanence here. The landscape is always shifting, even when it appears to be frozen in place. They reach a high point on the ridge. From here, the world opens up even further. They can see the vast ice sheet to the north. It is a wall of brilliant, blinding white that reflects the sun with an intensity that hurts the eyes. The ice sheet is miles thick. It is a frozen sea that has captured the world. It moves so slowly that no human can see it, but they can feel its weight. The air coming off the ice is different. It is sharper and carries the scent of ancient things. The man and woman turn their faces away from the direct wind. They begin to descend into a shallow valley where the air is slightly stiller. The descent is slow. They must be careful not to slip on the hidden patches of ice that lurk beneath the dust. In the valley, the ground is broken by large boulders that were dropped by the ice long ago. These stones are covered in orange and gray lichen. The lichen grows so slowly that a patch the size of a hand might be older than the humans watching it. The woman runs her hand over the surface of a boulder. The stone is cold, but it provides a brief shield from the wind. She finds a small crevice where a handful of dry moss has gathered. She collects it carefully. This will be the starter for their next fire. Every piece of fuel is a gift from the land. They do not take more than they need. They live in a balance that is dictated by the seasons and the availability of light. The sun reaches its highest point in the sky. It does not climb far. It skims along the tops of the southern hills, casting shadows that never truly disappear. The mammoths have moved further into the valley. They are now clustered near a grove of stunted willow trees. The trees are no taller than the mammoths themselves. Their branches are twisted and tough. The mammoths use their trunks to delicately snap the ends of the branches. The sound of the wood cracking is muffled by the thick air. The smell of willow bark, bitter and clean, drifts on the breeze. It is a familiar scent. It signifies a place where the earth still provides. The man finds a flat rock and sits down. He signals for the woman to rest. They do not need to speak. They share a small piece of dried meat. It is tough and requires long chewing. As they eat, they watch the horizon. They are looking for the movement of other groups, but the land is empty today. They are the only humans in this corner of the world. The isolation is not lonely. It is simply the way things are. The vastness of the space makes their small connection feel more significant. They are 2 points of warmth in an ocean of frost. The man watches a small beetle crawl slowly across the surface of the rock. The insect is dark and hardy. It moves with a surprising determination. He wonders where it goes when the sun disappears. The afternoon begins to fade almost as soon as it has started. The pale blue of the sky takes on a hint of gray. The wind picks up a little more, carrying a light dusting of snow that was not there before. The flakes are small and dry. They do not stick to the clothes but bounce off like grains of sand. The woman stands up and brushes the dust from her furs. She looks toward the mammoths. They are beginning to move again, heading toward a natural rock shelter at the base of a cliff. The mammoths know the best places to spend the night. They have a map of the land held in their collective memory. The humans follow at a distance. They will find their own spot near the base of the same cliff. The rock will hold some of the day's meager heat. As they walk, they pass a place where a large predator has recently moved. The tracks in the snow are wide and round. There are no claw marks indicating a cat of great size. The tracks are already beginning to fill with blown snow. The man looks at them briefly. There is no fear in his expression, only a quiet recognition. They share this world with the hunters. They know the rules of the encounter. They stay to the open spaces during the day and keep their fires bright at night. The balance of the world is maintained by this mutual awareness. The tracks lead away toward the higher ground, away from the path they are taking. The cliff face is made of dark, weathered limestone. It is full of small caves and overhangs. The mammoths gather in the largest opening, their massive bodies huddling together to create a wall of warmth. The calves are tucked deep inside the huddle. The humans find a smaller alcove a short distance away. It is just deep enough to protect them from the wind. The floor of the alcove is covered in dry sand and old leaves. The man begins to arrange the stones for a fire. He works with a calm focus. He clears a space and lays down the moss the woman collected. He adds the small twigs first, then the larger branches. The process of starting the fire is a ritual. It is the bridge between the day and the night. The man strikes his flint. The sparks are bright in the gathering gloom. One spark catches the moss. He blows on it with a steady, gentle breath. The smoke is thin and white. Then a tiny orange glow appears. It spreads through the moss, reaching for the twigs. The first flame is small and fragile. He shields it with his hands. It grows, climbing the wood until it becomes a stable fire. The light reflects off the walls of the cave, turning the dark stone into a warm amber color. The woman sits near the flame, her face illuminated. The tension of the day's travel begins to leave her shoulders. Outside the alcove, the world is turning to shadow. The mammoths are silent. They have become dark, unmoving shapes against the base of the cliff. The sound of their breathing is like the sound of the wind in the trees. It is a deep, resonant sound that settles into the earth. The woman begins to prepare the evening meal. She has a small amount of roots that were gathered days ago. She places them near the edge of the fire to soften. The smell of roasting earthiness fills the small space. It is a comforting smell. It speaks of home, even if home is just a temporary hole in the rock. The man watches the fire. He is thinking of the movements of the herd. They are moving toward the southern plains where the winters are shorter. He knows they must stay with the mammoths. The mammoths are the keepers of the grass. Where they go, life is possible. He looks at his hands. They are scarred and calloused. They have done this work for many years. He feels the weight of the seasons in his bones, but his spirit is calm. He is part of a long line of people who have walked this ice. He knows that the sun will return, even if it feels far away. The stars begin to appear. They are more numerous than they were the night before. The air is so clear that the Milky Way is visible as a bright, cloudy river across the sky. The man steps to the edge of the alcove and looks up. He knows the patterns of the stars. They are his guide when the landmarks are hidden by snow. He sees the bright star that stays in the north. It is a fixed point in a world that is always moving. He feels a sense of peace looking at it. The stars do not change. They are the same stars his father watched, and his father before him. The woman hands him a roasted root. It is hot and tastes of smoke and soil. They eat in silence, savoring the warmth. The fire is at its peak now. It provides enough light to see the back of the cave. There are markings on the wall from people who were here long ago. They are simple lines and shapes made with ochre and charcoal. They depict the mammoths and the sun. The woman reaches out and touches one of the markings. The pigment is dry and crumbly. She feels a connection to the hands that made these marks. They were here just like she is now. They felt the same cold and watched the same fire. The continuity of human presence in this harsh land is a quiet, powerful thing. The wind begins to pick up outside. It whistles as it passes the opening of the alcove. It carries the sound of the ice groaning in the distance. The man adds the last of the large logs to the fire. He knows it will last until the middle of the night. He will wake then to add more. For now, he allows himself to relax. He lies down on the furs next to the woman. They share their warmth, their bodies pressed together. The furs are thick and heavy. They create a microclimate that defies the freezing air just a few feet away. The fire begins to settle. The flames are no longer dancing high. They are a steady, glowing presence. The shadows on the cave walls are still. The man's thoughts become slow and hazy. He thinks of the wide, white world outside. He thinks of the mammoth standing in the dark. He thinks of the fox in its den and the hawk in the high crags. They are all part of the same silence. They are all waiting for the light. The cold is not an enemy. It is just the condition of life. It is the medium in which they exist. It shapes their days and their dreams. The night is long. It is a time for the earth to rest. The ice sheet grows by a fraction of an inch, pressing down on the land with unimaginable force. The rivers remain locked in their frozen shells. The trees hold their breath. In the cave, the humans sleep deeply. Their breathing is the only sound inside the small circle of light. It is a rhythmic, peaceful sound. It matches the breathing of the mammoths outside. The world is at rest. The silence that once held everything is now holding them. It is a safe, heavy silence. It is the silence of the beginning of the world. A small mouse creeps from a crack in the rock. It is attracted by the warmth of the embers. It moves with lightning speed, its tiny feet making no sound on the sand. It finds a small crumb of food near the edge of the fire. It sits for a second, its whiskers twitching. It is a tiny life vibrating with energy. It takes the crumb and vanishes back into the darkness. The fire continues to pulse. A single spark flies out and lands in the sand, turning from orange to black in an instant. The man shifts in his sleep but does not wake. The moon moves across the sky. Its light enters the mouth of the alcove, creating a silver rectangle on the floor. It illuminates the edges of the furs and the sleeping forms of the humans. The world outside is a dream of silver and blue. The mountains look like they are made of glass. The sky is so deep that it feels as if you could fall into it. The silence is complete. There is no sound of machines, no sound of distant voices. There is only the sound of the planet turning. There is only the sound of the ice. The temperature drops to its lowest point. The air becomes so cold that it feels sharp to the lungs. But the humans are warm in their nest of fur and stone. They are protected. They have mastered the art of being small in a big world. They have found the places where the cold cannot reach. They have found the rhythm of the fire. They are the descendants of the sun, carrying a piece of it with them into the dark. The first hint of the coming dawn is a pale line on the eastern horizon. It is not yet light, but the darkness is no longer absolute. The stars begin to lose their sharpness. The man wakes and reaches for the wood. He does not need to look. He knows where everything is. He places a few twigs on the embers. The fire comes back to life. It is the start of another day. It is the start of the same day that has been happening for thousands of years. The mammoths will wake soon. The fox will return to its hole. The hawk will take to the sky, and the humans will continue their long walk across the ice. The woman opens her eyes. She sees the fire and the man. She feels the cold air on her face and the warmth of the furs on her body. She is ready. They are part of the landscape. They are part of the silence. They move with the world, not against it. The story continues, one slow step at a time, through the white and the gray and the gold of the ancient light. The gray light of the pre-dawn hours filters into the alcove with a slow, creeping persistence. It does not chase the shadows away so much as it turns them a softer shade of charcoal. The man stands at the mouth of the cave and watches the valley floor. A low mist has settled over the ground during the night. It is a frozen fog that clings to the stalks of the dead grass and the backs of the resting mammoths. The mammoths appear as large, humped islands in a sea of white vapor. They are beginning to stir now. One by one, they lift their heads and shake off the rime that has formed on their long hair. The sound of the ice crystals hitting the ground is like the falling of tiny glass beads. It is a delicate sound that carries far in the still air. The woman rises and begins to fold the heavy furs. She does this with a practiced efficiency, smoothing out the creases and rolling them into tight bundles. Her movements are a quiet dance of necessity. She checks the leather bindings on their packs, ensuring they are supple and strong. The cold makes everything brittle, and she knows the importance of maintaining their gear. She finds a small piece of dried tallow and rubs it into the seams of her boots. The fat keeps the moisture out and the warmth in. Every action is a step towards survival. Every gesture is rooted in the deep knowledge of the land. They do not hurry. The day will unfold at its own pace, dictated by the movement of the sun and the herd. The mammoths begin to move out from the shelter of the cliff. They do not head back to the river today. Instead, they turn their massive heads toward the south, where the valley widens into a vast, wind-swept plain. This is the direction of the winter grazing grounds. The lead female let out a low, vibrational hum. It is a sound felt in the chest more than heard in the ears. It is a signal of intent. The herd begins to form a long, ragged line. Their heavy feet crush the frozen fog, leaving dark, clear tracks in the white mist. The man and woman watch them for a moment before shouldering their packs. They step out from the warmth of the alcove and into the biting air of the morning. The transition from the cave to the open air is a sharp reminder of the world's power. The cold enters the lungs like a physical weight. The man leads the way, his eyes fixed on the path carved by the mammoths. They walk along the base of the cliff for a time, where the ground is a mix of fallen rock and frozen mud. They pass a small spring that has frozen into a spectacular sculpture of blue ice. The water has been captured mid-flow, creating a series of frozen ripples and long, sharp icicles that point toward the earth. The woman pauses to look at it. The ice is clear enough to see the moss trapped beneath the surface. It is a miniature world, preserved and silent. As they move away from the cliff, the wind begins to exert its influence. It is a steady, directional force that pushes against their right side. It carries the fine dust of the tundra, a mix of dried silt and crushed ice. The man pulls his hood forward, leaving only a small slit for his eyes. He tracks the movement of a group of reindeer on a distant ridge. They are moving much faster than the mammoths, their heads held high, their antlers like a forest of dry branches against the sky. The reindeer are flighty and nervous. They move in sudden bursts, stopping to sniff the air before trotting onward. They are headed toward the same southern plains, driven by the same ancient instincts. The sun finally clears the horizon, but it stays low, casting a long golden light that skims across the top of the mist. The world looks like it is made of fire and ice. The frost on the bushes glitters with 1,000 tiny points of light. The man stops to pick up a piece of shed antler he finds near the path. It is heavy and solid. He examines it, feeling the texture of the bone. It is a good find. It can be carved into needles or harpoon points or handles for stone knives. He secures it to his pack with a leather cord. Nothing is wasted. The land provides, but it does so in small, scattered ways. One must always be looking, always be ready to gather what the earth offers. By midday, the mist has evaporated, leaving the sky a hard, brilliant blue. The mammoths have slowed their pace. They are grazing on a patch of hardy sedges that grow in the lee of a long, low hill. The mammoths use their trunks to strip the frozen tops of the plants, chewing them with a slow, side-to-side motion of their jaws. The sound of their grinding teeth is a constant, rhythmic drone. The humans find a spot nearby, behind a cluster of large rocks that offer a break from the wind. They do not build a fire now. They sit in the sun, absorbing what little heat it provides. The man takes out a piece of dried fish and shares it with the woman. They eat slowly, watching the mammoths. The landscape here is a tapestry of muted colors. There are the ochre and brown of the dead grasses, the dark gray of the exposed rocks, and the brilliant white of the snow drifts. There are no bright colors here except for the occasional patch of red moss or the deep blue of the sky. It is a world of subtle shifts. A cloud passing over the sun can change the entire mood of the valley, turning the gold to a cold, somber gray in an instant. The man notices a small owl sitting on a nearby boulder. It is almost invisible against the stone, its feathers a perfect match for the lichen. The owl is waiting for the movement of a mouse or a vole. It is a picture of absolute stillness. The woman reaches into her pouch and brings out a small, flat stone and a piece of red ochre. She begins to grind the ochre against the stone, adding a few drops of water from a skin flask. She creates a thick, dark paste. She takes a small twig and dips it into the paint. On the surface of a smooth rock, she draws a simple line. It is the curve of a mammoth's back. She adds another line for the tusk. It is not an act of art as the modern world understands it. It is an act of naming. It is a way of acknowledging the presence of the giants who share their world. It is a quiet mark left on the face of the earth, a sign that they were here, that they saw, and that they understood. The man watches her work. He feels a sense of rightness in the gesture. They are small beings, but their ability to remember and to record makes them part of the landscape's history. The paint will dry and remain on the stone for a long time, shielded from the worst of the weather by the overhang of the rock. It is a small anchor in a world that is always moving. When she is finished, she cleans the stone and puts the ochre away. They stand up to continue their journey. The mammoths are moving again, their long shadows stretching out ahead of them like dark paths. The afternoon is a long stretch of steady walking. The ground becomes more uneven, broken by small ravines and ridges of tumbled stone. They have to navigate carefully, avoiding the deep snow that has gathered in the hollows. The man leads them along the high ground where the wind has blown the earth clear. They pass the carcass of a musk ox that died earlier in the season. It is a mound of dark fur and bone, half buried in the snow. The scavengers have already been there. The ribs are white and clean, picked over by foxes and ravens. It is not a sight of sadness. It is a reminder of the cycle. The death of one provides for the life of many. The ravens circle overhead, their black feathers gleaming in the sun. They make a low, croaking sound that echoes off the rocks. As the sun begins to dip toward the horizon, the temperature drops rapidly. The air loses its golden hue and turns a cold, pale lavender. The wind shifts, coming now from the north, straight off the great ice sheet. It is a biting wind that carries the true cold of the deep winter. The man looks for a place to spend the night. He sees a small grove of pines in the distance, huddled in a deep fold of the hills. The trees are old and gnarled, their branches heavy with needles that have turned a dark, almost black green. This will be their shelter. The trees will break the wind and provide a source of fuel. They reach the grove just as the first stars appear. The ground beneath the trees is covered in a thick carpet of needles and dry cones. It is soft and dry, a rare luxury. The man begins to gather dead branches from the lower parts of the trees. The wood is resinous and smells of pine. It catches fire easily, sending up a bright crackling flame that smells of the forest. The light dances on the needles, creating a small, sheltered world of warmth. The woman clears a space and lays down the furs. She feels the shelter of the trees like a physical embrace. The wind howls in the branches high above, but down on the forest floor, the air is relatively still. The mammoths have found their own shelter in a wide depression nearby. They stand in a tight circle, their backs to the wind. They are like a living fortress. In the dark, their massive forms are just silhouettes against the starry sky. The man sits by the fire and listens to the sounds of the night. He hears the hoot of the owl they saw earlier. He hears the distant crack of a tree limb under the weight of the frost. He feels the presence of the forest around him. The trees are silent witnesses to the passage of time. They have stood here for centuries, growing slowly in the short summers, enduring the long winters. The woman begins to cook a piece of dried meat over the fire. The fat drips into the flames, making them flare up with a bright blue light. The smell is rich and satisfying. They eat in silence, their eyes fixed on the fire. The fire is a storyteller. In its movements, they see the shapes of the world. They see the flicker of the grass and the curve of the tusks. They see the movement of the stars. The fire is the center of their existence. It is the point around which their lives revolve. Without it, they would be lost to the cold. With it, they are the masters of their small domain. The night deepens, the moon is not yet up, and the stars are at their most brilliant. The Milky Way is a dense, glowing band that spans the entire sky. The man lies back and looks up through the branches of the trees. He feels the vastness of the universe. He feels the smallness of his own life, yet he does not feel insignificant. He is a part of the whole. He is a pulse in the great rhythm of the earth. He watches a shooting star streak across the sky, leaving a momentary trail of silver light. It is a reminder of the constant movement of the heavens. The woman is already asleep, her breathing deep and even. The man stays awake for a little longer, tending the fire. He enjoys the quiet hours of the night. It is a time for reflection, for the mind to settle like the frost on the grass. He thinks of the journey ahead. They still have many miles to go before they reach the winter valley, but he is not worried. They have the strength, they have the knowledge, and they have the mammoths to guide them. The world is harsh, but it is also predictable. It follows the laws of the ice and the sun. He eventually closes his eyes and lets the warmth of the fire pull him into sleep. He dreams of the mammoths. In his dream, they are walking through a field of tall green grass that reaches their bellies. The sun is warm and the air is soft. There is no ice, no wind, no cold. It is a memory of a time he has never known, a story passed down through the generations of a world that was once different. But even in the dream, the mammoths move with the same slow, deliberate pace. They are the same giants, the same keepers of the earth. In the grove, the fire settles into a bed of glowing coals. The pine logs burn slowly, releasing their heat into the small space. The wind continues to moan in the treetops, a lonely and ancient sound. The ice on the distant peaks shifts and cracks, sending a low rumble through the ground. But inside the circle of the trees, there is peace. The humans are safe in their nest of fur and needles. The mammoths are safe in their huddle of muscle and bone. The silence that once held everything is now a protective blanket, covering the world in a deep, dreamless rest. The hours pass in a slow procession. The moon rises, a thin crescent that casts a faint light on the tops of the trees. It turns the needles to silver and the snow to a pale, ghostly blue. The forest is a world of shadows and light. A small marten moves through the branches, its eyes reflecting the glow of the embers. It looks down at the sleeping humans with a curious gaze before disappearing into the darkness. It is a nocturnal hunter, a creature of the shadows. It moves with a silent, fluid grace that is the hallmark of the forest. As the first light of dawn begins to touch the sky, the man wakes. He feels the cold air on his face, but his body is warm. He stirs the coals and adds a few fresh branches. The fire wakes up with a cheerful crackle. He looks out through the trees and sees the mammoths beginning to move. They are silhouettes against the pale gray sky. They are ready to resume their march. The man wakes the woman with a gentle touch on her shoulder. She opens her eyes and smiles. The day has begun. They pack their belongings with the same quiet efficiency as always. They leave the grove and step back out onto the open tundra. The air is still and cold. The world is a blank slate of white and gray. They find the tracks of the mammoths and begin to follow. Every step is a continuation of the story. Every breath is a testament to the endurance of life. The silence holds them and they hold the silence. They walk into the light of the new day, two small figures in a vast and beautiful world of ice. The sun has risen higher now, though it remains a distant, pale companion in the southern sky. The humans leave the shelter of the pine grove behind. The trees recede slowly, turning into dark, vertical scratches against the white hills until they disappear completely. The landscape opens up into an immense, flat expanse. It is a plateau scoured by the wind. There are no trees here to break the gusts. There are only low, rolling mounds of earth that have been frozen solid for centuries. The ground is hard. It rings like iron under the heel. The snow here is not deep. The wind has blown much of it away, leaving behind patches of bare, rocky ground and drifts of hard-packed ice that resemble waves on a frozen sea. The mammoths move across this open space with a steady determination. They seem to know that this is a place of transit, not a place of rest. They walk in a single file line to reduce the resistance of the wind. The lead female breaks the path. Her massive head is lowered against the breeze. Her trunk swings slightly with each step, a pendulum of muscle and flesh. The others follow in her footsteps, placing their feet in the exact depressions she has left. It is a train of giants moving through a void. The sound of their passage is different here. On the open plateau, the wind snatches the sound away. The thud of their feet is quieter, lost in the vastness of the air. The man and the woman walk a safe distance behind. They too walk in a line. The man goes first, his body angled forward to cut through the air. He pulls his fur wrap up over his nose. The air is dry and carries the scent of stone and ancient dust. It dries the throat and stings the eyes. He narrows his gaze, focusing on the rhythmic movement of the mammoth swaying tail ahead. It is a hypnotic motion. Left, right, left, right. It is a metronome that counts the passing of the seconds in a day that feels endless. The woman follows close behind him. She steps where he steps. She keeps her head down, watching the ground for loose stones or hidden patches of slick ice. Her world is the small circle of ground immediately around her feet. To the west, a large cloud bank begins to form. It is white and heavy, sitting on the horizon like a mountain range that has suddenly appeared. It does not move quickly. It grows upward, building towers of vapor that are illuminated by the sun. The edges of the clouds are sharp and bright, while the centers are dark with shadow. It is a silent storm miles away. It might never reach them, or it might bury the world in snow by evening. The man watches it carefully. He reads the sky like a map. He notes the direction of the upper winds by the way the cloud tops shear off. For now, the weather holds. The sky above them is still a piercing, empty blue. They come to the edge of a large, frozen lake. It stretches out for miles, a flat sheet of polished gray and white. The wind has swept the snow off the center of the lake, revealing the dark ice beneath. The mammoths do not walk on the open ice. They stick to the shoreline where the ground is solid and the footing is sure. The humans pause to look at the lake. It is a stunning feature in the landscape. The ice is thick, perhaps several feet deep. In places, large cracks run through it, white lines that zigzag across the dark surface. These are stress fractures caused by the expansion and contraction of the ice as the temperature shifts. They look like lightning bolts frozen in the ground. The man steps onto the edge of the ice. He tests it with his weight. It is solid as rock. He peers down into the depths. The ice is not perfectly clear. It is full of tiny bubbles of trapped air. They look like suspended pearls. Deep down below the bubbles, the water is black and still. There is a whole world down there, cut off from the light and the wind. It is a world of slow-moving fish and dormant weeds. He wonders briefly about the life that survives in the dark, but he does not dwell on it. He steps back onto the shore. The land is their domain. The water belongs to the cold. They continue along the shoreline. The sound of the wind changes here. It whistles over the smooth ice, creating a low, mournful tone. It is the voice of the lake. A small herd of wild horses is visible on the far side of the water. They are small and stocky, with thick, dun-colored coats and short, stiff manes that stand up black against their necks. They are grazing on the dried reeds that poke up through the snow at the lake's edge. The horses lift their heads as the mammoths pass, but they do not run. They are used to the giants. They watch with large, dark eyes, their ears swiveling to catch the sound of the heavy footsteps. One of the horses, a young foal, kicks up its heels and runs a short circle before returning to its mother. It is a burst of energy in a slow-motion world. The humans stop for a midday rest in the lee of a large granite outcrop. The stone blocks the wind, creating a pocket of stillness. The sun is at its zenith, though it provides little heat. The light is bright and impartial. The woman unpacks a small amount of food. Today it is dried bison meat pounded flat and mixed with fat. It is dense and hard to chew, but it provides the energy needed to keep the body warm. They eat slowly, taking small bites and letting the meat soften in their mouths. They pass a skin bag of water between them. The water is cold and tastes of the leather. While they rest, the woman checks her boots. The rough ground of the plateau has worn a small weak spot in the sole of her left boot. She takes a piece of spare leather from her pouch and a length of sinew. She cuts a patch to size with a sharp flake of flint. She works with precision. Her hands are strong and deft. She does not need to rush. The mammoths have stopped as well, further down the shore. They are breaking the ice at the edge of the lake to drink. The sound of the shattering ice echoes across the flat expanse. It is a sharp cracking sound, like a tree snapping in a storm. The man sits with his back against the rock. He closes his eyes for a moment, letting the sun hit his face. He listens to the wind. He listens to the silence behind the wind. It is a layered silence. There is the immediate silence of their resting spot, and then there is the greater, vast silence of the plateau. It is a silence that feels heavy, as if it has weight and mass. It presses down on the land. It is not an empty silence. It is full of presence. It is the presence of the ice, the rock, and the sky. It is the sound of the earth waiting. After a time, they pack up their gear. The patch on the boot is secure. They stand and stretch their limbs. The cold has stiffened their muscles during the rest. They begin to walk again, falling back into the rhythm. The lake falls behind them. They are moving into a landscape of low, rolling dunes. These are not sand dunes, but ancient glacial deposits. They are covered in a thin layer of soil and tough, wiry grass. The snow here is patterned by the wind into ripples that look like frozen waves. Walking across them requires a steady, high-stepping gait. The afternoon wears on. The light begins to change again. The white cloud bank in the west has moved closer. It now covers the sun, filtering the light into a flat, diffused gray. The shadows disappear. The world loses its contrast. It becomes harder to see the definition of the ground. The man slows his pace. He tests the ground with a staff he carries. In this flat light, a drop of 10 feet looks the same as a flat path. They must be careful. The mammoths move with equal caution. They use their trunks to smell the ground, sensing the drop-offs and the hidden holes. A solitary woolly rhinoceros appears on the crest of a nearby hill. It is a magnificent solitary beast. It has two large horns, the front one long and curved like a scythe. Its coat is thick and shaggy, a dark reddish-brown color. It stands perfectly still, facing the wind. It is like a statue from a forgotten time. It does not seem to notice the mammoths or the humans. It is lost in its own world of scents and sounds. The man watches it with respect. The rhino is a creature of bad temper and poor eyesight, but from a distance, it is simply a part of the majesty of the tundra. They give it a wide berth, curving their path to avoid disturbing its solitude. The wind begins to drop as the evening approaches. The air becomes very still. The temperature plummets. Without the wind, the cold feels different. It is a seeping cold. It moves through the layers of clothing seeking the skin. The man knows they must stop soon. There are no caves here, no trees. They will have to make their own shelter. He scans the ground for a suitable spot. He is looking for a depression in the earth, a place where the snow has drifted deep and hard. They find a hollow between two low ridges. The snow here is packed tight. The man takes the shoulder blade of a large animal which he carries strapped to his pack. It is a natural shovel. He begins to dig into the side of the snow drift. He cuts blocks of hard snow and stacks them to create a low wall. The woman helps him, moving the loose snow away with her hands. They work together in a silent rhythm. They are building a small, semicircular wall that will reflect the heat of their fire and block the draft. It is not a house, but it is a home for the night. Inside the curve of the snow wall, they lay down a layer of dried brush they collected earlier in the day. On top of that, they spread their heavy furs. The space is small, just big enough for the two of them to lie down. It is intimate and enclosed. The vast open plain is outside the wall, but inside there is a sense of containment. The man builds a small fire. Fuel is scarce here. He uses dried dung found on the trail and the few woody roots they dug up during the walk. The fire is small and smoky. It does not roar, it smolders. It gives off a pungent, earthy smell. The sky clears as the sun sets. The clouds that threatened earlier have dissipated, leaving a horizon painted in bands of deep purple and burnt orange. The sun dips below the edge of the world and the light lingers for a long time. It is the blue hour. The snow turns a deep, luminous sapphire color. The white of the mammoth's tusk seems to glow in the twilight. The animals have stopped nearby. They are standing in the open, facing the fading light. They are immense dark shapes like hills that have decided to rest. The woman melts snow in a small stone bowl over the fire. She adds a handful of dried herbs. The tea is hot and bitter. It warms the stomach and the hands. They sit close together, their shoulders touching. They watch the stars come out. One by one, the points of light pierce the darkening canopy. The constellations are the same as always, the eternal watchers. The man points to a cluster of stars that is rising in the east. It marks the progression of the winter. Time is moving, even if the days feel the same. The cold of the night settles in earnest. It is a sharp, crystalline cold. The moisture in the air freezes instantly. The man's breath forms a layer of frost on his fur collar. He can feel the hairs in his nose stiffen with each inhale, but the fire is warm and the furs are thick. They are prepared. They have lived their whole lives in this cold. They know how to respect it. They do not fight the winter, they endure it. They find the pockets of warmth and inhabit them. They lie down to sleep. The man pulls the top fur over their heads, creating a small tent of warmth. Inside, it is dark and quiet. He can hear the steady breathing of the woman beside him. He can hear the faint crackle of the dying embers. Outside, the world is silent. The wind has stopped completely. The silence is absolute. It is a silence that stretches to the stars. It is a silence that covers the continents. In the distance, a wolf howls. It is a lonely, rising note that hangs in the air for a long moment. It is not a sound of aggression. It is a sound of communication. I am here. I am alive. The man hears it, but he does not feel fear. The wolf is far away. It is just another voice in the night. The howl fades and the silence returns deeper than before. The man closes his eyes. His body is heavy with the fatigue of the walk. He lets go of the day. He drifts into the darkness of sleep, carried by the rhythm of the earth. The mammoth sleep standing up. They lock their legs in place, their massive weight supported by their bones. They do not move. They are like monuments of fur and flesh. The frost settles on their backs, turning them white. They are perfectly adapted to this world. They are the masters of the ice. They dream in slow, heavy images. They dream of the grass under the snow. They dream of the warmth of the herd. The moon rises late. It is a gibbous moon, bright and distorted by the atmosphere. It casts a silver light over the camp. The snow wall glows softly. The footprints leading to the camp are black shadows in the silver dust. The world is a photograph developed in black and white. There is no color, only light and shadow. The silence holds the moon and the moon holds the silence. The night passes slowly. The constellations wheel overhead. The Great Bear turns around the pole star. The earth spins on its axis. The ice sheet to the north groans and shifts, a sound that is felt more than heard. It is the sound of geological time. It is the sound of the planet breathing. The humans sleep on, small and warm in the vast cold. They are a speck of life in a world of ice, but they are alive, they are present, and that is everything. As the night nears its end, the temperature reaches its absolute bottom. The air is so still it feels solid. The fire is out, leaving only a small pile of gray ash, but the heat remains trapped in the furs. The woman stirs and shifts her position. She does not wake, she is deep in the safety of the sleep. The man dreams of a river that flows without ice. He dreams of a sun that stays in the sky. It is a pleasant dream, but he knows it is only a dream. The reality is here in the cold and the dark. The eastern horizon begins to light. It is a subtle shift, a lifting of the heavy curtain of night. The stars begin to fade. The deep blue of the sky turns to a pale steel gray. The dawn is coming. It is a slow, inevitable arrival. The world is waking up again. The silence prepares to receive the light. The cycle continues. The waiting ends and the walking will soon begin again. The man opens his eyes in the dark warmth of the firs. He listens. There is nothing but the silence, and it is enough. The light that enters the small enclosure of snow blocks is diffuse and pale. It does not carry heat, but it carries a change in the weight of the air. The darkness of the night recedes slowly, replaced by a gray luminosity that highlights the texture of the firs. The man wakes first. He lies still for a long time, listening to the world outside the wall. He hears nothing but the very faint, high-pitched whistle of the wind moving over the frozen rim of their shelter. It is a constant sound, like the ringing of silence in the ears. He pushes the heavy robe away from his face. The air inside the shelter is slightly warmer than the air outside, but it is still cold enough to turn his breath into a visible cloud. He sits up, his movements slow and stiff. The cold has settled into his joints during the night. He rubs his arms to bring the blood back to the surface. The woman stirs beside him. She does not open her eyes immediately. She stretches her legs, feeling the limits of the space. They are two warm centers in a world of ice. The man reaches for his boots. They are stiff with the cold. He has to work the leather with his hands to soften it before he can pull them on. He ties the laces with fingers that are thick and clumsy until the circulation returns. Every morning is the same. It is a slow re-entry into the struggle of the day. There is no rush. The sun will take its time to climb the sky, and they will take their time to meet it. He stands up and pushes one of the snow blocks aside. The gap reveals the open tundra. It is a blinding expanse of white. The sun is just cresting the horizon, a flat disk of pale gold. It casts long blue shadows that stretch away from every ridge and bump in the snow. The mammoths are visible in the distance. They have already begun their slow march. They are dark, moving hills against the brightness. The man watches them for a moment. He checks the direction of the wind. It is coming from the west today. It is a dry wind, sharp and clean. It will keep the sky clear. The woman begins to pack the furs. She shakes them out to remove any loose frost. She rolls them tightly, securing them with leather straps. She places the sleeping skins into the center of the bundle. She works with a quiet focus. She checks the small pouch that hangs at her belt. It contains her flint, a scraper, and a small needle case. These are her most valuable possessions. She touches them to make sure they are secure. They break down the snow wall. They kick the blocks apart, scattering the snow back onto the plain. They leave no trace of their night's rest, except for a patch of flattened ground that the wind will soon erase. They shoulder their packs. The weight is familiar. It settles onto their backs and hips. They adjust the straps until the load is balanced. They step out onto the open ground. The snow is hard-packed here. It supports their weight without breaking. Their boots make a scuffing sound, a rhythmic shhhshhh that accompanies them. They begin to walk. They follow the tracks of the mammoths. The giant footprints are frozen craters in the snow. They are easy to follow. The man walks with his head down, watching the path. The woman follows, her eyes scanning the horizon. The morning passes in a steady rhythm of movement. The landscape changes slowly. The rolling dunes of the plateau give way to a flatter, more rocky terrain. The wind has scoured the snow away completely in places, revealing the bare earth. The ground is a mosaic of gray stones and brown, frozen soil. It is a desolate beauty. The stones are covered in patches of orange lichen that cling to the rock with a fierce grip. The lichen is the only color in a world of monochrome. It is a sign of life that persists in the most impossible conditions. They come across a small herd of steppe bison. The animals are massive, with high humped shoulders and heavy heads. Their horns are wide and curved. They are grazing on a patch of dry grass that has been exposed by the wind. Their coats are thick and dark brown, almost black on the shoulders. They are covered in a layer of frost that makes them look like they are made of stone. The bison do not run as the humans approach. They simply lift their heads and watch. Their eyes are dark and wet. They chew slowly, their breath steaming in the cold air. The man and woman give them a wide berth. They do not want to disturb the peace of the herd. They walk around them in a wide arc. The bison watch them go, then return to their grazing. The sound of their tearing at the grass is a low, tearing sound that fades as the humans move on. The sun climbs higher. It is a small, bright point in the immense blue dome of the sky. The light is intense. It reflects off the snow and the ice, creating a glare that requires the humans to squint. The man pulls his hood forward to shield his eyes. He looks at the ground, watching the patterns of the stones. He sees a piece of quartz, white and jagged. It catches the light like a fallen star. He does not pick it up. He leaves it where it lies. It belongs to the land. They stop at midday near a large, solitary boulder. It is a glacial erratic dropped by the ice thousands of years ago. It sits on the plain like a silent sentinel. They sit in its shadow to escape the glare. The woman brings out a skin of water. She kept it inside her furs to keep it from freezing solid. The water is cold and metallic. They drink sparingly. Water is life and they must conserve it. They share a piece of dried meat. It is tough and salty. They chew it slowly, letting the saliva soften the fibers. They do not speak. There is no need for words. The silence of the plain is a language they both understand. It is a silence that speaks of endurance and patience. The man looks at the horizon. He sees a line of dark clouds in the far south. They are low and flat. They might bring snow later or they might pass. He notes them, but he does not worry. The weather is beyond his control. He focuses on what he can control: his pace, his warmth, his awareness. He looks at his hands. The skin is dry and cracked from the cold. He rubs a little bit of fat into the knuckles. It is a small comfort. The woman closes her eyes and leans her head back against the rock. She listens to the wind. It sounds different here than it did in the mountains. It is a thinner, higher sound. It sings through the dry grass. They resume their walk. The afternoon stretches out before them. The shadows begin to lengthen, stretching out ahead of them. The light turns a warmer gold. The temperature begins to drop. The cold is a living thing. It waits for the sun to lower its guard. It creeps in from the edges of the day. The man quickens his pace slightly. He wants to cover more ground before the light fails. The mammoths are far ahead now, small dots in the distance. They are moving toward a line of hills that mark the edge of the plain. The ground becomes uneven. They have to step over cracks in the earth and navigate around piles of loose rock. The woman stumbles once, but she catches herself. She adjusts her pack and continues. She is strong. Her legs are used to the miles. She does not complain. She finds a rhythm in the walking. Step, breathe, step, breathe. It is a meditation. The mind empties of thoughts and fills with the sensation of the movement. The body becomes a machine for walking. They reach the edge of a shallow ravine. It cuts through the plain like a scar. The sides are steep and rocky. At the bottom, a frozen stream winds its way through the stones. The ice on the stream is thick and white. The man looks for a way down. He finds a path worn by animals. It is narrow and steep, but it is passable. They descend carefully. The air in the ravine is still. It is sheltered from the wind. The silence here is deeper. It is a heavy, enclosed silence. At the bottom of the ravine, they find a place to camp. It is a small overhang of rock that creates a shallow cave. It is not deep, but it offers a roof and a back wall. The floor is covered in dry sand and loose stones. The man clears the larger stones away to make a flat space. The woman gathers what fuel she can find. There are some dried bushes growing in the cracks of the rocks and some driftwood that was washed down when the stream was flowing. It is enough for a small fire. The man builds the fire with care. He makes a small pile of dried moss and twigs. He strikes his flint against the iron pyrite. The spark is a tiny, bright star that falls into the moss. He blows on it gently. The smoke rises thin and blue. The flame catches. He adds the larger twigs, then the branches. The fire grows. It pushes back the shadows of the ravine. It creates a circle of light and warmth. The man and woman sit close to it. They hold their hands out to the heat. It is a feeling of pure relief. The fire is the heart of their camp. It is the center of their world for the night. The woman prepares the evening meal. She has a few roots that she dug up earlier in the day. She puts them in the ashes to roast. She also has a piece of fat that she melts on a flat stone. The smell of the cooking food is rich and savory. It fills the small space. They eat slowly, savoring every bite. The food gives them the energy to stay warm through the night. They drink the last of the water. Tomorrow they will have to melt snow. The sky above the ravine turns a deep purple. The stars begin to appear. They are bright and sharp in the cold air. The man looks up at the strip of sky visible between the canyon walls. He sees the Seven Sisters, a cluster of small stars that heralds the winter. He nods to them. They are old friends. The woman watches the fire. She sees shapes in the flames. She sees the bison, the mammoths, the long road. She feels a sense of peace. They have survived another day. They are safe. The wind picks up again, blowing over the top of the ravine. It makes a hollow, rushing sound, but down at the bottom, the air is calm. The fire crackles softly. A piece of wood snaps, sending a shower of sparks into the air. They float up like tiny fireflies before fading into the dark. The man adds a large piece of driftwood to the fire. It is dense and heavy. It will burn for a long time. He settles back against the rock wall. He is tired, but it is a good tiredness. It is the fatigue of honest work. The mammoths are somewhere ahead, perhaps in a sheltered valley of their own. The man thinks of them. He feels a connection to the great beasts. They are traveling the same path, facing the same cold. They are bound together by the landscape. The woman lays out the furs. She makes a soft bed on the sand. She crawls under the heavy robes. The man joins her. They lie close together, sharing their body heat. The furs are warm and heavy. They smell of smoke and earth. The fire burns down to a bed of glowing coals. The light in the cave dims. The shadows grow longer and softer. The man watches the embers pulse. He listens to the woman's breathing. It is slow and even. She is already asleep. He closes his eyes. He listens to the silence of the ravine. It is a silence that is full of memory. It holds the sound of the water that once flowed here. It holds the sound of the wind that has blown for thousands of years. It holds the presence of the stone. The night is long and cold. The temperature drops steadily. The stones of the ravine crack with the frost. It is a sharp pistol shot sound that echoes in the dark. The man hears it, but he does not wake fully. He shifts in his sleep, pulling the furs tighter. He dreams of the sun. He dreams of a place where the grass is green and the water runs free. But in the dream, he is still walking. He is always walking. A small fox trots along the top of the ravine. It stops and looks down at the faint glow of the embers. It sniffs the air, smelling the smoke and the humans. It is curious but cautious. It does not go down. It turns and trots away into the night, its paws making no sound on the frozen ground. The humans sleep on. They are part of the landscape now. They are as natural as the rocks and the ice. The moon rises late. It casts a silver light into the ravine. It illuminates the opposite wall, revealing the layers of rock. The layers are like the pages of a book telling the story of the earth. There are layers of limestone, layers of shale, layers of sandstone. Each one represents a different time, a different world. The humans are just a brief sentence in this long story, but they are here, they are breathing, they are alive. The fire finally dies out, the ashes turn gray, the cold creeps closer, but the humans are insulated by their furs and their closeness. They sleep deeply, restoring their strength. The night passes, the stars wheel overhead, the earth turns, the silence holds them in its hand. It is a gentle, indifferent hand, it protects them and it tests them. The first sign of dawn is a lightening of the sky above the ravine. The purple turns to gray, the stars fade, the air becomes even colder, the chill of the morning settling in. The man wakes, he feels the cold on his face, he opens his eyes, he sees the gray light on the rocks, he lies there for a moment, gathering his will. It is time to begin again, he sits up. The movement is familiar, the day awaits. He reaches for the tinder pouch, he must start the fire again to warm them before they move. He works with cold fingers, but he is patient. The spark catches, the smoke rises, the cycle begins anew. The woman wakes, she sees the new fire, she smiles. They are ready, they will climb out of the ravine and back onto the plain. They will find the mammoths. They will walk until the sun goes down. This is their life. It is a simple life. It is a hard life, but it is their life, and it is enough. The smoke from their small fire rises straight up in the still air. It climbs past the rim of the ravine and dissipates into the vast, open sky. It is a signal of presence. We are here, we are awake. The sun touches the top of the western wall of the canyon, painting it in brilliant orange light. The day has officially begun. The ice sparkles. The world is beautiful and terrified and silent. The silence that once held everything continues to hold them, two small figures in the dawn of the world. They pack their furs, they drink the last of the melted snow, they check their boots, they shoulder their packs, they begin the climb up the steep path. The rocks are slippery with frost, they move carefully, they reach the top. The plain stretches out before them, endless and white. The wind hits their faces. It is cold and fresh. They take a deep breath. They step forward. The walk continues. The wind on the high plain meets them with a steady, pressing force. It is not a gusting wind that pushes and pulls, but a solid wall of air that flows from the north without ceasing. The man leans into it. His posture is angled forward, his head tucked low into the collar of his fur coat. The climbing out of the ravine has warmed his blood, but the wind steals the heat away the moment they stop moving. The woman follows in his wake. She steps into the invisible channel of calmer air that his body creates. The ground beneath their feet is hard and scoured. It is a pavement of frozen gravel and flat stones, polished by centuries of ice and dust. The snow here does not drift. It is driven into the cracks of the earth, filling the spaces between the rocks like white mortar. They walk for a long time without looking up. Their world is the 10 feet of ground immediately ahead. They watch for loose stones that could twist an ankle. They watch for the slick patches of black ice that hide in the shadows. The rhythm of their walking is the only clock they have. Step, breath, step, breath. It is a hypnotic cadence. The sound of their boots on the gravel is a dry, crunching noise. It is a small sound that is immediately swallowed by the vastness of the plain. There is no echo here. The land is too flat, the sky too open. The sound simply vanishes, dispersed into the cold air. Ahead of them, the tracks of the mammoths are visible as shallow depressions in the hard earth. In some places, the heavy feet of the giants have crushed the stones to powder. In others, they have left deep circular prints in the patches of snow. The tracks are a map. They tell the story of the herd's movement. Here, the animals spread out to graze on a patch of lichen. There, they bunch together, perhaps sensing a shift in the wind. The man reads these signs without thinking. It is a language he has known since he was a child. It is the language of survival. The sun moves slowly across the southern sky. It is a pale, white gold disk that offers a stark, directional light. It throws the texture of the ground into high relief. Every pebble casts a long shadow. Every tuft of dry grass stands out like a golden wire against the gray stone. The light is beautiful, but it is a cold beauty. It has no warmth to give. It merely illuminates the freezing world with a clinical precision. The man stops to adjust his pack. He shifts the weight from his shoulders to his hips. He takes a moment to scan the horizon. The line between the earth and the sky is sharp and unbroken. There are no trees, no mountains in the immediate distance, just the endless curve of the plain. To the east, a small herd of musk oxen stands in a defensive circle. They are motionless. They look like large, dark boulders covered in frost. Their long, shaggy hair hangs down to the ground, hiding their legs. Their curved horns are lowered. They are facing outward, watching the empty land. They do not move as the humans pass. They are conserving every ounce of energy. They are masters of the standstill. They can stand like this for days, waiting for the storm to pass, waiting for the cold to break. The man watches them with a quiet respect. He admires their stillness. He knows that in this land, patience is more valuable than speed. The woman pauses to pick up a stone. It is a piece of flint, dark and glass-like. It has a sharp edge where it was broken long ago. She turns it over in her mittened hand. It is cold and smooth. She places it in her pouch. It is a good stone. It will make a fine scraper or a small knife. The land is generous if one knows where to look. It scatters its gifts across the frozen earth, waiting for the observant eye to find them. She adjusts her scarf, pulling it tighter around her face. The air is so dry that her lips feel like paper. She keeps her mouth covered to capture the moisture of her breath. They continue their march. The landscape begins to change subtly. The flat gravel gives way to a field of large, scattered boulders. These are the erratic stones dropped by the retreating ice sheet thousands of years ago. They sit on the plain like foreign objects, dark and imposing. Some are the size of a small hut, others are the size of a mammoth. They are covered in map lichen, bright circles of green and orange that grow fractions of a millimeter each year. The humans weave their way through this garden of stone. The wind whistles around the edges of the boulders, creating a mournful, fluting sound. The mammoths are visible now. They are resting near a cluster of the largest boulders. They have found a spot where the wind is broken by the rocks. They stand in the sun, absorbing the weak rays. One of the calves is playing with a piece of ice. It kicks the ice with its foot, then chases it as it slides across the ground. The mother watches with a lazy eye. She reaches out with her trunk to touch the calf's back. It is a gesture of reassurance. The humans stop a safe distance away. They lean against a warm, sun-facing rock. They slide their packs to the ground. It is time for a brief rest. The man takes out a strip of dried meat. He uses his stone knife to cut it into small pieces. He hands a piece to the woman. They chew slowly. The meat is tough, but it releases a rich, savory flavor as it softens. It tastes of smoke and the wild grass the bison ate. They sit in silence, letting their legs recover from the walk. The rock against their backs retains a faint trace of the sun's heat. It is a subtle warmth, but against the biting wind, it feels significant. The man closes his eyes for a moment. He listens to the wind. He listens to the breathing of the mammoths. He listens to the silence that underpins it all. A snowy owl glides silently over the field of boulders. Its white feathers blend perfectly with the patches of snow. Only its yellow eyes and black beak are visible. It lands on top of a high rock, folding its wings with a deliberate slowness. It swivels its head, scanning the ground for the movement of a lemming. It is a ghost of the tundra. It hunts with its ears as much as its eyes. It can hear the heartbeat of a mouse under a foot of snow. The man watches the bird. He feels a kinship with it. They are both hunters. They are both watchers. They both live by the grace of their senses. The afternoon wears on. The light begins to turn a soft, milky gray as a thin layer of high cloud moves in from the west. The shadows lose their sharp edges. The world becomes flatter, less defined. The temperature drops noticeably. The man stands up and signals to the woman. It is time to move. They cannot stay still for too long. The cold is always waiting to creep into the bones. They shoulder their packs again. The weight is heavy, but it is a familiar burden. It is the weight of their survival. They leave the field of boulders behind. The ground slopes gently downward now. They are entering a broad, shallow valley. The vegetation here is thicker. There are clumps of dwarf birch and willow, their branches bare and twisted by the wind. The snow is deeper here, caught by the brush. The humans have to lift their knees higher. The walking becomes more laborious. They step into the footprints left by the mammoths. The giants have plowed a path through the drifts, packing the snow down into deep, solid columns. It is easier to walk in their wake, though the stride length of the mammoths is much longer than that of a human. The wind dies down as they descend into the valley. The air becomes still and heavy. It feels dense with the cold. The silence here is different. It is a muffled silence dampened by the snow and the brush. The sound of their breathing seems louder here. The steam from their mouths hangs in the air for a long time before dissipating. The woman spots a patch of red berries clinging to a low bush. They are frozen solid like little beads of blood. She picks a few and eats them. They are tart and acidic. They make her mouth water. It is a burst of flavor in a bland world. They come to a small frozen pond. The surface is smooth and dark, swept clean by the wind. A pattern of white cracks runs through the ice, looking like a spiderweb spun by a giant. The man walks out onto the ice. He slides his feet, testing the surface. It is thick and safe. He kneels down and puts his ear to the ice. He can hear the strange, metallic pinging sounds of the ice expanding and contracting. It is a song of tension and release. The pond is alive in its own frozen way. He stands up and looks at the reflection of the gray sky in the black ice. It is like looking into a deep void. They cross the pond and continue along the valley floor. The mammoths are ahead, moving toward a stand of spruce trees in the distance. The trees are dark green, almost black against the white snow. They look like sentinels guarding the edge of the world. The humans head toward them. The trees offer shelter and fuel. They are a beacon in the monochrome landscape. As they walk, a light snow begins to fall. The flakes are large and soft. They float down gently, landing on the humans' fur coats and staying there. They do not melt. They simply add another layer of white to the world. The snow falls silently. It softens the outlines of the hills. It blurs the horizon. The world shrinks to a small circle of visibility. The man and woman move closer together. They navigate by the dark shapes of the bushes and the faint tracks of the herd. The falling snow dampens sound even further. The crunch of their boots is now a soft hush-hush. It is a peaceful feeling. The world is wrapping itself in a blanket. The man brushes the snow from his eyelashes. He checks his bearings. He knows the direction of the trees. He trusts his internal compass. They reach the edge of the spruce stand as the light begins to fail. The trees are not tall, but they are dense. Their branches are weighed down by heavy loads of snow. Underneath the branches, the ground is dry and covered in a carpet of brown needles. It is a dry, fragrant world protected from the falling snow. The man finds a spot where two large trees have grown close together, their branches interlocking to form a natural roof. This will be their home for the night. He drops his pack and begins to clear the ground of larger fallen branches. The woman collects the dry lower limbs of the trees. They snap easily, brittle with the cold. She creates a pile of kindling. The wood is rich with resin. It will burn hot and bright. The man clears a circle for the fire. He digs down through the needles to the frozen earth. He arranges a ring of stones. The ritual of the fire begins. It is the most important act of the day. The spark strikes, the tinder catches. The small flame grows, feeding on the resinous wood. The smell of burning pine fills the air. It is a sharp, clean scent that cuts through the cold. The fire crackles and spits. It casts a warm, orange light on the trunks of the trees and the underside of the snow-laden branches. The space under the trees transforms. It becomes a room. The walls are made of shadow and wood, the ceiling of needles and snow. The woman spreads the furs near the fire. She creates a soft nest. Outside the circle of trees, the snow continues to fall. It hisses as it hits the ground. The mammoths have settled nearby on the leeward side of the forest patch. They are silent mounds in the darkness. The man goes out to collect snow for water. He uses a leather bag to scoop up the clean, fresh snow from a drift. He brings it back to the fire. He pours the snow into their stone bowl and sets it near the flames. The snow melts slowly, turning from white powder to clear water. He adds a pinch of dried herbs. The steam rises, smelling of earth and summer. They sit by the fire and eat their evening meal. Tonight they have a piece of smoked fish that they have been saving. It is oily and rich. They heat it on a flat stone until the oil sizzles. They eat with their fingers, licking the grease from their skin. The food warms them from the inside. The fire warms them from the outside. They are suspended in a bubble of comfort. The woman leans against the man's shoulder. She watches the flames dance. She sees the shapes of the day in the fire, the owl, the musk oxen, the frozen pond. The wind picks up outside the trees, but inside the air is calm. The branches sway gently, dropping small clumps of snow that land with a soft thud. The firelight flickers on the woman's face. She looks tired but content. Her eyes are heavy. The day's walk was long. The cold takes a toll on the body. It demands energy just to exist. But here by the fire, the debt is paid. The body relaxes. The muscles loosen. The mind slows down. The man tends the fire. He adds a large log that will burn slowly through the night. He banks the coals with ash to keep the heat steady. He checks the perimeter of their camp. He looks out into the darkness. He can see nothing but the falling snow, illuminated briefly by the firelight before it vanishes into the shadow. He feels the presence of the wild. He knows the wolves are out there and the bears and the great cats. But tonight the world is quiet. The snow has brought a truce. Every creature is hunkered down, waiting for the dawn. He returns to the furs. He lies down beside the woman. She is already asleep. He pulls the heavy buffalo robe over them. The fur is thick and soft. It traps their body heat instantly. He lies on his back, looking up at the dark canopy of the trees. He can see a single star through a gap in the branches. It winks in and out of sight as the wind moves the needles. It is a tiny point of light in the immense dark. He watches it until his eyes close. The fire burns down to a soft glow. The light in the camp dims to a deep red. The shadows lengthen and merge. The sound of the fire changes from a crackle to a soft hiss. The man's breathing deepens. He joins the woman in the deep, dreamless sleep of the exhausted. The world outside continues its slow, cold turning. The snow piles up against the trees. The wind sculpts the drifts into new shapes. The ice on the pond thickens. The mammoths stand stoic in the storm, their coats turning into white walls. The silence of the night is profound. It is not just an absence of sound, it is a physical weight. It presses down on the land. It holds the trees and the rocks and the sleeping animals in place. It is the silence of deep winter. It is the silence of the ice age. Within this silence, the heartbeat of the man and the woman is a small, steady drum. It beats in time with the earth. It is a stubborn, resilient rhythm. It says, "We are here." Hours pass. The log in the fire breaks apart, sending a brief shower of sparks upward. They die before they hit the ground. The embers pulse with a dull heat. The cold creeps closer, testing the edges of the warmth. It finds the gaps in the branches, the thin spots in the firs, but the core remains warm. The humans are safe. They are hidden. They are small secrets kept by the forest. The snow stops falling sometime before dawn. The clouds break apart, revealing a sky of polished obsidian. The stars are brilliant and cold. The moon is a sharp crescent hanging low in the west. The air clears, the temperature plummets. It is the coldest part of the night. The trees crack with the frost. A branch snaps under the weight of the snow and falls to the ground with a loud crash. The man stirs, his hand moving instinctively to his knife. He listens. Silence returns. He relaxes. It was just the trees. He pulls the robe tighter. The first gray light of morning begins to filter through the forest. It is a cold, steel-colored light. It reveals a world transformed. Everything is covered in a fresh, pristine layer of white. The tracks from the day before are gone. The world has been reset. The fire is just a pile of gray ash and a few black coals. The man opens his eyes. He sees his breath rising in a plume of white steam. He sees the snow on the branches. He knows that today will be a day of breaking trail. It will be hard work. But that is for later. For now, there is still a moment of rest. He closes his eyes for a few more minutes, savoring the warmth, savoring the silence. The silence that once held everything still holds them gently in the quiet heart of the winter morning. The woman wakes. She sits up and shivers. The cold is aggressive this morning. She reaches for the tinder pouch. It is her turn to wake the fire. She moves with quick, sure hands. The spark, the smoke, the flame. The cycle begins again. The day begins again. The long walk continues. They are ready. The world outside the spruce grove has been erased and redrawn in white. The storm has left a heavy, pristine blanket over the landscape, smoothing out the rough edges of the rocks and filling the hollows of the ground. The sun is dazzlingly bright as it reflects off the fresh crystals. It creates a field of light that is almost painful to look at. The man steps out from the shelter of the trees, squinting against the glare. He sinks up to his knees in the soft powder. It is light and dry like dust. It does not cling to his furs but falls away in small, cascading sheets as he moves. He turns back to signal the woman. They will have to move slowly today. The land has changed its texture and the walking will be heavy. They find the trail of the mammoths immediately. The great beasts have plowed a deep trench through the new snow. It is a wide, chaotic path where the snow has been churned and packed down by massive feet. The man steps into this trench. The walls of snow on either side reach up to his waist. It is like walking in a shallow canyon made of ice. The footing at the bottom is uneven, a mix of compressed snow and broken earth, but it is easier than breaking a new trail. The woman follows him. They walk in single file, their heads down, their eyes tracing the patterns of the mammoth tracks. The tracks are huge, circular depressions that have already begun to freeze hard at the edges. The air is absolutely still. The storm has exhausted the wind. There is no sound in the valley except for the squeaking of their boots on the packed snow. It is a dry, high-pitched sound, the sound of extreme cold friction. The trees of the grove stand silent behind them, their branches bowing low under the weight of the white burden. Occasionally, a branch will release its load, and a cloud of snow will poof into the air, glittering like diamond dust as it settles. The silence is thick and insulating. It feels as if the whole world has been wrapped in cotton. They walk for an hour, then two. The rhythm is slow and hypnotic. Lift, step, plant, lift, step, plant. The man's breath comes in steady, rhythmic plumes. The moisture freezes on his beard, turning the hair white and stiff. He brushes it away with a mittened hand. He does not stop. The momentum is important. If they stop, the cold will begin to seep through their layers. Movement is heat. Movement is life. The valley widens, opening up onto the floodplain of a large river. The river itself is invisible, hidden beneath a flat, featureless plain of white. Only the subtle depression in the landscape and the line of willows on the far bank mark its course. The mammoths have turned to follow the river southward. Their path winds through the drifts, seeking the easiest route. The humans follow. The sun is warm on their backs, a rare and welcome sensation. The sky is a deep, saturated blue, the color of a summer ocean, contrasting sharply with the blinding white of the ground. Ahead, near a bend in the river, a movement catches the man's eye. He stops and raises a hand. The woman stops behind him. They stand perfectly still, blending into the landscape. A giant elk, a megaloceros, steps out from the line of willows. It is a magnificent creature, taller than a horse, with a massive hump of muscle on its shoulders. But it is the antlers that hold the gaze. They are immense, spanning 10 feet across, like two great palms of bone reaching for the sky. The elk moves his head slowly, burdened by the weight. He lowers his neck to scrape at the snow with his hooves, searching for the dried grass beneath. The humans watch the elk. The animal does not see them, or if it does not care. It is focused on the task of eating. It clears a patch of ground and begins to graze. Its breath steams in the cold air. The velvet on its antlers has long since shed, leaving the bone white and smooth. The elk lifts its head and chews, its large dark eyes scanning the horizon. It is a creature of the open spaces, built for a world of grass and ice. It exudes a sense of calm power. The man feels a quiet appreciation for the beast. They are neighbors in this frozen land. They resume their walk, keeping a respectful distance from the elk. The animal watches them pass, its ears swiveling forward, but it does not run. It returns to its grazing. The humans move on, following the mammoth trail along the riverbank. The sun reaches its zenith. It hangs in the southern sky, a brilliant coin of light. The shadows of the humans are short and dark blue on the snow. The air is crisp and clean. It tastes of nothing but ice and distance. They stop for a brief rest in the shelter of a cut bank where the river has eroded the soil. The bank provides a wall against the slight breeze that has begun to stir. The sun hits the vertical face of the earth, warming it. They sit on their packs, keeping their bodies off the snow. The woman brings out a handful of dried berries mixed with fat. The berries are tart and sweet, the fat smooth and rich. It is concentrated energy. They eat slowly, letting the food melt in their mouths. The woman looks down at the snow near her boots. She sees the tiny, delicate tracks of a shrew. The prints are like lace patterns on the white surface. The shrew has emerged from a tunnel, run a short distance, and then dived back under. It is a hidden life, lived almost entirely beneath the surface of the snow. The subnivean zone, the space between the ground and the snowpack, is a world of its own, insulated from the worst of the cold. She imagines the network of tunnels down there, a secret city of small, warm bodies. The man checks the lashings on his boots. The leather has stiffened in the cold, but the knots hold fast. He adjusts the fur wrap around his legs. The snow has been deep in places, and he wants to ensure no moisture gets in. Dryness is essential. Wet skin freezes. He is meticulous in his care. He treats his clothing with the same respect he treats the fire. It is a tool that keeps him alive. They stand up and stretch. Their joints pop in the cold air. They shoulder the packs again. The river stretches out before them, a long white road leading south. They step back into the trench. The walking resumes. The afternoon light begins to shift. The intense white of midday softens to a warmer golden hue. The shadows begin to lengthen, stretching out across the river like blue fingers. The texture of the snow changes as the temperature begins to drop again. The surface becomes crisper, the sound of their footsteps sharper. They pass a place where the wind has blown the river ice clear of snow. The ice is thick and dark, with bubbles of air trapped deep within it. The man walks out onto the ice for a moment. He looks down. He can see the faint shape of a large fish moving slowly in the depths. It is a dark shadow against the bottom of the river. It moves with a lethargic grace, conserving its energy for the spring thaw. The man watches it glide away into the darkness. The river is a sealed world, protecting its inhabitants under a roof of crystal. The mammoths are far ahead now, just dark specks against the white horizon. They do not stop. They move with a steady, tireless gait. The humans must keep moving too. The sun is beginning its descent. The golden light turns to orange, painting the snow in shades of apricot and rose. The sky in the east turns a deep purple, the color of a bruised plum. The transition is slow and beautiful. The world is changing its clothes for the night. The wind picks up as the sun touches the horizon. It blows down the river channel, carrying a fine drift of snow. The snow snakes across the ice in long, mesmerizing ribbons. It hisses as it moves. The man pulls his hood tight. He lowers his head. The wind is cold, biting at any exposed skin. He focuses on the rhythm. Step, step, step. He does not think about the destination. He thinks only of the next step. They see a cluster of large rocks on the riverbank ahead. It looks like a good place for a camp. The rocks are piled together, creating a natural windbreak. There is a small overhang that will provide some shelter from the sky. They head toward it. The snow around the rocks is deep, drifted by the wind. They have to wade through it, lifting their legs high. It is the hardest part of the day, but the promise of rest drives them on. They reach the rocks. The space behind them is scoured clear of snow. It is a small patch of frozen earth protected by the stone wall. The man drops his pack with a sigh of relief. He feels the lightness of his body without the weight. He stretches his back. The woman immediately begins to look for fuel. There are some driftwood branches caught in the rocks, bleached white by the sun and the frost. She gathers them. They are dry and brittle. They will burn fast and hot. The man clears a circle for the fire. He arranges the stones. He takes a handful of dry grass from his pouch where he has kept it warm and dry against his body. He places it in the center of the stones. He strikes the flint. The spark flies. The grass catches. He feeds it small twigs, then larger pieces of driftwood. The fire leaps up. It is a cheerful, crackling presence in the growing dusk. The light reflects off the snow, creating a warm, amber glow around the camp. The sun disappears completely. The sky turns a deep, luminous blue. The first stars appear faint and shy. The temperature plummets. The cold rushes in to fill the void left by the sun, but the fire pushes it back. The humans sit close to the flames, their hands extended. They feel the heat soaking into their skin. It is the best feeling in the world. It is safety. It is home. The woman melts snow in the stone bowl. She adds a piece of dried meat and a handful of herbs. The soup simmers, releasing a savory steam. They eat quietly, passing the bowl back and forth. The warmth of the food spreads through their bodies. They relax. The tension of the walk leaves their muscles. They lean back against the rocks. The night deepens. The stars multiply until the sky is crowded with them. The Milky Way is a bright slash across the heavens. The man looks up. He sees the slow rotation of the universe. He feels small but not lonely. He is part of this vast, silent machinery. The river ice groans in the distance, a low, booming sound that echoes off the valley walls. It is the voice of the winter. A snowy owl hoots from somewhere across the river. It is a soft, muffled sound. The woman looks up, her eyes catching the firelight. She listens. The owl calls again, then silence. The world returns to its stillness. The fire burns down to coals. The man adds a large knot of wood. It catches slowly. The smoke rises straight up, a gray pillar in the dark. They prepare for sleep. They spread the furs on the hard ground. They wrap themselves in the heavy buffalo robes. The layers of fur are thick and warm. They create a cocoon. The man lies down. He can feel the cold radiating from the ground, but the furs protect him. He closes his eyes. He listens to the wind whistling through the rocks above. It is a lullaby. It tells him that he is safe, that he is warm, that he has survived another day. The woman sleeps beside him. Her breathing is soft and rhythmic. She is deep in the dream world. The man stays awake for a little while longer. He watches the firelight flicker on the stone wall. He sees the rough texture of the rock, the cracks, and the lichen. He thinks of the elk standing in the snow. He thinks of the fish under the ice. He thinks of the shrew in its tunnel. All of them are sleeping now or waiting. The whole world is holding its breath. The log in the fire shifts. A shower of sparks rises into the night. They float up toward the stars, tiny orange mimics of the great white suns above. They fade and vanish. The man's eyelids grow heavy. The fatigue of the trail pulls him down. He lets go. He drifts into sleep. The night passes over the valley. The moon rises, a pale crescent that casts a ghostly light on the river. The snow sparkles with a cold blue fire. The shadows of the rocks are long and black. The world is a study in contrast, light and dark, cold and warmth, silence and sound. The wind sculpts the snow, building new drifts, erasing old tracks. It is an artist that never rests. The cold reaches its peak in the hours before dawn. The stones of the riverbank crack with a sharp report. The air is so frozen that it seems to shimmer. But inside the firs, the humans are warm. Their body heat is trapped, recycled, preserved. They are a self-contained unit of life. They are the ember in the ash. The sky begins to lighten in the east. The deep blue fades to gray, then to a pale, washed-out yellow. The stars retreat. The moon becomes a faint smudge of white. The dawn is cold and clear. The man wakes. He feels the chill on his nose. He pulls the robe down slightly. He looks at the sky. It is going to be another bright, cold day. He sits up. He reaches for the fire. The coals are still warm deep inside the ash. He uncovers them. He adds tinder. He blows gently. The smoke curls up. The flame returns. The woman stirs. She opens her eyes. She sees the fire. She smiles. It is a small victory. The night is over. The sun is coming back. They eat the last of the dried meat. They drink warm water. They pack their gear. They are efficient. They do not waste motion. They kick snow over the fire, extinguishing the last of the heat. They shoulder their packs. They step out from the shelter of the rocks. The river lies before them, a white ribbon stretching to the horizon. The mammoths are already moving, dark shapes in the distance. The humans step into the trench. The snow crunching under their boots is the only sound. They walk into the light. The silence holds them. The silence is their companion. They are at peace with the winter. They are at peace with the long road. The sun rises over the river valley with a cold, piercing clarity. The sky is stripped of all clouds, leaving a vault of pale, crystalline blue that seems to stretch infinitely upward. The fresh snow from the previous day's storm has settled. It has been sculpted by the night wind into soft, rolling dunes that mimic the shape of the land beneath. The light hits these drifts and shatters into a million points of brilliance. It is a world of blinding white. The man and the woman step out from the shadow of the rocks, squinting against the glare. They pull their fur hoods forward, creating a tunnel of shade for their eyes. The air is sharp and thin. It enters the nose with a stinging sensation, freezing the tiny hairs instantly. They resume their journey along the frozen river. The surface of the river has changed here. It is no longer a flat, smooth highway. The current beneath the ice must be faster, or perhaps the river is shallower, causing the ice to buckle and shift. Large slabs of blue-green ice have been pushed up against each other, forming jagged ridges that run parallel to the banks. These pressure ridges look like frozen waves caught in the moment of breaking. The humans must navigate through this maze of ice. They climb over the low walls of frozen water, their boots finding purchase on the rough surface. The ice is beautiful in its violence. The fractured edges catch the sunlight, glowing with an inner turquoise light that seems to come from deep within the glacier-fed water. The man stops to examine a particularly large block of ice. It is taller than he is, a monolith of transparency. Suspended inside the ice are bubbles of air frozen in rising columns. There are also pieces of dark river weed and small stones that were churned up from the bottom. It is a museum case of the river's life. He runs his gloved hand over the surface. It is smooth as glass but hard as stone. He strikes it gently with his staff. The sound is a high, clear ring, like a bell made of crystal. The sound travels far in the silence, bouncing off the canyon walls that are beginning to rise on either side of the river. As they move further south, the valley floor narrows. The hills on either side grow steeper, turning into limestone bluffs that loom over the river. The rock is gray and weathered, stained with streaks of black lichen and white mineral deposits. High up on the cliff face, small ledges hold precarious caps of snow. The man scans the cliffs. He is looking for movement, for the shape of an animal against the stone. He sees a pair of ravens circling a high pinnacle. They are black specks against the blue. They ride the updrafts that rise from the canyon walls, their wings held motionless. They are the watchers of the canyon. They see everything that moves below. The mammoths are ahead, navigating the rough ice with surprising grace. They place their large feet carefully, testing the stability of the blocks before shifting their weight. Their shaggy coats sway with their movements. The long guard hairs are matted with snow and ice, forming a protective armor against the wind. The sound of their passage is a low, crunching rumble. It is the sound of heavy machinery made of flesh and bone. The humans follow in their wake, using the path the giants have cleared through the deepest drifts. The air in the canyon is still. The wind passes high overhead, bridging the gap between the cliff tops, but down on the river the air is protected. It feels slightly less hostile, though the temperature remains deep in the freezing range. Around a bend in the river, the canyon widens slightly into a bowl-shaped depression. Here the snow has been trampled by a large number of hooves. The man signals the woman to stop. They crouch behind a ridge of ice and peer into the opening. A herd of saiga antelope is moving across the river ice. They are strange, prehistoric-looking creatures. They are the size of a small deer, with thin, delicate legs and sandy-colored coats that blend perfectly with the dry grass of the steppe. But it is their faces that are remarkable. They have large, bulbous noses that hang down over their mouths. The nose is a complex organ designed to warm the freezing air before it hits the lungs and to filter out the dust of the dry summers. The saiga move with a nervous, jerky energy. They trot with their heads held low, their noses hovering just above the snow. They are searching for patches where the wind has blown the ice clear, hoping to find lichen or dried moss. The males have short, translucent horns that curve backward, amber-colored in the sunlight. The herd flows like a liquid across the ice. They make a soft, bleating sound, a gentle communication that keeps the group together. The clicking of their hooves on the ice is a rapid, staccato rhythm, like falling rain. The man and woman watch them with fascination. These animals are survivors, perfectly adapted to the harshness of the ice age. They are a testament to the creativity of life. The herd senses the approach of the mammoths before they see them. The antelope lift their heads in unison, their large noses twitching. They catch the scent of the giants. In an instant, the herd turns and runs. They move with incredible speed, their legs blurring as they race up the riverbank and disappear into a narrow side canyon. The silence returns as quickly as it was broken. The man stands up. The encounter was brief, a momentary intersection of lives. It is a reminder that the empty landscape is full of hidden eyes and hidden breath. Midday sun hangs directly over the canyon. It illuminates the bottom of the gorge, driving away the shadows. The light reflects off the white walls and the white floor, creating a bright, shadowless world. The humans stop to eat. They find a large, flat rock that has fallen from the cliff face. It sits on the edge of the river, free of snow. They sit on the stone, grateful for the dry surface. The woman opens her pack. She takes out a piece of dried fat and a handful of pine nuts they gathered days ago. The nuts are small and hard, but they are rich in oil. They eat them one by one, cracking the shells with their teeth and extracting the kernel. It is slow, meticulous work. It occupies the hands and the mind. While they rest, the man looks at the river ice near the bank. He notices a place where the water has seeped up through a crack and frozen in layers. The ice is yellow and brown here, stained by minerals from the ground. He suspects there is a spring nearby, perhaps a seep from the canyon wall. He walks over to inspect it. He puts his hand on the stained ice. It feels no different from the rest, but the color tells a story of water moving through stone, dissolving the earth and bringing it to the surface. It is a small detail, but in a world of white, every color has meaning. They continue their walk as the afternoon begins to wane. The sun drops below the rim of the canyon, casting the river into shadow long before the sky turns dark. The temperature drops immediately. The blue light of the shadows is cold and heavy. The snow turns a deep, bruised violet. The man quickens his pace. He wants to find a good camp before the true night sets in. The mammoths are still moving, their dark shapes merging with the shadows of the cliffs. They seem tireless, driven by an ancient map etched in their minds. Ahead, the character of the canyon changes again. The cliffs pull back and the river flows into a wider, marshy area. Of course, the marsh is frozen solid, a flat plain of reeds and cattails that poke up through the snow like thousands of spears. But there is something else here. A low mist hangs over the center of the marsh. It is not the frozen fog of the morning, it is steam. The man stops and sniffs the air. He smells a faint, rotten egg odor, sulfur. It is the scent of the earth's fire. They approach the mist carefully. As they get closer, they see a pool of open water. It is a dark, glassy eye in the white face of the marsh. The water is rimmed with thick, jagged ice, but the center is liquid. Steam rises from the surface, curling into the cold air and vanishing. Around the edge of the pool, where the warmth of the water touches the land, the snow has melted. There is a ring of damp, dark earth, and in that earth, incredibly, there is green. Patches of moss and algae grow on the wet stones. They are bright, vivid emerald green. It is a shocking color after days of white and gray. The man and woman stand at the edge of the warm ground. They can feel the radiant heat coming from the water. It is a gentle, moist warmth that softens the skin. The air here is humid. It feels thick in the lungs. A flock of waterfowl, ducks, and geese floats on the pond. They are winter residents, staying here where the water never freezes. They paddle slowly, their feathers fluffed against the cold air above, their feet paddling in the warm water below. They make low, contented quacking sounds. They do not seem afraid of the humans. In this oasis, there is a truce. All are gathered for the warmth. The man decides to camp here. It is too valuable a resource to pass by. They find a spot on the dry ground just outside the ring of mud, but close enough to feel the warmth of the steam. The ground here is not frozen rock hard, it is merely cold. The woman lays down a thick layer of dry reeds she gathers from the marsh edge. They are brittle and snap easily, but they make a formidable mattress that insulates against the ground. She piles them high, creating a soft, rustling bed. The man gathers driftwood that has accumulated at the edge of the marsh. The wood is damp on the outside from the steam, but inside, the heartwood is dry. He splits the logs with a heavy stone wedge. He builds a fire, though they need it less for warmth tonight than for light and to dry their damp clothes. The fire catches, hissing slightly as the moisture evaporates. The smoke mixes with the steam, creating a thick, swirling fog around the camp. The smell of the sulfur and the burning wood creates a unique, pungent atmosphere. It is the smell of a primordial world. They sit on the reed bed, their boots off, drying their feet by the fire. The sensation of the warm air on their bare skin is exquisite. The man rubs his feet, feeling the blood flow freely. The skin is pale and wrinkled from the containment of the boots, but it is healthy. The woman takes out her sewing kit. She uses the light of the fire to repair a small tear in her leggings. She works with the sinew thread, pushing the needle through the leather. The steam from the pond drifts over them, leaving tiny droplets of water on their fur coats. These droplets do not freeze. They glisten like oil in the firelight. The mammoths have stopped on the far side of the marsh. They too are drawn to the warmth. They stand near the edge of the steam, facing the water. They do not enter the marsh, their weight would sink them into the soft mud, but they stand close enough to breathe the warm, moist air. Their trunks hang low, relaxed. They are silent statues, enjoying the respite from the biting cold. The steam swirls around their legs, making them look as if they are floating on clouds. The sky above turns a deep velvet black. The steam from the hot spring glows faintly in the starlight. Through the breaks in the vapor, the man can see the constellations. They look blurry and soft, seen through the lens of the mist. The air is quiet, save for the occasional splash of a duck or the bubbling of the spring. It is a sound of water, liquid and moving, a sound that is rare in the winter. It is a memory of summer, preserved by the heat of the earth. The woman brings out the water skin. She walks to the edge of the pool. She does not take water from the hot source directly, it is too mineral heavy. Instead, she finds a small seep nearby where snow is melting into a clean pool. She fills the skin. The water is tepid, not freezing. They drink it greedily. It hydrates them better than the melted snow. It tastes of earth and stone, but it is fresh. They eat their evening meal in the comfort of the steam. Tonight they have the rest of the fish and some roots the woman found near the warm mud. The roots are small and white, but they are soft and sweet when roasted. The fire burns steadily. The damp wood creates a bed of long-lasting coals. The heat from the fire and the heat from the spring combine to create a microclimate. For the first time in days, they do not need to huddle tightly under the robes just to survive. They can lie back and relax their muscles completely. The man watches the steam rising. It forms shapes in the air, phantoms that twist and dance before dissolving. He thinks of the spirits of the land. This place feels inhabited. It feels like a gift. He takes a small piece of dried meat and throws it into the center of the pool. It is an offering, a thank you to the earth for its warmth. The water ripples and the meat sinks. The ducks paddle over to investigate, then drift away. The night deepens, the fatigue of the rough ice walking sets in. The woman lies down on the reed bed. It is soft and yielding. She pulls the fur robe over her, but she leaves the top open slightly. The air is manageable. She falls asleep quickly, lulled by the sound of the bubbling water. The man stays up a little longer. He watches the mammoths. One of them lies down on the bank, a rare sight. The ground must be warm enough for it to rest comfortably. It is a sign of deep safety. The man looks at the stars again. The Great Bear is directly overhead. The North Star is fixed and bright. He orients himself. They are moving south and slightly east. They are on the right path. He feels a sense of accomplishment. They have navigated the ice ridges, the canyon, and found this sanctuary. He adds a final log to the fire. He lies down beside the woman. The reeds rustle beneath him. He closes his eyes. He dreams of the spring, not the hot spring but the season. He dreams of the ice breaking on the river, of the green grass spreading across the plains, of the sun warm on his face without the bite of the wind. The sound of the bubbling water enters his dream, becoming the sound of a rushing summer stream. It is a good dream. It is a dream of life returning. The night passes peacefully. The steam continues to rise, a white pillar in the dark. The ducks sleep with their heads tucked under their wings. The mammoths sleep in their massive dark mounds. The fire burns down to embers, but the earth itself keeps the vigil. The ground radiates its ancient heat. The frost stays away from the circle of the spring. In the early hours of the morning, a herd of bison approaches the spring. They move silently out of the dark. They smell the water. They line up at the edge of the pool to drink. Their heavy breathing mixes with the steam. They are careful not to step on the sleeping humans. They know the rules of the oasis. They drink their fill and move on, disappearing back into the shadows as quietly as they came. The man hears them in his sleep, the soft crunch of hooves, the low grunts, but he does not wake. He knows they are there, and he knows they are not a threat. The dawn arrives slowly. The sky turns gray, then pearl. The mist over the pool becomes brighter, glowing with the diffused light. The man wakes. He feels refreshed. His joints are less stiff than usual. The damp warmth has been good for him. He sits up and stretches. The air is still humid. He looks at the woman. She is still sleeping, her face relaxed. He looks at the pool. The water is dark and still, steam curling off it in lazy spirals. The green moss is vibrant in the morning light. It is a splash of color that hurts the eyes with its intensity. He stands up and walks to the edge of the warm ground. Beyond the ring of melt, the snow is hard and cold. The river is a frozen white road. The canyon walls are gray and imposing. The oasis is a small island in a sea of winter, but they are here and they are warm. He breathes in the sulfur-scented air. It is the smell of life. He begins to gather the gear. It is time to prepare for the day. The river waits. The journey continues. The departure from the warm spring is a slow transition back into the reality of the winter. The man and the woman stand for a final moment in the rising steam. The air around them is soft and smells of wet earth. It is a scent that belongs to another time, a memory of the thaw that feels distant and dreamlike. They breathe deeply, filling their lungs with the humid air one last time. Then they turn their backs on the green moss and the open water. They step across the line where the mud turns to rock and the rock turns to ice. The cold hits them instantly. It is not a sudden blow, but a firm, enveloping embrace. The moisture that clung to their fur coats from the steam begins to freeze within seconds. It turns into a fine dusting of white powder, glazing them in a fragile armor of frost. They walk away from the oasis. The sound of the bubbling water fades quickly, replaced by the dry, high-pitched whistle of the wind moving over the river ice. The mist that hung over the pool dissipates behind them, swallowed by the vast, dry clarity of the atmosphere. The world returns to its binary state of white snow and blue sky. The colors are absolute. There is no middle ground, no softening gray of the mist. The sun is shining, but it is the sun of the deep freeze, bright and distant. It illuminates the landscape with a forensic intensity, revealing every ripple in the snow and every crack in the cliff walls. The canyon continues for a few miles, winding like a snake through the limestone hills. The river ice is rough here, broken by hidden currents that force the plates upward. The humans have to pick their path with care. They step over jagged ridges of blue ice that stand knee-high. They skirt around patches where the ice looks dark and thin. The man uses his staff to test the surface before every few steps. The hollow thok-thok sound of the wood hitting the ice is the only rhythm they have. It is a slow, cautious percussion. Gradually, the walls of the canyon begin to lower. The steep cliffs smooth out into rounded hills, and the hills flatten into a rising slope. The river widens, spreading out into a broad, braided channel that is miles across. They are entering a vast basin, a flat expanse of land that sits between two distant mountain ranges. The wind here has no obstacles. It sweeps down from the north with a steady, relentless pressure. It has scoured the river ice clean in long, dark streaks and piled the snow into hard, sculpted drifts that look like waves frozen in mid-break. These drifts, known as sastrugi, are hard as concrete. They are carved into sharp, aerodynamic shapes by the constant airflow. The walking becomes easier in one sense but harder in another. The ground is flat but the surface is unpredictable. Sometimes the snow supports their weight, other times a crust breaks and they sink a few inches. They adopt a sliding gait, keeping their weight low and forward. The man pulls his fur hood tight around his face, leaving only a narrow slit for his eyes. He watches the horizon. It is a straight, unwavering line of white against blue. The scale of the basin is immense. A human could walk for days and feel as though they have not moved an inch. The landmarks are too far away to track progress. There is only the immediate reality of the snow underfoot and the wind in the ears. The mammoths are visible as dark silhouettes against the blinding white. They are far ahead, moving with that deceptive rolling speed that covers ground relentlessly. They are the only other vertical objects in this horizontal world. They look like ships sailing on a white ocean. The man watches them, using their position to verify his course. The herd is heading toward a smudge of darkness on the southern horizon, likely a line of trees or a sheltered ridge where food might be found. The humans follow, tethered to the giants by necessity and instinct. The midday sun reaches its peak. It hangs in the southern sky, a brilliant, cold star. It casts no warmth, but its light is intense. The reflection off the snow is dazzling. The man squints, his eyes narrowing to protect against the glare. He looks at the ground, focusing on the texture of the snow to rest his vision. He sees the tiny, sparkling facets of the ice crystals. They are like millions of microscopic diamonds scattered across the plain. Each one catches the light and breaks it into a tiny spectrum of color: red, green, blue. It is a hidden world of beauty that exists only for those who look down. They stop for a rest in the lee of a large, solitary boulder that sits in the middle of the river channel. It is an erratic block of granite, carried here by a glacier long ago and left behind when the ice retreated. It is rounded and smooth, polished by thousands of years of wind and snow. On its southern side, there is a small pocket of calm air. They drop their packs and sit on the ice, leaning their backs against the stone. The rock is cold, but it blocks the wind. The silence in the lee of the boulder is sudden and profound. The roaring of the wind is cut off, replaced by a stillness that rings in the ears. The woman opens her pouch. She takes out a piece of dried bison meat. It is frozen solid. She holds it inside her mitten against her palm to warm it slightly before trying to eat. She looks at the man. His eyebrows are white with frost. His beard is a mask of ice. He looks like a creature of the winter, more elemental than human. He looks back at her. Her eyes are dark and clear, framed by the fur of her hood. They share a moment of recognition. They are two sparks of life in a universe of entropy. They do not need to speak. The silence says everything. We are here, we are surviving. While they rest, a small movement catches the man's eye. A white stoat, its coat blending perfectly with the snow, darts out from under the edge of the boulder. Only the black tip of its tail gives it away. It moves with a frantic fluid energy flowing over the snow like quicksilver. It stops, stands on its hind legs, and sniffs the air. Its tiny black eyes are bright with intelligence. It looks at the humans, fearless and curious. It is looking for crumbs, for any scrap of food dropped in the snow. The man tosses a tiny piece of fat toward it. The stoat pounces on it, grabs it, and vanishes back under the rock in the blink of an eye. The interaction is over in seconds. It is a brief intersection of two very different lives, united by the need to eat. They finish their meal and stand up. The cold begins to seep through their clothes the moment they stop moving. They must get the blood flowing again. They shoulder the heavy packs. The straps creak in the cold air. They step out from the shelter of the rock and back into the wind. The noise returns, a constant rushing sound that drowns out their footsteps. They lean into the wind and resume the march. The afternoon stretches out long and white. The sun begins its slow descent toward the west. The light changes, losing its harsh midday brightness and taking on a warmer golden tone. The shadows of the sastrugi lengthen, creating a landscape of high contrast. The white drifts are highlighted with gold, while the troughs between them fill with deep blue shadow. It looks like a painting, abstract and beautiful. The man watches the play of light. He knows that this beauty signals the coming of the night. The temperature is already dropping. The air feels sharper, heavier. Ahead in a wide, flat area of the basin, they come across a herd of wild horses. There are perhaps 20 of them. They are sturdy, compact animals with thick, shaggy coats of dun and gray. Their manes are short and stiff, standing upright on their necks. They are busy. They are digging through the snow with their hooves, creating craters to reach the dry grass beneath. The sound of their hooves scraping against the frozen ground carries on the wind, scritch, scritch, scritch. It is a sound of industry. The stallion stands a little apart from the rest. He is not eating, he is watching. His head is high, his ears swiveling to catch every sound. He sees the humans approaching. He does not panic, he watches them with large, dark eyes. He assesses the threat. The humans are walking steadily, not stalking. They are moving parallel to the herd, not toward it. The stallion snorts, a cloud of white steam blasting from his nostrils. He stamps a front hoof. The herd pauses, heads lifting. They watch the humans pass. Then one by one they return to their digging. The crisis is over. The humans are just another part of the landscape, like the mammoths or the wolves. The man and the woman walk past the horses without breaking stride. They admire the animals. The horses are fat and healthy. Their winter coats are thick. They have found a good patch of grass here in the windswept basin. They are survivors, tough and resilient. The man feels a kinship with them. They are all grazers in a sense, gleaning life from the frozen earth. As the sun touches the horizon, the sky puts on a display of color that is breathtaking. The western horizon turns a brilliant, burning orange, fading into a pale yellow, then a soft green, and finally into the deep indigo of the zenith. To the east, the belt of Venus appears, a band of pink and purple light that hugs the horizon, separated from the white snow by the dark blue shadow of the earth itself. The world is suspended in a bubble of color. The snow reflects these hues, turning the white plain into a canvas of pastel light. It is a moment of pure magic, a reward for the hardship of the day. But the beauty brings with it the true cold. The sun disappears and the light fades rapidly. The world turns blue and gray. The wind seems to bite harder. The man looks for a place to camp. There are no rocks here, no trees, no caves. They are in the open. They will have to build their own shelter. He scans the ground for a deep, hard-packed drift. He finds one that has formed behind a small rise in the ground. It is solid and deep. He drops his pack and takes out the shoulder blade shovel. He marks out a rectangle in the snow. He begins to dig. He cuts blocks of hard snow and lifts them out. The woman helps, moving the blocks to the side to form a windbreak wall. They work with a desperate energy. They need to get out of the wind before their sweat freezes. They dig a trench waist deep, long enough for both of them to lie down. They widen the bottom to create a sleeping platform. It is hard work. The snow is dense, packed by the wind until it is almost like sandstone. The sound of the shovel cutting the snow is a rhythmic shuck shuck shuck. When the trench is dug, they use the snow blocks to build a roof over part of it, leaving a small hole for entry. They pack loose snow into the cracks between the blocks to seal out the wind. It is a crude shelter, a snow grave, but it will save their lives. Inside the trench, out of the wind, the air is instantly still. It feels warmer, though it is still well below freezing. The man lays down the waterproof hides on the floor of the trench. Then he spreads the heavy furs. They crawl inside. The space is tight. The roof of snow is only a few feet above their faces. It glows with a faint blue light from the twilight outside. The man blocks the entrance with a large pack, sealing them in. Now the darkness is complete. The wind is just a muffled vibration in the snow walls. They are encased in the earth's winter coat. The man lights a small oil lamp. It is a hollowed-out stone filled with animal fat and a wick of moss. The flame is tiny, no bigger than a thumbnail, but in the small white space it provides enough light to see. It casts a warm, yellow glow on the snow walls. The heat from the flame and their bodies begins to warm the air in the trench. It rises a few degrees, just enough to take the edge off the bitter chill. The woman takes a pot of snow and holds it over the tiny flame. It takes a long time to melt. They watch the snow turn from white crystals to slush and then to clear water. Patience is the only option. They cannot hurry the physics of heat. When the water is warm, she crumbles a piece of dried fish into it. They drink the broth. It is salty and tastes of the sea, a strange flavor in the middle of a continent. It warms them from the inside out. They eat the last of the pine nuts. It is a meager meal, but their bodies are efficient. They have learned to run on very little. They lie back on the furs. The space is intimate. They are pressed shoulder to shoulder. The man listens to the wind howling outside. It sounds angry, frustrated that it cannot reach them. He feels a sense of deep satisfaction. They have outwitted the storm. They have created a pocket of safety in a hostile world. He looks at the snow roof. He can see the texture of the blocks, the marks of his shovel. It is a roof of his own making. The woman blows out the lamp. The darkness returns, absolute and heavy, but it is a warm darkness. They pull the robes up over their heads. They create a micro-environment where their breath warms the air they breathe. The man closes his eyes. He feels the fatigue of the day washing over him. The muscles in his legs twitch as they relax. The tension in his back releases. Outside, the temperature drops to 50 degrees below freezing. The air turns to liquid ice. The stars come out hard and bright. The aurora borealis begins to dance. Great curtains of green and violet light shimmer across the sky. They wave and fold like silent silk sheets. They light up the snow with a ghostly green radiance. The horses in the distance stand still, their backs to the wind, coated in frost, enduring the night under the dancing lights. The mammoths form a circle, a fortress of flesh. The owl sits in the snow, feathers fluffed. Inside the snow trench, the humans dream. The man dreams of the endless white line of the horizon. He dreams of the sound of the wind. It is not a nightmare, it is just a replay of the reality. His mind is processing the landscape, mapping it, understanding it. The woman dreams of the stoat, of its quick, bright eyes. She dreams of the small lives that hide under the snow. The night is long, the earth turns slowly, the constellations wheel overhead. Orion the hunter strides across the southern sky, his belt stars shining like jewels. The Pleiades cluster glitters like a handful of crushed ice. The silence of the basin is immense. It is a silence that swallows sound, swallows time. It is the silence of the void. Hours pass. The wind shifts, coming now from the east. It piles snow against the side of their shelter. The drift grows, burying them deeper. This is good. The more snow on top, the better the insulation. They are like seeds planted in the winter earth, waiting for the morning to sprout. The man wakes once, sensing the shift in the wind. He listens. He hears the muffled howl. He checks the air hole to make sure it is not blocked. He feels the fresh draft of cold air. It is open. He goes back to sleep. The aurora fades. The stars begin to dim. The deep black of the sky turns to charcoal gray. The dawn approaches. It is a slow, reluctant dawn. The sun is in no hurry to return to this frozen corner of the world. The light creeps over the eastern mountains, turning the snow a dull, flat white. The shadows retreat. The world reveals itself again. The man wakes. He knows it is morning by the change in the quality of the darkness. It is less dense. He pushes the robe down. The air in the trench is stale and cold. He reaches for the pack blocking the entrance. He pushes it aside. A shower of loose snow falls in on him. He pushes his way out, emerging from the hole like a marmot from its burrow. He stands up in the trench. The world is white. The wind has died down. The air is still and shattered with cold. He takes a deep breath. The ice crystals in the air sparkle. He looks around. The basin is empty. The horses are gone, moved on in the night. The mammoths are just specks on the horizon. It is just them and the snow. He climbs out of the trench. The snow is hard enough to walk on. He stamps his feet to warm them. He turns and helps the woman climb out. She blinks in the bright light. She brushes the snow from her furs. They look at each other. They have survived another night. They are ready to walk again. They pack the furs. They leave the snow shelter behind. It will stand for a few days, then the wind will erode it, rounding the edges until it is just another bump in the snow. They do not look back. They shoulder the packs. They turn south. The horizon waits. The white line beckons, one step, then another. The rhythm returns. The long march continues into the silence. The sun hangs in the sky, flanked by two smaller, ghostly lights. These mock suns are bright spots on a halo of rainbow-colored light that circles the true sun. It is a phenomenon of the ice crystals in the air, a geometry of the cold. The man stops to look at them. He squints against the brilliance. He knows these lights. They appear when the air is still and the cold is deep. They are the eyes of the winter sky watching the earth. The woman stands beside him, her breath rising in a steady white plume that obscures her vision for a moment before drifting away. She adjusts the fur hood that frames her face. The fur is rimmed with frost from her own breathing, a delicate white lace that grows with every exhale. They are in the center of the Great Basin. The land here is so flat that the concept of distance loses its meaning. The horizon is a perfect, unbroken circle of white meeting blue. There are no landmarks to measure progress against. A walk of an hour looks the same as a walk of a minute. The only proof of movement is the physical sensation of the muscles working and the rhythmic crunch of the boots on the snow. The snow here is hard and wind-polished. It forms a crust that supports their weight, allowing them to walk on top of the drifts rather than wading through them. It feels like walking on the surface of a cloud that has turned to stone. The man sets the pace. It is a slow, shuffling glide. He does not lift his feet high. He slides them forward, conserving energy. His eyes scan the ground in a constant, sweeping arc. He looks for cracks in the crust, for hidden hollows, for the tracks of animals. Today, the tracks of the mammoths are the only other mark on the world. The giants have moved in a straight line, their path a dark furrow in the white expanse. They are far ahead, invisible now behind the curve of the earth, but their presence is felt in the trail they left behind. The morning moves toward midday with a glacial slowness. The sun climbs the sky, but it remains low, casting long, pale shadows even at noon. The light is harsh and revealing. It shows every ripple in the snow, every tiny ridge carved by the wind. The texture of the ground is like the skin of a frozen ocean. The man notices a change in the snow ahead. The smooth crust gives way to a field of sastrugi that are taller and sharper. These ridges of hard snow are knee-high, shaped like waves or the fins of fish. They are oriented toward the prevailing wind. Navigating them requires care. The humans have to step over and around the ridges, breaking their rhythm. In the distance, a dark smudge appears on the white canvas. It is moving. It flows like a slow liquid across the snow. As they draw closer, the smudge resolves into individual shapes. It is a herd of reindeer. There are hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. They are on their own migration, moving perpendicular to the path of the humans and the mammoths. They are heading west toward the foothills where the wind strips the snow from the lichen-covered rocks. The herd is a moving forest of antlers. The animals are large and sturdy. Their coat's a mix of gray and white that blends with the winter landscape. The man signals the woman to stop. They stand still, becoming vertical features in the flat land. The reindeer herd approaches. They do not stop. They move with a hurried, busy energy. As they get closer, a sound becomes audible. It is not a vocal sound. It is a soft, rhythmic clicking. It is the sound of the tendons snapping over the bones in the reindeer's feet. Click, 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 click. With hundreds of animals moving at once, the sound is like a gentle rain falling on dry leaves. It is a continuous, rushing noise that fills the silence of the basin. The herd flows around the humans. The animals keep a small distance, parting to leave a bubble of empty space around the man and woman, then rejoining on the other side. The reindeer run with their heads low, their breath steaming. Their eyes are dark and wide. They look tired but determined. They are driven by the same instinct that drives the mammoths, the need to find food in a world that tries to hide it. The smell of the herd washes over the humans. It is a musk of wet fur, urine, and warm bodies. It is a strong, living smell in the sterile air. The humans watch the procession. It takes a long time for the herd to pass. There are calves running alongside their mothers, struggling to keep up with the pace. There are large males with heavy, velvet-less antlers that span wide over their backs. The antlers are like intricate branches of bone, complex and heavy. The animals do not look at the humans. Their focus is entirely on the path ahead. They are a single entity, a river of life flowing through the desert of ice. Finally, the last stragglers pass. The sound of the clicking fades into the distance, becoming a faint whisper before disappearing entirely. The silence returns, heavier than before. The tracks of the reindeer have churned up the snow, destroying the smooth crust. The path is now a chaotic mix of hoof prints and broken ice. The man waits for a moment, letting the dust of the snow settle. Then he steps forward, resuming his own southward march. He steps across the reindeer trail, crossing the intersection of their lives. They stop for their midday meal near a strange geological feature. Rising from the flat plain is a solitary conical hill. It is not made of rock, but of earth-covered ice. It is a pingo, a blister of the earth pushed up by the freezing of groundwater deep below. It stands about 50 feet high, a sudden interruption in the flatness. The sides of the hill are steep and covered in loose gravel and tufts of dry grass that have been exposed by the wind. The humans climb halfway up the slope. The view from this slight elevation is immense. They can see for miles in every direction. The basin looks like a white bowl, rimmed by very distant, jagged mountains that look like teeth on the horizon. They sit on the gravel, grateful for the break from the snow. The woman opens her pack. She takes out a piece of dried liver. It is dark and rich in iron. She breaks it into small pieces. They eat silently, their eyes tracking the distant white line where the reindeer have gone. The wind at this height is slightly stronger. It pulls at the fur of their hoods. The man looks to the south. He can see the faint outline of a dark ridge. It is the southern rim of the basin. It is still a day's walk away, but it is there. It is a goal. Below them on the north side of the pingo, a small Arctic fox is hunting. It is white as the snow, invisible except for its movement and its black nose. It leaps high into the air and dives headfirst into the snow. It disappears for a moment, then emerges with a vole in its mouth. It swallows the small prey in one gulp. The fox shakes the snow from its coat and trots away, its tail leaving a straight line in the powder. The man watches it with a nod. The land feeds those who are quick. They descend from the hill and return to the flat ice. The afternoon is a long, monotonous push. The sun begins to slide down the western sky, turning the light from white to a soft, buttery yellow. The shadows of the sastrugi lengthen again, stretching out like blue fingers across the path. The temperature begins to drop. The cold becomes a physical weight on the shoulders. The man feels the fatigue in his legs. The walking on the hard crust is jarring. The vibration of each step travels up the shin and into the knee, but he does not slow down. To slow down is to get cold. The landscape begins to change subtly as they approach the southern edge of the basin. The snow becomes thinner, revealing patches of dark, frozen ground. Large boulders begin to appear, scattered like marbles dropped by a giant hand. They are glacial erratics, rocks that have traveled hundreds of miles on the backs of ancient ice sheets. They are covered in lichens of orange, green, and black. The colors are startlingly bright against the snow. The woman pauses to touch one of the rocks. The lichen is rough and dry. It is life in its most patient form. It waits for centuries, growing slowly, enduring the wind and the dark. The sun touches the horizon. The sky turns a pale, translucent green, then deepens into indigo. The twilight is long in these latitudes. It is a time of suspension, a gray hour between the day and the night. The wind dies down completely. The silence is absolute. There is no sound of birds, no sound of water, no sound of wind, just the ringing of the ears in the vacuum of sound. The humans move like ghosts through the twilight. Their breath trails behind them in long, white ribbons. They reach the edge of the basin where the ground begins to rise into rocky foothills. The terrain is broken and uneven. There are ridges of limestone and deep gullies filled with snow. The man looks for shelter. He spots a shallow overhang at the base of a limestone cliff. It is not a deep cave, but the rock curves outward enough to provide a roof against the sky. The ground beneath the overhang is dry and dusty, protected from the snow. They climb up the slope to the shelter. The rocks are loose and clatter under their boots. The sound is loud and startling in the quiet evening. They reach the overhang and drop their packs. The relief is immediate. The weight is gone. The man stretches his back, hearing the vertebrae pop. The woman sits on a flat stone and begins to unlace her boots. She massages her feet, working the blood back into the toes. They are white and cold, but not frozen. The man gathers stones to build a fire ring. He finds some dead brush in the cracks of the rocks, hard, woody stems of sage and ancient juniper. It is good fuel. It smells aromatic and spicy even before it burns. He builds the fire carefully. The spark, the tinder, the flame. The small fire lights up the back wall of the overhang. The rock is stained with smoke. Others have been here before, perhaps years ago, perhaps centuries. The soot on the ceiling is a record of human passage. The man feels a connection to those unknown travelers. They sat in this same spot, watched this same dark basin, felt this same cold. The woman prepares the meal. She has a small amount of fat and some dried berries. She mixes them in a bowl and heats them near the fire until they form a warm paste. It is simple food, but it is sustaining. They eat slowly, watching the darkness fill the basin below them. The white plain turns to a sea of gray, then black. The pingo they climbed earlier is just a shadow in the distance. The world shrinks to the circle of firelight. The sky above clears completely. The stars emerge with a brilliance that is overwhelming. There are so many that the familiar shapes of the constellations are almost lost in the crowd of light. The Milky Way is a solid band of cloud-like light arching over the cliff. The man leans back against the rock wall and looks up. He feels the rotation of the earth. He feels the exposure of being a small, warm thing on the surface of a frozen planet. But he does not feel afraid. He feels present. A sound comes from the darkness below. It is the cough of a predator, a large cat, perhaps a cave lion or a leopard patrolling the rocks. It is far away down in the gully. The man stiffens, his hand moving to the spear that lies beside him. He listens. The sound does not repeat. The predator is moving away, or perhaps it has found what it was looking for. The woman looks at the man. Her eyes are calm. They are safe here with the fire and the wall at their backs. The fire is the boundary. Inside is the human world. Outside is the wild. The cold of the night settles in. It is a sharp, biting cold that snaps stones and freezes trees. The man adds the thickest pieces of juniper wood to the fire. They burn with a slow, blue flame. The smoke rises and curls along the roof of the overhang, eventually escaping into the night. The smell of the burning juniper is strong and pleasant. It masks the smell of their bodies and their cured furs. The woman takes out a bone needle and a piece of sinew. She inspects the seam of the man's coat. A stitch has come loose near the shoulder. She repairs it by the light of the fire. Her movements are precise and practiced. She does not need to think about what her hands are doing. The needle dips and rises, pulling the sinew tight. The man watches her. It is a scene of domestic quiet in the middle of a wilderness. The simple act of mending is a defiance of the entropy of the wild. When the repair is done, she bites the sinew thread and ties it off. She puts the needle away. They prepare for sleep. They arrange the furs on the dry dust of the cave floor. They lie down together, pulling the heavy robes over them. The heat of the fire reflects off the rock wall and radiates down onto them. It is a comfortable warmth. The man closes his eyes. He listens to the silence. It is not empty. It is full of the potential of the coming day. He thinks of the reindeer herd moving through the dark, their hooves clicking, their breath steaming. He thinks of the fox in its hole. He thinks of the mammoths miles ahead, standing like mountains in the snow. They are all part of the great web of the ice. The fire burns down to embers. The light dims to a soft red glow. The shadows of the rocks grow longer and merge with the dark. The man's breathing slows. He drifts into the space between waking and sleeping. He dreams of the white horizon. In his dream, he is walking without effort. He is gliding over the snow. The sun is warm and the wind is a song. The night passes, the stars shift. A meteor streaks across the sky, burning up in a flash of green light. No one sees it. It is a secret moment between the sky and the stone. The cold intensifies in the hours before dawn. The frost grows on the edges of the firs. The world is locked in stasis. But even in the deepest cold, there is life. Deep in the cracks of the rock, hibernating insects wait for the spring. Under the snow, the lemmings run through their tunnels. In the river ice, the fish suspend their movement. Everything is waiting. The man and the woman are waiting too, but their waiting is active. They sleep to gather strength. They sleep to walk again. The first hint of morning is a pale gray line in the east. It widens slowly, pushing the darkness back. The stars fade one by one. The red embers of the fire are now gray ash. The man wakes. He knows the rhythm of the light. He does not need to open his eyes to know that the dawn has arrived. He feels the shift in the air. He sits up. The cold rushes in to greet him. He welcomes it. It is the companion of the day. He stands and walks to the edge of the overhang. He looks out over the basin they crossed yesterday. It is a sea of white fog now. The cold air has settled in the low ground, creating a cloud that hides the world below. They are above the clouds. They are on the shore of a white ocean. The sun hits the peaks of the distant mountains, turning them pink. It is a beautiful, silent morning. The woman wakes and joins him. They stand together, watching the light touch the world. They do not speak. The view is enough. The silence is enough. They are ready to leave the basin behind. They are ready for the hills. The south is calling. The journey continues. The fog that filled the basin below begins to retreat as the sun climbs higher. It pulls back from the edges of the rocky foothills like a slow tide, revealing the frozen earth beneath in patches of brown and white. The man and the woman stand on the ledge of their shelter, watching the landscape emerge. The air at this elevation is different. It is thinner and carries the sharp mineral scent of limestone dust and cold stone. The wind is gentle here, broken by the complex topography of the hills. It eddies around the corners of the cliffs, carrying with it the smell of dried sage and ancient ice. They turn away from the view and begin the morning ritual of packing. The furs are shaken out, releasing a fine cloud of dust that sparkles in the morning light. The straps of the packs are checked and tightened. The man runs his hand over the surface of the rock wall one last time, a silent gesture of gratitude for the shelter it provided. They step out from the overhang and begin the ascent. The ground here is uneven, a chaotic mix of loose scree and solid bedrock. The walking requires a different kind of attention than the flat marching of the basin. Here, every step is a calculation of balance and friction. It climbs slowly. The slope is not steep, but it is relentless. They follow a natural game trail that winds its way up through the rocks. The trail is marked by the droppings of wild goats and the occasional tuft of fur caught on a thorny bush. The snow here is patchy. It lies deep in the shadows of the rocks and in the north-facing crevices, but on the sun-exposed ridges the ground is bare and dry. The stones clatter under their boots, a sharp, percussive sound that echoes briefly before being swallowed by the open sky. As they crest the first ridge, a new landscape opens up before them. It is a world of stone. The limestone has been eroded by water and wind for millennia, creating a vast pavement of rock that is crisscrossed by deep fissures and cracks. These cracks, known as grikes, are filled with snow and stunted vegetation. Small ferns and mosses grow deep in the crevices, protected from the wind and the grazing animals. It is a hidden garden, visible only from above. The humans step carefully across the pavement. They must jump over the wider cracks, landing softly on the flat slabs of rock known as clints. It is a landscape that demands focus. A movement on a high pinnacle to the west catches the woman's eye. She stops and points. Standing on the very tip of a rock needle is an alpine ibex. It is a male with massive, curved horns that sweep back over his shoulders. The horns are ridged and heavy, a symbol of age and strength. The animal stands perfectly still, silhouetted against the deep blue sky. He looks like a statue carved from the living rock. He watches the humans with golden eyes that hold no fear, only a detached curiosity. He is the master of the high ground. He knows that no predator can reach him on his perch. The man watches the ibex for a long moment. He admires the animal's balance, the way its hooves grip the tiny imperfections in the stone. The ibex shifts its weight and a small pebble falls from the cliff, bouncing down the slope with a dry rattle. The animal turns its head slowly, scanning the valley below, then leaps effortlessly to a lower ledge. The movement is fluid and silent. One moment he is there, the next he is gone, disappearing into the maze of the rocks. They continue their journey across the limestone plateau. The sun is warm on the stones and the radiant heat begins to rise from the ground. It is a dry, comfortable warmth that seeps into the soles of their boots. The man unfastens the top loop of his coat. The exertion of the climb and the reflected heat make the air feel milder than it is. They find a rhythm in the broken terrain. Step, balance, push. Step, balance, push. It is a physical meditation. At midday, they reach a narrow pass that cuts through a high ridge. The walls of the pass are steep and close, casting cool shadows over the trail. The wind is funneled through the gap, creating a steady draft that cools their faces. In the center of the pass, they find a large, flat slab of rock that sits in a patch of sunlight. They stop here to rest. They take off their packs and sit on the rock. The stone is warm. They lean back, closing their eyes for a moment to escape the glare. The woman takes out the water skin. It is lighter now. They will need to find a source of snow or ice to melt soon. She takes a small sip and hands it to the man. He drinks sparingly. He looks at the walls of the pass. They are layered with bands of flint that stand out dark against the gray limestone. He sees a nodule of flint that has fallen from the cliff face. He picks it up. It is heavy and dense. He strikes it experimentally against the rock he is sitting on. It makes a sharp, high-pitched clack. It is good stone. He puts it in his pouch. A good piece of flint is worth as much as food in this world. They eat a handful of dried roots. The roots are tough and fibrous, requiring long chewing. The act of chewing releases the subtle sweetness stored in the plant fibers. It is a slow meal. They watch a pair of Chuff's black birds with red beaks tumbling in the air currents above the pass. The birds call to each other with high ringing cries, kyo, kyo. They seem to be playing, enjoying the freedom of the air. The man smiles faintly. Even in the harshness of the ice age, there is room for play. After they eat, they shoulder the packs again. The descent from the pass is steeper than the ascent. The trail zigzags down the slope, switching back and forth to manage the grade. The view from the top is spectacular. They can see the next valley, a long, narrow trough filled with a forest of hardy pine and spruce. The trees are dark green, a welcome color after the gray of the rock and the white of the snow. A river winds through the center of the valley, a frozen ribbon of white. Halfway down the slope, they stop. Below them, moving along the edge of the forest, is the mammoth herd. From this height, the giants look small, like dark beetles crawling on a white sheet, but their formation is clear. They are moving in a single file line, breaking a path through the deep snow of the valley floor. The matriarch is in the lead. The man can see the sway of her tusks even from this distance. The sound of their passage does not reach the humans. They move in silence, ghosts of the valley. The humans watch the herd for a long time. It is reassuring to see them. The mammoths are the anchor of their journey. As long as the herd is moving, there is a path forward. The man notes their direction. They are heading toward a bend in the river where the valley widens. There will likely be good grazing there, wind-swept banks where the grass is exposed. They resume the descent. The air grows heavier and stiller as they drop in elevation. The smell of the pine trees rises to meet them. It is a rich, resinous scent that speaks of shelter. The ground changes from loose rock to a carpet of fallen needles and snow. The sound of their footsteps softens. They are entering the forest. The trees here are old. Their trunks are thick and gnarled, covered in rough bark that is gray with age. Lichen hangs from the branches in long, pale beards. The snow lies deep between the trees, undisturbed by the wind. The light in the forest is dim and filtered. It comes through the canopy in shafts of gold and blue. The silence is different here. It is a muffled, enclosed silence. The trees absorb the sound. They walk through the forest, following the path of least resistance. They avoid the deep drifts, sticking to the areas under the dense canopy where the snow is thinner. A red squirrel chatters at them from a high branch. It is a burst of angry noise in the quiet woods. It throws a pine cone down, missing the man by a few feet. The man looks up. He sees the small, russet creature twitching its tail. He does not stop. The squirrel is too small to be worth the arrow. The afternoon wears on. The light in the forest begins to fade early. The sun drops behind the ridge they just crossed, plunging the valley into shadow. The temperature plummets. The cold air pools in the low spots. The man looks for a place to camp. He wants a place that is sheltered but not too deep in the trees, somewhere with a view of the river. They find a small cave on the lower slopes of the valley wall just above the tree line. It is a solution cave formed by water dissolving the limestone. The entrance is low and arched like a mouth in the rock. The man kneels and looks inside. It is dry. The floor is covered in a fine layer of dust and small stones. It goes back about 20 feet, deep enough to escape the wind and the snow. They crawl inside. The cave smells of earth and old bones. It is a clean, mineral smell. The man finds the remains of a small fire near the entrance, charcoal bits that crumble when he touches them. It has been a long time since anyone was here, perhaps years, but the cave is a known place. It is a waypoint on the ancient map of the people. The woman goes out to gather wood. The forest is full of deadfall. She collects dry branches of pine and spruce. She finds a standing dead tree and breaks off the lower limbs. The wood is brittle and snaps with a loud crack. She brings armfuls of fuel back to the cave. The man builds the fire near the entrance, just inside the drip line. This allows the smoke to escape while the heat is reflected back into the cave. The fire lights quickly. The dry pine burns with a fierce, crackling energy. It throws long, dancing shadows on the walls of the cave. The light reveals the texture of the ceiling. There are small stalactites hanging down, tiny fingers of stone formed by centuries of dripping water. They are stained brown and white. The walls are smooth in places, rough in others. The woman unpacks the furs and spreads them at the back of the cave. The ground is hard, but it is flat. She creates a comfortable nest. She places the packs against the wall to serve as pillows. The cave feels safe. It is a fortress of stone. The weight of the mountain is above them, a solid, protective presence. They cook their meal. Tonight they have a piece of the dried bison meat and some pine needle tea. The tea is pale green and rich in vitamin C. It tastes sharp and citrusy. It cuts through the grease of the meat. They eat slowly, sitting cross-legged by the fire. They watch the forest below turn from green to black. The river glimmers in the twilight, a silver thread in the dark valley. The wind picks up outside. It moans through the trees, making the branches rub together with a wooden squeaking sound. But inside the cave, the air is still. The fire creates a steady draft that pulls fresh air in along the floor and pushes smoke out along the ceiling. It is a perfect system. The man takes a piece of charcoal from the fire. He turns to the wall of the cave. He finds a smooth patch of limestone. He begins to draw. He does not draw a picture of a hunt or a battle. He draws a simple line that curves and dips. It is the line of the horizon he sees every day. He adds a few vertical strokes, the trees. He adds a large humped shape, the mammoth. He draws quietly, lost in the movement of his hand. It is a way of processing the world. It is a way of saying, I saw this. The woman watches him. She rests her chin on her knees. The firelight reflects in her eyes. She feels the warmth of the cave. She feels the connection to the stone. This is the first true shelter they have had in days. It feels like a luxury. The walls hold the heat. The ceiling keeps out the stars. When the drawing is done, the man drops the charcoal back into the fire. It glows red, then turns to ash. He wipes his hand on his leggings. He sits back and sighs. It is a sound of contentment. The day's work is done. The miles have been walked. The shelter has been found. They prepare for sleep. The man banks the fire, covering the coals with ash to keep them alive until morning. The light in the cave dims to a soft, pulsing glow. The shadows settle into the corners. They crawl into the firs. The rock floor is hard, but the firs are thick. They lie close together. The cave amplifies the sound of their breathing. It creates a rhythm that lulls them to sleep. Outside, the nocturnal world wakes up. A great gray owl glides silently through the trees. It lands on a branch near the cave entrance. It swivels its head, listening. It hears the heartbeat of a mouse under the snow. It swoops down, talons outstretched. The snow muffles the impact. The owl rises with its prey and flies off into the dark. A pack of wolves howls in the distance. The sound is mournful and wild. It echoes off the canyon walls, multiplying until it sounds like 100 wolves. The man hears it in his sleep. He does not wake. He knows the sound. It is part of the night. It is the song of the valley. The temperature drops deep below freezing. The trees crack and pop. The river ice thickens, but deep inside the limestone hill the temperature remains constant. The earth holds its heat. The cave is a womb. It protects the sleepers from the indifference of the winter. The night passes slowly. The moon rises over the ridge, casting a silver light into the valley. It illuminates the snow-covered trees, turning them into statues of crystal. The river shines like polished metal. The world is beautiful and cold and silent. Inside the cave, the man dreams of the high pass. He dreams of the ibex standing on the pinnacle. In his dream, he is the ibex. He feels the wind in his fur, the rock under his hooves. He looks down at the world with golden eyes. He feels the freedom of the height. The woman dreams of the fire. She dreams of the warmth that lives in the wood. She dreams of the sun trapped in the branches of the pine trees, waiting to be released. It is a warm, comforting dream. The dawn comes late to the valley. The sun has to climb over the eastern ridge before its light can touch the forest floor. The sky turns a pale, icy blue. The stars fade. The wolves stop their howling. The owl returns to its roost. The world holds its breath, waiting for the light. The man wakes. He sees the gray light at the cave mouth. He smells the wood smoke and the dust. He feels the hard rock beneath him. He stretches his arms. He is stiff but rested. He sits up and stirs the coals. He feeds the fire a few small twigs. The flames jump up. The day begins. He goes to the cave entrance and looks out. The valley is filled with mist again, a river of white cloud flowing over the river of ice. The tops of the trees poke through the mist like islands. It is a sea of silence. He takes a deep breath of the cold morning air. He turns back to the cave. The woman is waking up. They will eat, they will pack, and they will descend into the mist. The mammoths are waiting. The road goes on. The descent from the limestone cave into the valley is a movement into a world of white opacity. The mist that fills the lower elevations is not merely a vapor. It feels like a solid substance. It hangs between the trees and over the river like a heavy woolen blanket. The man and the woman step out of the clear, sharp air of the high ridge and sink into the cloud. The transition is immediate. The crisp outline of the sun blurs into a diffuse, glowing patch of pearl gray light overhead. The horizon vanishes. The world shrinks to a radius of perhaps 20 paces. Beyond that, the shapes of the landscape dissolve into the uniform whiteness. The ground beneath their boots is a mixture of frozen scree and pine needles that have been cemented together by the frost. It is slippery and treacherous. They move with a deliberate slowness, placing each foot flat to maximize friction. The sound of their movement is swallowed instantly by the mist. The moisture in the air dampens every noise, robbing the world of its echo. The snap of a twig sounds dull and flat as if it happened underwater. The man lids, his figure becoming a dark, hazy silhouette to the woman following a few steps behind. She keeps her eyes fixed on the texture of his fur coat, using it as her beacon in the gray void. As they drop lower, the trees begin to emerge from the fog. They appear first as faint vertical lines like pencil sketches on gray paper. Then they darken and solidify into the rough, textured trunks of ancient spruce and firs. These are the survivors of the valley floor. They are tall and narrow, their branches growing short and downward sloping to shed the heavy snow loads. In the mist, they look like silent giants standing in a queue. The needles are coated in a thick rime of frost, white on dark green. When the man brushes against a low branch, a shower of ice crystals falls silently, dusting his shoulder with a temporary glitter. The air here is damp and piercingly cold. It is a wet cold that seeks out the seams in the clothing. The man stops to adjust his scarf, wrapping it tighter around his neck to seal in his body heat. He looks at the bark of a nearby tree. It is deeply furrowed and covered in a map of gray and green lichens. A small globule of resin has oozed from a crack and frozen into an amber tear. It is hard as stone. He touches it with his gloved finger. It is a tiny jewel of the forest, holding the memory of the summer sap flow. They reach the bottom of the slope where the ground flattens out toward the river. The snow here is deep and soft. It has not been packed by the wind as it was on the high basin. It lies in fluffy, undisturbed drifts that reach up to their knees. The walking becomes a labor of lifting and placing, a rhythmic marching motion. They find the trail of the mammoths. The giants have passed through here recently. Their massive bodies have plowed a wide trench through the snow and the mist. The trail is a chaotic jumble of smashed brush and deep post-hole footprints. The humans step into this wake, grateful for the broken ground. The mist seems to thicken near the river. The water is invisible, but its presence is felt as a deepening of the cold. The ice on the river is hidden under a layer of snow, making the boundary between the land and the water indistinguishable. The man uses his staff to probe the ground ahead. He is looking for the solid resistance of the earth, wary of the hollow thud that might indicate thin ice over a hidden pool. They move parallel to the river's flow, guided by the slope of the land and the faint sound of the water moving deep beneath the frozen surface. A snowshoe hare sits motionless under the low branches of a fir tree. It is completely white except for the black tips of its ears and its dark liquid eyes. It is a master of invisibility. It blends so perfectly with the snow that the woman almost walks past it without seeing it. She stops when she notices the blink of an eye. The hare does not run, it trusts its camouflage. It sits with its paws tucked into its chest, a ball of warm fur in the cold forest. The woman looks at it for a long moment. She appreciates the quiet stillness of the creature. It is another life, holding on in the winter, doing exactly what it needs to do to survive. She moves on, leaving the hare to its vigil. The morning passes without the sun ever breaking through the fog. The light remains a flat, shadowless gray. It is a timeless light, giving no clue as to the hour. The man relies on the feeling in his stomach and the ache in his legs to judge the passage of time. They stop for a brief rest in the shelter of a thicket of willows. The branches are red and yellow, a sudden burst of color in the monochrome world. They sit on their packs, keeping off the snow. They do not build a fire. The wood here is damp with the mist and would only smoke. They eat cold, dried meat and a handful of nuts. The silence is profound. It is a heavy, enveloping silence that presses against the ears. As they sit, a faint sound drifts through the mist. It is the low rumble of a stomach, but it is not human. It is deep and resonant, a vibration that can be felt in the chest. It is a mammoth, the herd is close. The sound is followed by the sharp crack of a tree branch breaking. The man nods to the woman, they are close to the giants. It is a comforting thought. The mammoths are the icebreakers, the pathfinders. Being near them means being on the right track. They pack up and resume walking. The mist begins to lift slightly as the afternoon wears on. The ceiling of the cloud rises, revealing the tops of the trees and the faint outline of the valley walls. The sun appears as a pale, blurred disk lower now in the sky. Shafts of weak light begin to penetrate the forest, illuminating the drifting particles of ice in the air. The world gains a little more depth. Shadows begin to form, soft and indistinct at first, then sharpening as the fog disperses. They come into a clearing where a large stand of aspen trees grows. The trunks are pale and smooth, marked with the black eyes of fallen branches. The mammoths are here. They are scattered through the grove, stripping the bark from the trees. They use their tusks to pry the bark loose, then grab the strips with their trunks. The sound of the ripping bark is loud in the quiet air. The mammoths are calm. They move slowly, pivoting on their heavy legs. Their breath rises in great clouds of steam that mix with the fading mist. The humans skirt the edge of the clearing. They do not want to disturb the feeding. A young calf, curious and playful, spots them. It takes a few steps toward them, its trunk raised to sniff the air. The mother, a massive female with long, curved tusks, makes a low, grumbling sound. The calf stops, looks back at its mother, and returns to her side. It is a gentle interaction, a family dynamic played out in the snow. The man watches with a respectful distance. He sees the intelligence in the mother's eyes. She knows they are there, and she tolerates them as long as they keep their place. Beyond the aspen grove, the ground rises slightly to a bench above the river. The snow here is thinner, blown clear by the wind that funnels down the valley. The walking becomes easier. They pick up their pace. The sun is setting now, casting a reddish glow on the retreating mist. The clouds on the horizon turn pink and violet. The snow reflects these colors, turning the world into a soft, pastel landscape. It is a moment of unexpected beauty. The cold seems less biting when the world is painted in such warm tones. They find a massive fallen spruce tree to use as their camp for the night. The tree must have fallen years ago in a storm. Its root ball is a wall of earth and tangled roots that stands 10 feet high. The trunk is thick and provides a long windbreak. The snow has drifted against one side, but on the lee side the ground is relatively clear. The man inspects the root ball. It is solid. It will reflect the heat of the fire perfectly. They drop their packs. The woman begins the search for firewood. In this old-growth forest, fuel is plentiful. She finds the dry, lower branches of the standing trees. They are rich in resin and snap easily. She also finds chunks of bark and cones. She piles the wood near the root ball. The man clears a circle for the fire, digging down through the shallow snow to the frozen pine needles below. He arranges the stones he carries in his pack to form a small hearth. The fire starting is routine now, a familiar comfort. The spark, the tinder, the flame. The fire leaps up, hungry for the wood. It illuminates the twisted roots of the fallen tree, turning them into grotesque, dancing sculptures. The light creates a small, warm room in the vastness of the forest. The woman spreads the furs on the ground close to the fire. She builds a thick mattress of pine boughs first, laying them scale-side down to create a springy, insulated bed. The smell of the crushed needles is sharp and fresh. It is the scent of the forest floor. They sit by the fire and remove their boots. The steam rises from their socks as they dry. The man rubs his feet, checking for any white spots of frostbite. The skin is pink and healthy. He is relieved. The damp cold of the mist is more dangerous than the dry cold of the high plains. It saps the heat faster, but they have managed it well. They are dry and they are warm. The woman melts snow in the stone bowl. She adds a piece of dried fat and some of the lichen she collected from the tree earlier. The lichen swells in the hot water, turning soft. It adds a thick, earthy texture to the broth. They drink the soup slowly, holding the warm bowl in their hands. The heat spreads through their chests. It is a simple pleasure, but it is profound. In this moment, with a full stomach and a warm fire, they want for nothing. The night settles over the valley. The mist has gone completely now, leaving the sky clear and open. The stars return sharp and brilliant. The temperature drops rapidly. The trees begin to crack with the frost, loud pistol-shot sounds that echo through the woods, crack, pop. It is the forest adjusting to the cold. The man looks up at the sky. He sees the familiar patterns. They are his calendar and his map. He knows that the days are getting slightly longer, even if the cold is getting deeper. The solstice has passed. The sun is slowly returning. A great horned owl calls from deep in the woods. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. It is a deep, rhythmic sound. The woman looks up from her work. She is repairing a tear in her mitten. She listens to the owl. It calls again, closer this time. She smiles. It is a good sound. It means the forest is alive. It means the cycle of hunter and hunted continues. The man adds a large log to the fire. It is a piece of the fallen spruce, seasoned and dry. It catches quickly, sending a shower of sparks up into the dark branches above. The sparks float up and vanish like tiny souls returning to the sky. The man leans back against the root ball. The wood is rough against his back, but it is solid. He feels the vibrations of the earth. He feels the heavy tread of the mammoth somewhere in the distance. They are likely resting now, standing in a circle, sleeping their standing sleep. The woman puts her sewing away. She crawls into the furs. The bed of pine boughs is soft and smells wonderful. She pulls the buffalo robe up to her chin. She watches the firelight play on the man's face. He is staring into the flames, his eyes half closed. He is in the state of rest that comes after a long day of physical effort. His mind is empty of worry. He is simply existing. He eventually joins her under the robes. The heat from their bodies combines, creating a warm pocket of air. They lie close together. The cold presses in from all sides, but it cannot reach them. They are safe in their nest. The root ball protects their backs. The fire protects their fronts. The forest protects them from the wind. The man listens to the silence of the woods. It is different from the silence of the plains. It is a textured silence. There is the sound of the wind in the needles, a soft, hushed, rushing sound. There is the sound of the river, a distant murmur under the ice. There is the sound of the trees cracking. It is a silence that feels inhabited. It is a silence that is watching. He drifts into sleep. He dreams of the mist. In his dream, the mist is not cold. It is warm and white like a cloud of steam. He is walking through it weightless. He sees the shapes of the trees, but they are soft and welcoming. He sees the hair, and it speaks to him in a language he does not understand but knows is friendly. It is a gentle dream, a release from the hardness of the day. The fire burns down. The flames die back, leaving a bed of pulsing red coals. The heat radiates outward, keeping the frost at bay. The shadows in the camp grow longer and merge. The forest becomes a wall of black. The moon rises late, a waning crescent that casts a faint, ghostly light through the trees. It paints stripes of silver on the snow. A lynx walks silently past the edge of the camp. Its large, padded feet make no sound on the snow. It has tufted ears and a short tail. It stops and looks at the dying fire with large, reflective eyes. It sniffs the air, smelling the humans and the smoke. It is not interested. It is hunting for the hare. It turns and melts back into the shadows, a spirit of the woods. The humans sleep on, unaware of the visitor. The night stretches out. The cold deepens. The thermometer of the world drops lower and lower. The sap in the trees freezes solid. The river ice thickens by another fraction of an inch. The world is in the grip of the deep freeze, but life endures. The heartbeats of the sleepers are steady and slow. The fire holds a single spark deep in the ash. The seed of the morning is waiting. When the first light touches the sky, it is a pale, cold blue. The stars fade reluctantly. The trees stand black against the dawn. The man wakes. He feels the cold on his face. He sees the breath of the woman beside him. He knows it is time to rise. He sits up and reaches for the tinder. He uncovers the coal. He blows on it. The fire wakes up. The cycle begins again. He stands and walks to the edge of the camp. The snow is crisp and white. The mist is gone. The valley is clear. He can see the river winding south. He can see the tracks of the mammoths. He takes a deep breath of the freezing air. It fills him with energy. He turns back to the fire. The day awaits. The walk continues. The silence holds them, and they move within it, quiet and persistent, journeying through the time of the ice. The sun rises into a sky that is stripped of all vapor. After the mist of the previous day, the air has been scrubbed clean. It possesses a clarity that makes distant objects appear deceptively close. The ridges on the far side of the valley, miles away, stand out with the sharpness of a cut stone. The man and the woman extinguish the last embers of their fire at the base of the fallen spruce. They use snow to smother the heat, leaving a small mound of gray slush where the warmth had been. The root ball that sheltered them stands silent and dark, a wall of frozen earth and tangled wood. They shoulder their packs. The leather straps creak in the cold air. The sound is loud and distinct. They step out of the forest shadow and onto the open snow. The surface today is brilliant. The sunlight strikes the snow crystals and refracts, creating a field of sparkling light that shifts with every step. It is known as diamond dust, tiny ice crystals floating in the air, falling slowly from a clear sky. It glitters around them, a floating curtain of jewels. The man pulls his fur hood forward to shield his eyes. He breathes through the fur of his collar. The air is so cold it feels thick in the lungs. It has a metallic taste, like iron left out in the frost. They rejoin the trail of the mammoths. The giants have moved on during the night. Their tracks are deep, frozen craters in the snow. The herd has moved back toward the center of the valley, seeking the open ice of the river where the wind might have cleared the snow. The humans follow. They walk in the furrow created by the lead female. The snow here is packed hard, making the walking easier than in the soft drifts of the forest. They settle into their rhythm quickly. The body remembers the motion. Lift, place, shift, wait. It is a cycle that consumes the mind, leaving little room for other thoughts. As they approach the river, the trees thin out and disappear. The landscape becomes a wide, flat corridor of white. The river is a complex ribbon of ice. In some places, it is smooth and white, covered in snow. In others, the wind has swept it bare, revealing the dark, blue-black ice beneath. There are pressure ridges where the ice has buckled, standing up in jagged walls of translucent blue. The man stops at the edge of the riverbank. He scans the ice. He is looking for a safe crossing. The mammoths have crossed a few hundred yards downstream. He can see the shattered ice where they broke through a pressure ridge. They walk down the bank and onto the river. The ice feels solid and unyielding under their boots. It does not have the slight give of the earth. It is a hard, resonant surface. Every step sends a vibration through the sole of the boot. The man taps the ice with his staff. The sound is a high, sharp ping. It indicates thickness. They thread their way through a field of ice blocks. These are pieces of the river that were pushed up during the freeze-up and are now frozen in place. They are like sculptures of glass, smoothed by the wind. Some are clear, others are opaque with trapped bubbles. A movement on the far bank catches the woman's eye. She touches the man's arm. He stops and follows her gaze. A wolverine is moving along the base of the cliff. It is a stocky, powerful animal with dark brown fur and a lighter stripe running along its sides. It moves with a loping, tireless gait. It is a scavenger, a wanderer of the empty places. It stops to sniff at a pile of driftwood. It digs briefly with long, curved claws, sending a spray of snow into the air. Finding nothing, it continues on its way. It does not look at the humans. In this vast landscape, tolerance is the rule. Unless paths cross directly, lives run parallel without intersection. The humans reach the center of the river. Here, the wind is stronger. It channels down the valley unobstructed. It pushes against their backs, aiding their southward progress. The snow skitters across the ice in long, snaking lines. It makes a dry, hissing sound. The man watches the patterns of the drift. He sees how the snow builds up behind every obstacle, creating streamlined tails. The wind is the sculptor of this world. It is constantly erasing and rebuilding the landscape. They reach the far bank and climb up a low slope. They are now on a terrace above the river. The ground here is rocky and covered in patches of tough, dry grass. The snow is thin. This is good grazing land. They see signs of the mammoths feeding. There are patches where the snow has been swept away by trunks and feet. The grass has been torn up, leaving the frozen soil exposed. The smell of the broken earth is faint but distinct. It is a smell of dust and dry vegetation. The sun reaches its zenith. It is a pale, heatless disk. It provides light, but the warmth is stripped away by the breeze. They find a depression in the ground, an old dry wash, and sit down for a rest. They are out of the wind here. The silence returns immediately. It is a heavy silence pressing in on the ears. The man takes out a piece of dried fish. He breaks it in half. The sound of the dry meat snapping is loud. They eat slowly. They do not talk. Words are energy. They save their breath for the walk. While they rest, the man examines his boots. The rough ice of the river has scuffed the leather. He takes a small piece of fat from his pouch and rubs it into the scrape. The heat of his hand melts the fat and it soaks into the hide, darkening it. He works with care. The boots are his connection to the ground. If they fail, he fails. The woman watches him. She checks the lashings on her own pack. She reties a knot that had worked loose. These small tasks are the maintenance of life. They stand up and stretch. The cold rushes back in to fill the space left by their bodies. They shoulder the packs. The journey continues. The afternoon stretches out before them, a long road of white and gray. The mountains on the horizon seem no closer than they did in the morning. The scale of the land is humbling. It makes the humans feel like insects crawling across a giant table. Ahead, the valley widens even further. A large tributary enters from the west, creating a broad, frozen delta. The mammoths have turned toward this new valley. The man pauses. He knows this place, or perhaps he knows a place like it. It is a natural corridor, a pathway through the hills. He adjusts his course to follow the herd. The mammoths know where the food is. They carry the map of the world in their blood. As they cross the delta, they come upon a solitary woolly rhinoceros. It is grazing on a windswept rise where the snow has been stripped away completely. The animal is immense. It is shorter than a mammoth but more heavily built. Its body is a solid barrel of muscle covered in thick reddish-brown hair. It has 2 horns on its snout. The front horn is enormous, a curved scythe of keratin that is longer than the man's arm. It is flattened on the sides from years of sweeping snow. The rhino stands like a boulder come to life. Its head is low, swinging rhythmically from side to side. It crops the dry sedge with wide, square lips. The humans stop a good distance away. The rhino has poor eyesight, but its hearing and smell are acute. The wind is blowing from the rhino toward the humans, so their scent is hidden. They watch the beast. It is a creature of immense solitude. It radiates a sense of ancient, grumpy power. Steam blasts from its nostrils in regular puffs. It takes a step, and the ground seems to shudder. The man signals to the woman. They make a wide arc around the rhino. They move quietly, stepping carefully to avoid crunching the gravel. The rhino lifts its head once, its ears swiveling like radar dishes. It listens to the wind, then deciding there is no threat, it returns to the grass. The humans breathe a little easier once they are past. To share the land with such giants is a privilege, but it is also a risk. They respect the boundaries. The sun begins to lower. The light turns gold, then orange. The shadows of the hills stretch out across the delta, turning the white snow to a deep, cold blue. The temperature begins its evening plummet. The man looks for a place to camp. The open delta offers little protection. They need a windbreak. He scans the riverbank. He sees a dense thicket of willows growing in a bend of the frozen stream. The branches are thick and tangled, creating a natural wall. They head toward the willows. The snow is deeper here, caught by the brush. They wade through it, lifting their knees high. It is tiring work. At the end of the day, they reach the center of the thicket. It is a small clearing surrounded by a cage of branches. The wind is broken here. The air is still. The ground is covered in a layer of fallen leaves and twigs buried under the snow. The man tramples the snow down to create a flat platform. He does not dig today, he compacts. The woman gathers dead willow branches. They are dry and brittle. They snap easily. She collects a large pile. Willow burns fast and hot, but it does not leave long-lasting coals. They will need a lot of wood. The fire is lit. The flames jump up, casting frantic, dancing shadows on the wall of willow branches. The thicket glows from the inside like a lantern in the snow. The warmth is immediate. They sit close to the fire on their fur mats. They hold their hands out to the flames, watching the skin turn pink. The cold retreats to the other side of the branches. The woman prepares the meal. She melts snow in the bowl. She adds the last of the dried roots and a piece of fatty meat. It is a stew of necessity. It smells savory and rich. They eat quickly, hungry from the cold and the walking. The food settles in their stomachs, a heavy, warm weight. It fuels the internal furnace that will keep them alive through the night. The sky turns black. The stars appear hard and bright. The man looks up through the gaps in the willow branches. He sees the belt of Orion. The hunter is high in the sky. It is the sign of deep winter. The man nods to the star. He knows the story of the hunter. It is a story told by his father and his father's father. It is a story of endurance. The wind picks up outside the thicket. It whistles through the upper branches, a lonely, high-pitched sound, but down in the clearing the air remains calm. The willow wall is effective. The man adds more wood to the fire. He builds it up, creating a bed of heat that will last for a while. They prepare for sleep. They arrange the furs. They wrap themselves in the heavy buffalo robes. They lie down on the packed snow. The cold travels up from the ground, but the furs block it. The heat travels down from the fire. They are suspended between the two. The woman rests her head on her pack. She watches the sparks fly up into the night. She closes her eyes. The man stays awake a little longer. He listens to the night. He hears the bark of a fox in the distance. He hears the groan of the river ice settling. He hears the soft crackle of the willow wood. He thinks of the rhino standing on the ridge. Is it sleeping now, or is it still sweeping the snow, driven by the hunger that never sleeps? He feels a connection to the beast. They are both struggling against the same cold. They are both small sparks of life in a vast, frozen dark. The fire burns down. The light fades to a soft orange glow. The man pulls the robe over his head. He creates a tent of warmth. He closes his eyes. He lets the fatigue take him. He drifts away from the willow thicket, away from the snow. He dreams of the earth. He dreams of the ground beneath the snow. He sees the roots of the willows sleeping in the frozen mud. He sees the burrows of the mice and the shrews. He sees the great bones of the earth, the rocks and the hills. In his dream, the earth is humming. It is a low, steady vibration. It is the sound of waiting, waiting for the sun, waiting for the green. The night passes, the cold intensifies. The moisture in the air freezes into diamond dust again, floating in the dark. The silence of the delta is absolute. There is no movement. The wind dies down. The world is a still photograph of ice and shadow. The humans sleep deeply. Their breathing is slow and shallow. Their bodies conserve every ounce of energy. They are in a state of hibernation, almost like the bears. They are part of the winter. They do not fight it. They exist within it. The moon rises late, a sliver of silver. It casts a pale light on the willow thicket. It illuminates the steam rising from the air hole in the firs. It is the only sign of life in the camp. The landscape around them is empty and beautiful. The snow dunes look like waves of white sand. The river is a road of silver. The dawn approaches slowly. The eastern sky lightens, turning a deep, bruised purple. The stars begin to fade. The cold is at its worst now. It is the hour of the wolf, the hour when the night is strongest. The man wakes. He feels the bite of the air on his nose. He knows it is time. He sits up in the furs. He shivers once, a violent spasm that warms the muscles. He reaches for the fire. The ashes are cold. The willow wood has burned completely away. He has to start from scratch. He reaches for his pouch. He takes out the flint and the tinder. He strikes the stone. The spark falls. The smoke rises. The day begins. He wakes the woman. She groans softly, reluctant to leave the warmth, but she sits up. They look at each other. Their faces are pale and drawn, but their eyes are bright. They are alive. They have survived another night. They eat a handful of snow to hydrate. They pack the furs. They strap on the packs. They kick the snow over the fire spot, hiding the evidence of their stay. They step out of the willow thicket. The sun is just cresting the horizon. It floods the delta with golden light. The snow sparkles. The world is renewed. The tracks of the mammoths are waiting. The man steps into the lead. The woman follows. They walk into the light. The silence holds them. The silence is their friend. The long walk continues. The dawn light spreads across the frozen delta in a wash of pale, diluted violet. It is a soft, hesitant light that seems to filter up from the snow itself rather than falling from the sky. The man and the woman stand amidst the willow thicket where they spent the night. The branches around them are coated in a thick, fuzzy layer of hoarfrost that has grown during the darkest hours. The frost makes the thicket look like a construction of white coral. When the man brushes against a twig, the crystals fall in a heavy, silent shower, revealing the dark red bark beneath. They dismantle their temporary camp with the slow, deliberate movements of people who have done this 1,000 times. The furs are stiff with the cold and must be rolled with force. The leather straps of the packs are frozen hard and require the warmth of bare hands to become pliable again. The man works the knots patiently. He does not rush. Rushing leads to mistakes, and mistakes in this land are costly. The woman kicks snow over the blackened patch of ground where their fire burned. It is a small gesture of erasing their presence. They leave the willows as they found them, a silent island in the stream of winter. They step out of the thicket and back onto the open expanse of the delta. The landscape here is a complex tapestry of land and water, all frozen into a single solid surface. The river divides into dozens of braided channels that weave around islands of sand and gravel. The channels are ribbons of smooth, windswept ice, while the islands are mounds of white snow. The walking is a constant transition between the slick, hard ice and the crunching, yielding snow. The man leads the way, choosing a path that follows the widest channel. He tests the ice frequently with his staff, listening to the pitch of the sound it makes. A high ring means safety, a dull thud means caution. The air on the open delta is still and incredibly clear. The moisture that formed the frost has settled, leaving the atmosphere dry and transparent. The mountains on the distant horizon are no longer hazy shapes but distinct walls of rock and ice. They can see the sharp ridges and the deep, shadowed couloirs filled with glaciers. The scale of the world is immense. The humans are two tiny vertical marks moving across a horizontal infinity. The only other vertical shapes are the occasional pieces of driftwood, bleached white skeletons of trees, brought down by the summer floods and stranded in the ice. They walk for the first few hours in silence. The only sound is the rhythmic scritch-scratch of their boots on the ice and the soft whump of snow collapsing under their weight on the islands. They pass a large log that has been caught in the ice. It is stripped of bark and polished smooth by the water and the wind. The man stops to run his hand along the wood. It is hard as stone. He sees the marks of beaver teeth on one end, ancient cuts that tell a story of a life lived in a warmer season. He leaves the log and continues. It is a landmark in a featureless plain. Ahead, the channel they are following widens into a broad, frozen pool. On the far side, a herd of steppe bison is resting. There are perhaps 30 animals in the group. They are massive creatures, their high humped shoulders covered in thick, dark brown wool. Their horns curve upward and outward, black and shiny against the snow. Most of the herd is lying down, their legs tucked beneath them to conserve heat. They look like dark boulders scattered across the white. A few are standing, using their massive heads to sweep the snow aside in search of dried grass. The humans stop and crouch low. They do not want to startle the herd. The bison are generally calm, but they are unpredictable if surprised. The wind is in the humans' favor, blowing from the herd toward them. It carries the scent of the animals, a heavy, musk-laden smell of wet fur and digestion. It is a warm, living smell that contrasts sharply with the sterile scent of the ice. The man watches the lead bull. He is a giant, his head lowered, his breath coming in slow, rhythmic clouds of steam. The bull lifts his head and scans the horizon with dark, wet eyes. He does not see the humans, who are frozen against the backdrop of a snowbank. Satisfied that they are safe, the man signals the woman to move. They make a wide detour, skirting the edge of the frozen pool to give the bison ample space. They move with a quiet, fluid grace, lifting their feet carefully to avoid breaking the crust of the snow. They are shadows passing on the periphery of the herd's world. The bison continue to rest, unaware of the small procession moving past them. The only sound is the low, guttural grunt of a calf shifting its position and the answering rumble from its mother. The sun climbs higher, reaching its zenith in the southern sky. It is a small, brilliant coin that offers light but little heat. The shadows short, retreating under the boots of the walkers. The light on the delta is blinding. It reflects off every surface, the ice, the snow, the frost. The world is a bowl of light. The man squints, his eyes narrowing to mere slits. He focuses on the texture of the snow in front of him, letting the rest of the world blur into a white haze. They stop for their midday rest on a raised gravel bar that has been blown clear of snow. The stones are round and smooth, polished by the river. They sit on their packs, facing away from the wind. The woman brings out a strip of dried meat. It is tough and fibrous, requiring a long time to chew. They eat slowly, letting the saliva soften the food. They share a small flask of water that the woman has kept warm inside her furs. The water is tepid and tastes of the leather container, but it is wet and precious. While they rest, a flock of ptarmigan bursts from a snowbank nearby. The birds are completely white, invisible until they move. They fly low over the ground, their wings making a rapid whirring sound. They land a short distance away and immediately vanish again against the snow. The man watches them with a faint smile. They are the ghosts of the bird world, surviving by becoming one with the winter. He does not reach for his bow. The birds are too small and the energy required to hunt them is too great. They resume their walk. The afternoon brings a shift in the weather. The clear sky begins to whiten as a high layer of cirrus clouds moves in from the west. The sun's light becomes diffused, losing its sharp edges. The shadows fade and the world flattens out. The definition of the snow drifts disappears, making it harder to read the ground. The man slows his pace. He taps the ice more frequently with his staff. In this flat light, a drop of 5 feet looks the same as a flat path. They come to a place where the river channel drops over a low shelf of rock. In the summer, this would be a waterfall. Now it is a frozen cascade of blue and white ice. Massive icicles hang like stalactites, some of them 20 feet long. The water behind the ice has continued to flow, building up layers of frozen spray that look like cauliflower. The humans have to climb around this obstacle. They scramble up the rocky bank, using their hands to grip the frozen soil. From the top of the bank, they look back at the way they have come. The delta stretches out behind them, a maze of white channels. They can see the dark spots of the bison herd in the distance. Ahead, the land begins to rise. The delta is ending, giving way to rolling hills that lead up to the next plateau. The mammoths have already started the climb. Their tracks are visible as a dark line winding up the slope. The wind begins to pick up as the afternoon wanes. It blows down from the hills, channeling through the valleys. It is a cold, head-on wind that pushes against them. The man lowers his head and leans into it. He pulls his scarf up over his nose. The wind carries hard granules of snow that sting the skin like sand. It is a scouring wind. It polishes the ice and strips the rocks bare. They reach the base of the hills as the light begins to fail. The sun is a pale smudge behind the clouds. The gray twilight is descending rapidly. The man looks for a place to camp. The open slope offers no protection. He scans the terrain. He sees a cluster of large boulders halfway up the first ridge. They look like they might offer a windbreak. They climb the slope. The ground is hard and rocky, covered in a thin layer of wind-packed snow. The footing is treacherous. They slip and slide, using their staffs for balance. They reach the boulders. It is a group of 3 large rocks leaning together to form a rough triangle. Inside the triangle, the ground is clear of snow and protected from the direct force of the wind. It is not a cave, but it is a shelter. They drop their packs in the lee of the largest rock. The woman begins to gather rocks to build a small wall on the open side of the triangle. She works quickly, stacking the flat stones to close the gap. The man searches for fuel. There is no wood here, only dried clumps of moss and grass and the occasional woody root of a dwarf shrub. He gathers what he can find. It is poor fuel, smoky and fast-burning, but it will have to do. He builds a small fire in the center of the rocks. The dried moss catches easily, flaring up with a bright yellow flame. He feeds it the woody roots sparingly. The fire does not give off much heat, but it provides a focal point. It pushes back the gray gloom of the evening. They sit close to it, their knees almost touching the flames. They warm their hands, turning them over and over to soak up the heat. The woman prepares a simple meal. She melts snow in the stone bowl and adds a handful of dried herbs and a small piece of fat. There is no meat tonight. They must ration their supplies. The soup is thin, but it is hot. They drink it gratefully. The warmth spreads through their chests, combating the chill that has settled in their bones during the climb. The darkness becomes complete. The clouds obscure the stars, making the night pitch black. There is no moon. The only light is the faint orange glow of the dying fire. The wind howls around the boulders, a constant mournful sound. It whistles through the cracks in the rocks, bringing drafts of freezing air into their shelter. The man uses the packs to block the worst of the drafts. They arrange the furs on the hard ground. The stones are cold and unyielding. They lay down the thickest hides first to provide some cushion. Then they wrap themselves in the buffalo robes. They lie close together, spooning to share body heat. The man puts his arm over the woman, pulling the furs tight around her. They are a single unit of warmth in a world of cold. The fire dies down to a few glowing embers. The man watches them fade. He listens to the wind. It sounds angry tonight, frustrated by the rocks that stand in its way. He feels the weight of the stone behind his back. It is solid and ancient. It has stood here for thousands of years, weathering the storms of the Ice Age. He feels a kinship with the rock. He too is enduring. The woman shifts in her sleep. She is dreaming. Her breathing is steady and deep. The man closes his eyes. He lets his mind drift. He thinks of the bison herd on the delta. Are they sleeping in the snow? Do they feel the cold? He thinks of the ptarmigan buried in their snow burrows. Life is a struggle, but it is also a habit. The heart beats, the lungs breathe, the feet walk. It is what they do. The night drags on. The temperature drops. The cold finds its way through the cracks in the rocks. The man wakes periodically to adjust the furs to tuck a loose edge under his body. He does not sleep deeply. He is in a state of semi-consciousness, aware of the wind, aware of the cold, aware of the woman's breathing. It is a survival sleep, light and ready to wake at a moment's notice. Sometime in the middle of the night, the wind changes direction. It shifts to the north, bringing a blast of even colder air. The snow begins to fall again. It is a fine, dry snow that sifts through the cracks in the shelter. It lands on their faces, melting instantly. The man pulls the robe completely over his head. He creates a dark, warm cave within the furs. The air inside becomes humid and stale, but it is warm. The dawn comes slowly. The gray light filters through the gaps in the rocks. The snow has stopped, but the wind continues to blow. The man pushes the robe down. A small drift of snow has formed inside the shelter, covering their feet. He brushes it away. He sits up, his muscles stiff and aching from the hard ground. He looks at the woman. She is awake, her eyes dark and alert. They do not try to relight the fire. There is no fuel left. They eat a piece of cold, dried meat and a handful of snow. It is a bleak breakfast, but it provides the necessary calories. They pack up their gear. The furs are cold and heavy. The straps of the packs are frozen solid. They have to work them back and forth to loosen them. They step out from the shelter of the rocks. The wind hits them immediately. It is a physical blow. The man staggers slightly, then finds his balance. He looks up the slope. The hills rise above them, white and desolate. The tracks of the mammoths are already half filled with drifting snow, but they are still visible, a faint line leading upward. The man turns to the woman. He nods. It is time to move. They cannot stay here. The cold is too strong. They must generate heat through motion. They begin the climb. The man leads, breaking the trail through the new snow. The woman follows in his footsteps. They lower their heads against the wind. They find their rhythm. Step, breath, step. The delta is behind them. The hills are ahead. The journey continues. They walk for an hour, gaining elevation. The air becomes thinner, colder. The view behind them opens up. They can see the entire delta spread out below, a map of white and gray. They can see the river winding through it, a frozen snake. They can see the dark dots of the bison herd miles away now. The man stops for a moment to look back. He feels a sense of distance. They have covered a lot of ground. They are small, but they are persistent. He turns back to the slope. He focuses on the next ridge. That is the goal, just the next ridge, and then the one after that. The silence of the hills is broken only by the wind and the sound of their breathing. It is a harsh silence, indifferent to their presence, but within that silence they are alive, they are moving, and as long as they are moving there is hope. They crest the first ridge and find themselves on a high plateau. The wind is fierce here, screaming across the flat top. The snow is stripped away to bare rock and ice. The man tightens his hood. He leans forward. He begins to cross the plateau. The woman is right behind him. They are two dark shapes against the sky. They are walking into the heart of the winter, and the winter in its own cold way welcomes them. The wind across the high plateau is a constant physical presence. It does not gust so much as it flows, a heavy river of air moving from the north to the south without interruption. The man and the woman lean their bodies into the current. They walk at a steep angle, their heads bowed low to protect their faces. The ground beneath their boots is scoured clean of deep snow. It is a pavement of shattered limestone and black flint locked together by a mortar of clear, hard ice. The stones are sharp and uneven. They ring underfoot with a sound like metal striking metal. Every step requires a precise placement of the boot to avoid twisting an ankle on the jagged debris. The landscape here is one of extreme exposure. There are no trees, no bushes, no soft drifts of snow to break the visual monotony. The plateau stretches out for miles, a flat table of gray and white under a pale blue sky. The only relief is the distant horizon, where the jagged peaks of the mountains rise like the teeth of a saw. The man stops for a moment to adjust the pack on his shoulders. The wind immediately plucks at the fur of his coat, ruffling the guard hairs and seeking the warmth beneath. He turns his back to the airflow to catch his breath. The air is thin here, lacking the density of the valley floor. It takes a conscious effort to fill the lungs. They continue their march. The tracks of the mammoths are difficult to follow on this hard ground. The giants leave only faint scratches on the rock and crushed patches of ice where their weight has fractured the surface. The man hunts for these signs with a focused intensity. He looks for a broken stone, a smear of mud, or a tuft of shed hair caught in a crack. He finds a pile of dung, frozen solid and dried by the wind until it is light as cork. It rolls across the ground, pushed by the breeze. He nudges it with his staff. It is old, perhaps 2 days. The herd is moving fast across this open ground. To the west, a herd of musk oxen stands in a defensive formation. They are the true masters of this wind-swept world. They are arranged in a tight circle, their rumps together, their formidable heads facing outward. They are massive, blocky animals covered in a skirt of dark, shaggy hair that hangs all the way to their hooves. The hair is matted with ice and blown snow. They stand absolutely still. They look like a singular, dark geological feature rather than a group of living animals. Their broad, curved horns form a barrier of bone. The man and the woman give them a wide berth. There is no need to disturb their vigil. The oxen watch the humans pass with dark, impassive eyes. Steam rises from their nostrils, the only sign that they are breathing. The sun moves across the sky, a cold, white eye that watches the plateau without blinking. The light is harsh and unfiltered. It casts no shadows at midday, flattening the world into 2 dimensions. The man squints against the glare. He pulls his hood further forward, creating a tunnel of fur to look through. He focuses on the texture of the ground. He sees the patterns of the frost that grows in the lee of every pebble. The ice crystals are long and feathery, pointing in the direction of the wind. They are tiny weather vanes, recording the history of the storm. They reach a section of the plateau where the rock gives way to a field of glacial ice. It is the edge of an ancient ice sheet that has receded, leaving behind a scarred and pitted surface. The ice is gray and dirty, covered in a layer of wind-blown dust. Deep cracks or crevasses run through it, hidden by thin bridges of snow. The man slows his pace. He probes the ground ahead with his staff before every step. He listens for the hollow sound of air beneath the snow. They move in single file, the woman stepping exactly where the man has stepped. The rope that connects them is slack but ready. In the middle of the ice field, they find a large erratic boulder. It is a piece of pink granite alien to this limestone landscape. It sits on a pedestal of ice, shielded from the melting power of the sun by its own shadow. They stop here to rest. They sit on the ice in the lee of the boulder. The rock blocks the wind, creating a sudden, startling silence. The roar of the air disappears, replaced by the sound of their own heavy breathing and the creaking of their leather gear. The woman opens her pack. She takes out a small skin bag containing dried fat and pounded meat. She breaks off a chunk and hands it to the man. It is hard as wood. They hold it in their mouths, letting it warm and soften before chewing. The taste is bland and oily, but it is fuel. It burns in the body to create the heat that keeps the cold at bay. They drink from the water flask, a few precious sips of tepid liquid. The woman checks the seams of her boots. The sharp rocks have abraded the leather. She makes a mental note to grease them again tonight. From their resting spot, they have a view of the path ahead. The plateau begins to slope downward, leading toward a saddle between two high peaks. The mammoths have headed that way. The man points to a dark line in the snow miles away. It is the trail. They nod to each other. The direction is confirmed. They stand up, leaving the shelter of the rock. The wind hits them again instantly, a reminder of who owns this place. They cross the rest of the ice field without incident. The ground becomes rocky again as they begin the descent toward the saddle. The slope is gentle, but the footing is loose. The rocks shift and slide under their boots. They have to balance carefully, using their staffs as a third leg. The muscles in their thighs burn with the effort of braking against gravity. A movement on a ridge to their left catches the man's attention. He freezes, blending into the background. The woman stops behind him. A cave lion walks along the skyline. It is a massive cat, significantly larger than the lions of the south. Its coat is thick and pale, the color of dry grass. It has no mane, giving it a sleek, powerful profile. It walks with a slow, rolling gait, its heavy paws placing silently on the rock. It stops and looks down at them. Its eyes are amber gold, bright and intelligent. It watches them for a long moment, its tail twitching slightly at the tip. It is not hunting. It is patrolling its territory. It decides the humans are not worth the effort or the risk. It turns its head and continues along the ridge, disappearing behind a crop of stones. The man lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. To see the lion is a gift and a warning. It reminds them that they are not the only hunters here. They are part of a food chain that is ancient and unforgiving. They quicken their pace slightly, moving down the slope toward the saddle. They want to be off the high ground before the light fails. Saddle is a broad U-shaped pass carved by a glacier. The floor of the pass is covered in deep, hard-packed snow. The wind funnels through here with tremendous force, stripping the snow from the center and piling it in massive drifts against the sides. The humans walk down the center, where the ground is scoured almost bare. The walls of the peaks rise up on either side, vertical faces of dark rock streaked with snow and ice. The scale is overwhelming. The silence here is different. It is the silence of the void. The wind is so constant it becomes a background static, ceasing to be heard as a distinct sound. In the center of the pass, they find the mammoth herd. The animals have stopped to rest. They are standing in a tight cluster, their backs to the wind. They look like a single dark organism. The calves are hidden in the center. The adults stand with their heads low, their tusks resting on the snow to take the weight off their necks. They are enduring the wind with a stoic patience that is millions of years old. The humans stop a respectful distance away. They do not want to intrude on the herd's rest. They watch the giants. The wind whips the long hair of the mammoths, making it ripple like water. The afternoon begins to fade. The sun drops behind the western peak, plunging the pass into shadow hours before the true sunset. The temperature plummets immediately. The blue shadow is cold and deep. The snow turns a dark violet. The man looks for a place to camp. The open floor of the pass is too exposed. He scans the edges of the valley, looking for a rock fall or a crevice. He sees a jumble of large boulders at the base of the eastern cliff. A rockslide has created a chaotic pile of stone. There might be a hollow there. They walk toward it, wading through the deeper snow at the edge of the pass. The snow is crusted on top but soft underneath. It breaks under their weight, making the walking difficult. They reach the rocks. The man circles the pile looking for an opening. He finds a small space where two massive slabs of limestone have leaned against each other, creating a triangular cave. It is small, barely big enough for two people, but it is dry and out of the wind. The floor is covered in stone dust and old, dry lichens. The man crawls in to check it. It is tight, but it will work. He backs out and nods to the woman. They drop their packs. The woman begins to gather rocks to close off the smaller opening at the back of the cave. She works quickly, her breath steaming in the cold air. The man looks for fuel. There is no wood here. He searches the crevices of the rocks for dried moss and tufts of grass. He finds very little. There will be no fire tonight. The realization is accepted without complaint. It is just a fact of the high country. They crawl into the small stone tent. They lay down the waterproof skins on the dusty floor. Then they spread the heavy furs. They take off their outer boots, knocking the snow from the soles. They massage their feet to keep the blood moving. They put on dry, soft moccasins kept in their packs for sleeping. The sensation of the dry fur against their skin is a luxury. They eat a cold meal, dried meat and a handful of snow. The snow melts in their mouths, turning to water. It chills the stomach, but the body's heat soon overcomes it. They sit close together, their shoulders touching. They are wrapped in the darkness of the cave. The only light comes from the triangular entrance, a patch of deep blue twilight that slowly fades to black. The wind howls outside. It screams through the rocks, making a sound like a human voice in pain, but inside the small space, the air is still. The heat from their bodies begins to warm the tiny enclosure. It is not hot, but it is survivable. They pull the buffalo robes over their heads. They are a cocoon within a cocoon. The man listens to the wind. He thinks of the lion on the ridge. Is it sleeping in a cave like this? Or is it still walking the skyline, a ghost in the dark? He thinks of the musk oxen on the plateau, standing in their circle. They do not have a cave. They have only each other and their thick coats. He feels a deep respect for the life that clings to this frozen world. It is a stubborn, resilient life. The woman shifts, finding a comfortable position on the hard rock. She rests her head on the man's shoulder. She is tired. The walk across the plateau was punishing. The wind drains the energy as much as the walking. She closes her eyes. She visualizes the fire they had the night before. She summons the memory of the heat. It helps. The night is long and dark. The stars outside are brilliant and cold, burning with a hard, white light. The Milky Way stretches across the slit of the sky visible from the cave, a river of diamond dust. The man watches it for a while. He sees a satellite of ice, a shooting star burn up in the atmosphere. It is a brief flash of existence. The cold creeps into the cave. It finds the gaps in the rocks. It settles on the furs like a weight. The man shivers. He presses closer to the woman. They share their warmth. It is a biological necessity. They are two engines keeping each other running. The sound of their breathing is the only rhythm in the silence of the cave. Hours pass. The wind changes tone. It becomes deeper, a bass note that vibrates the rocks. The storm is building on the peaks. Snow begins to fall outside. It swirls in the entrance, a fine white powder. The man pulls the flap of the robe over the opening of their cocoon. He seals them in. Now they are truly alone. He drifts into a light sleep. He dreams of the green valley they left days ago. He dreams of the hot spring and the steam. The memory is vivid. He can smell the sulfur and the wet earth. He holds onto the dream, using it as a shield against the reality of the freezing rock. The woman dreams of the mammoths. In her dream, she is walking with them. She is tall and heavy. She feels the snow crunch under her massive feet. She feels the wind in her long hair. She is not cold. She is part of the winter. She wakes briefly, confused by the silence, then remembers where she is. She settles back into the warmth of the furs. The dawn comes as a gradual lightening of the gray rectangle at the cave entrance. The wind has died down. The storm has passed or paused. The silence returns to the pass. The man wakes. He feels the stiffness in his joints. The cold has settled into his bones. He knows he must move to warm up. He sits up and pushes the robe aside. The air in the cave is freezing. His breath creates a cloud that hangs in the stillness. He reaches for his boots. They are stiff and cold. He works them with his hands, warming the leather. He puts them on, lacing them tight. They crawl out of the shelter. The world has changed. Fresh snow covers the rocks, smoothing out the jagged edges. The sky is a pale, washed-out blue. The sun is just touching the tops of the western peaks, turning them a brilliant pink. The light is incredibly beautiful, but it brings no warmth yet. They stand and stretch. They eat a little more dried meat. They pack the furs. The process is slow. Their fingers are clumsy with the cold. They help each other with the buckles and straps. They check the area to make sure they have left nothing behind. A dropped mitten or a lost knife would be a disaster. They shoulder the packs. They look down the pass. The valley floor slopes away to the south. The mammoths are already moving. They are dark shapes in the distance, plowing through the new snow. The humans step into their tracks. The man leads, the woman follows. They walk into the morning shadow. The sound of their boots on the snow is crisp and loud. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The journey continues. The high pass is behind them. The descent begins. They move with the patience of the glacier. They move with the persistence of the wind. They are small, but they are enduring. The silence of the mountains holds them, and they walk on. The descent from the high mountain pass is a journey through invisible layers of air. As the man and the woman lose elevation, the atmosphere around them grows subtly denser, richer, and easier to breathe. The sharp, thin bite of the high-altitude chill begins to soften, replaced by a cold that feels slightly heavier, carrying the weight of the valley below. They move with a steady, breaking rhythm, their thighs absorbing the impact of each downward step. The slope is covered in loose scree and patches of hard, granular snow that crunches loudly under their boots. The sound echoes off the canyon walls, a sharp report that announces their presence to the empty stones. The sun has cleared the eastern peaks, flooding the western slopes with a brilliant, flat light. It reveals the texture of the rock in microscopic detail. The limestone here is gray and pitted, etched by thousands of years of wind and water. Tiny veins of white calcite run through the stone like frozen lightning. The man watches his feet carefully. The loose rock is treacherous. A misstep here could mean a slide of 20 feet. He plants his staff firmly with each step, testing the stability of the ground before committing his weight. The woman follows in his tracks, her movements mirroring his. They are a single entity, connected by the rhythm of the descent. Below them, the landscape opens up into a vast, rolling panorama. This is the beginning of the Mammoth Steppe, the great grassland that stretches across the continent. From this height, it looks like a sea of pale gold and white. The snow cover is thin here, swept away by the relentless winds to reveal the cured grasses of the previous summer. It is a dry, cold desert that supports an abundance of life. The man stops to look at it. He scans the horizon, his eyes narrowing against the glare. He sees the dark, moving shapes of the mammoth herd miles away, small dots on a vast canvas. They are moving steadily south, following the ancient magnetic pull of the migration. They continue down the slope. The vegetation begins to change. The lichens and mosses of the high peaks give way to tufts of hardy sedge and dry, woody shrubs that cling to the rock with tenacious roots. The man brushes against a bush of sage. The scent is released instantly, a sharp, dusty, aromatic smell that fills the cold air. It is the smell of the lower country. It is a welcoming scent. He breathes it in deeply, letting it clear the metallic taste of the high altitude from his throat. A large bird glides overhead, casting a fleeting shadow on the rocks. It is a lammergeier, the bearded vulture. It has a massive wingspan and a diamond-shaped tail. It soaks up the sun on its dark feathers, riding the thermals that rise from the warming rocks. It tilts its head, watching the humans with a detached golden eye. It is looking for bones, for the remnants of a kill left by a wolf or a lion. It does not flap its wings. It simply hangs in the air, a master of the currents. The humans watch it drift away until it is just a speck against the blue sky. The slope flattens out as they reach the foothills. The ground changes from loose rock to frozen earth mixed with gravel. The walking becomes easier, less jarring. They can lengthen their stride. They find a game trail that winds through the hills, a path worn smooth by the hooves of generations of animals. It follows the contours of the land, taking the path of least resistance. The man falls into the familiar trance of the walk. Step, breathe, step, breathe. His mind empties of thought, focused only on the immediate sensation of movement and the visual input of the trail. They come around the shoulder of a hill and stop. On the opposite slope, facing the sun, is the entrance to a cave. It is a dark archway in the limestone. Sitting in front of the cave, basking in the sun, is a cave bear. It is a colossal animal, far larger than the grizzlies of the modern world. Its coat is a deep, shaggy brown, thick and lustrous. Its head is massive, with a high, domed forehead. It sits on its haunches like a person, its front paws resting on its knees. It is not aggressive. It looks sleepy, lethargic. It is likely preparing for the deep sleep of winter, or perhaps it has just woken to enjoy a brief spell of warmth. The humans stand perfectly still. The wind is blowing from the bear toward them, carrying its scent. It smells of wet fur, earth, and something sweet like fermented berries. The bear lifts its nose, sniffing the air, but it does not seem to register the humans, or if it does not care. It yawns, revealing a mouth full of worn teeth. It is an old bear, a survivor of many winters. It scratches its ear with a slow, deliberate motion. The interaction is one of mutual indifference. In this vast landscape, there is enough room for everyone. The humans back away slowly, giving the bear its privacy. They make a wide detour around the hill, leaving the old giant to its sunbath. Midday finds them in a shallow, dry valley between two ridges. The wind here is blocked by the hills, creating a pocket of stillness. The The sun is warm on their backs. They find a flat rock free of snow and sit down to rest. The relief of taking the weight off their feet is immediate. The man unbuckles his pack and lets it slide to the ground. He rolls his shoulders, feeling the blood return to the compressed muscles. The woman takes out the water skin. It is half empty. They will need to find ice to melt tonight. They eat a meal of dried meat and a few pine nuts they have been saving. The nuts are small and oily, rich in energy. They chew them slowly, savoring the flavor. The man looks at the ground near his feet. He sees the dried, skeletal remains of a flower from the summer. It is a tiny, delicate structure preserved by the frost. He touches it gently with his finger. It crumbles into dust. It is a reminder that the summer did exist and that it will return, even if that return feels impossibly distant. While they rest, a small herd of saiga antelope appears on the ridgeline. They are silhouetted against the sky, their strange, bulbous noses giving them a prehistoric profile. They trot along the ridge, their heads low, scanning the ground. They are nervous, flighty creatures, always on the lookout for the wolf pack or the lion. They stop for a moment, looking down into the valley. They see the humans. The herd leader snorts, and in a flash of tan and white, they are gone, disappearing over the other side of the hill. The silence they leave behind is total. The afternoon is a long, steady march toward the valley floor. The shadows lengthen, stretching out ahead of the walkers like dark paths. The light turns golden, bathing the dry grass in a warm, rich hue. The steppe looks like a field of wheat frozen in time. The man watches the wind move through the grass. It creates waves that ripple across the landscape, a sea of gold moving under the invisible hand of the air. It is a hypnotic sight. They reach the edge of a dry riverbed. In the spring, this would be a torrent of meltwater. Now it is a highway of smooth stones and sand. Large boulders are scattered along the bed, carried there by floods of the past. The man steps down onto the riverbed. The stones are loose and clatter under his boots. He looks for a suitable place to camp. He wants shelter from the wind that will inevitably pick up when the sun goes down. He finds a spot where the riverbank has been undercut by the water, creating a deep overhang. The bank is reinforced by the roots of ancient, gnarled shrubs that hang down like a curtain. It is a natural lean-to. The ground underneath is dry sand, protected from the snow. It is a perfect spot. He drops his pack. The woman nods in approval. It is a good find. The first task, as always, is fuel. The steppe is not a forest, but it is not empty. The dry riverbed is a collection point for driftwood and debris washed down from the high country. The woman wanders along the bank, gathering bleached branches of willow and birch. She also collects armfuls of dry sagebrush and the woody stems of dwarf shrubs. It is dry, seasoned wood. It will burn hot and clean. The man prepares the fire pit. He digs a shallow depression in the sand and lines it with flat stones. He arranges the tinder, a handful of dry moss he carries in his pouch. He strikes the flint. The spark is bright in the dimming light. It lands on the moss, creating a tiny glowing ember. He blows on it gently, feeding it oxygen. The smoke rises thin and blue. He adds small twigs, then larger branches. The fire catches. The flames leap up, illuminating the sandy walls of the overhang. The return of the fire is a moment of profound comfort. After the cold, fireless night in the rock crevice, the heat feels like a physical embrace. The man holds his hands out to the flames, watching the skin turn pink as the blood vessels dilate. He feels the tension leave his shoulders. The fire is the center of their world. It pushes back the dark and the cold. It changes the chemistry of the air, making it smell of wood smoke and safety. The woman unpacks the furs. She shakes them out and spreads them on the sand. The sand is soft and conforms to their bodies. It will be a comfortable bed. She places the packs at the head of the bed to block the draft. She arranges the cooking stones near the fire. She fills the stone bowl with clean snow from a drift outside the overhang and sets it near the flames to melt. They cook a more substantial meal tonight. The woman puts a large piece of dried bison meat into the water. She adds a handful of dried herbs, sage and wild thyme that she gathered earlier. The smell of the simmering broth fills the small shelter. It is a savory, earthy smell that makes the mouth water. They wait patiently for the meat to soften. Cooking is a slow process, a time for sitting and staring into the fire. The sun sets and the temperature drops rapidly. The sky turns a deep, bruised purple, then black. The stars emerge sharp and brilliant. The Milky Way arches over the riverbed, a river of light mirroring the river of stone. The man walks a few paces away from the fire to look at the sky. He sees the great bear, the hunter, the sisters. They are his companions, the constants in a changing world. He breathes in the cold air. It is crisp and dry. He feels small but secure. He turns back to the warmth of the camp. They eat the soup slowly, drinking the broth and chewing the softened meat. The warmth spreads through their bodies, reaching their toes and fingers. It is the fuel they need to survive the night. They are efficient machines, turning protein and fat into heat. After eating, they drink the last of the warm water. They are hydrated and full. The woman takes out a small piece of bone she found on the riverbed. It is a rib bone, smooth and white. She uses a sharp flake of flint to carve a series of notches into the edge. She is marking the days or perhaps the moons. It is a way of keeping time, of imposing order on the endless flow of the winter. The man watches her. The sound of the flint scratching the bone is quiet and rhythmic. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The wind begins to whistle through the dry grass above the bank. It is a lonely sound, but it does not reach them in their hollow. The overhang protects them. The fire burns steadily. The man adds a large piece of driftwood, a knotty root that will burn for hours. He banks the fire with sand to slow the burn. They prepare for sleep. They take off their outer boots and put on the soft sleeping moccasins. They crawl into the furs. The sand molds to their shapes. The furs are heavy and warm. They lie close together, their backs touching. The man listens to the sounds of the night. He hears the yip of a fox in the distance. He hears the soft rustle of the dry leaves in the wind. He hears the settling of the coals in the fire. He thinks about the day's walk, the descent from the peaks, the bear in the sun, the saiga on the ridge. The world is full of life even in the dead of winter. It is a resilient, stubborn life. He feels a part of it. He is not an intruder, he is a participant. He belongs to the steppe as much as the bear or the antelope. The woman falls asleep quickly. Her breathing is soft and even. The man watches the firelight dancing on the roof of the overhang. He sees shapes in the shadows, mammoths, lions, mountains. His mind begins to drift. The fatigue of the descent takes hold. His eyelids grow heavy. The image of the fire blurs. He dreams of the mammoth steppe. In his dream, the grass is green and tall, waving in a warm summer wind. The herds are vast, covering the plain from horizon to horizon. There are horses, bison, mammoths, rhinos. The sun is hot on his face. He is walking without weight, without cold. It is a dream of the time of plenty, the short, intense summer that makes the long winter endurable. The night passes peacefully. The fire burns down to a bed of glowing red coals. The heat radiates into the sand, creating a warm island in the cold night. A small mouse scampers along the edge of the overhang, attracted by the smell of the food. It finds a crumb of meat dropped in the sand. It eats quickly, its tiny paws holding the prize. It looks at the sleeping humans with black, bead-like eyes. It is fearless in the dark. It finishes its meal and vanishes back into a hole in the bank. The moon rises late. It is a waning crescent, casting a pale silver light on the riverbed. The stones gleam like skulls in the moonlight. The shadows are long and black. The world is silent, frozen in a tableau of stark beauty. The wind dies down, leaving the air still and silent. The cold intensifies in the hours before dawn. The frost grows on the edges of the driftwood. The sand at the entrance of the overhang freezes hard, but inside the firs the humans are warm. They turn in their sleep, adjusting their positions, but they do not wake. They are deep in the restorative sleep of the traveler. The first light of dawn is a gray smudge on the eastern horizon. It grows slowly, turning to a pale yellow. The stars fade. The sky turns a light, icy blue. The man wakes. He knows the time by the quality of the light and the temperature of the air. He opens his eyes. He sees the gray ash of the fire. He feels the cold air on his face. He sits up. He reaches for the tinder pouch. He uncovers the coals. They are still alive, faint red eyes in the gray dust. He feeds them dry moss. He blows gently. The smoke rises. The flame returns. He adds twigs. The fire crackles. The day has begun. The woman wakes. She stretches her arms. She smiles at the fire. It is a good morning. They have survived the night in comfort. They are rested. They eat a small piece of dried meat for breakfast. They drink water melted from the snow. They pack the camp. They shake out the furs. They roll them tight. They put on their boots. They shoulder the packs. They stand at the edge of the overhang and look out at the riverbed. The sun is rising, painting the stones in gold. The steppe stretches out before them, vast and inviting. They step out into the light. The man leads. The woman follows. They walk down the dry riverbed, heading south. The mammoths are somewhere ahead. The journey continues. The silence of the morning is broken only by the sound of their boots on the gravel. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It is the heartbeat of the walk. They are moving. They are alive. As they walk, the riverbed widens. The banks become lower. The landscape flattens out. They are leaving the foothills behind and entering the true open steppe. The grass is taller here. It stands in golden clumps, waving in the morning breeze. The snow is patchy, gathered in the hollows. The ground is firm and dry. A flock of snow buntings rises from the grass. They swirl in the air like a cloud of white leaves. They chirrup softly as they fly, a cheerful sound. The man watches them. They are small sparks of life. They land a short distance away and disappear into the grass. The man looks at the horizon. It is a straight line unbroken by mountains. It is the edge of the world. He sets his sights on a distant landmark, a solitary tree standing on a low rise. That is the goal for the morning. Reach the tree, then the next one. It is a simple life, a life of one step after another. The sun warms the air. The man unfastens the top of his coat. He feels the sun on his neck. It is a good feeling. The winter is hard, but the sun is faithful. It always returns. He looks back at the woman. She is walking steadily, her eyes on the path. She looks up and nods. They are in sync. They walk on. The silence of the steppe surrounds them. It is a vast, open silence. It is not empty. It is full of the wind and the grass and the light. It holds them gently. It allows them to pass. They are the walkers on the plain. They are the witnesses of the ice age, and the silence holds everything. The solitary tree that marked the horizon for the morning's walk arrives slowly. It is a larch, ancient and weathered, standing on a low rise in the vast steppe. It is dead, having succumbed to the cold or the drought decades ago, but in this arid climate the wood has not rotted. It has been preserved, bleached to a bone-white silver by the relentless sun and the wind. The bark has long since been stripped away, revealing the smooth, twisted grain of the trunk. It stands like a sculpture, a monument to a time when the climate was perhaps slightly wetter, slightly warmer. The man reaches the tree first. He places his gloved hand against the wood. It is stone-hard and cold. It vibrates slightly, humming with the energy of the wind passing through its bare skeletal branches. The woman joins him. They stand in the meager shade of the trunk, though the sun is not hot enough to require shelter. It is simply a psychological anchor. In a world of 360-degree horizons, having a vertical object nearby provides a sense of place. They lean their packs against the base of the tree. They look back the way they came. The dry riverbed is a faint scar in the distance. The foothills are a blue haze. Ahead, the steppe rolls on, a sea of golden grass and white snow stretching endlessly to the south. The scale of the landscape is so immense that it feels as if they are standing on the edge of a planet made entirely of grass and sky. They take a moment to adjust their gear. The woman checks the lashing on her boots. The rough walking over the river stones earlier in the day has loosened the leather thongs. She kneels on the dry ground, her knees protected by the thick fur of her leggings. She pulls the knots tight, testing the fit. The man takes a small stone from his pouch and runs it along the edge of his spear point. It is a habit, a way of keeping his hands busy. The flint is already sharp, but the rhythmic scraping sound is comforting. It is a human sound in a wild silence. They eat a small portion of dried meat while standing. They do not sit. To sit is to invite the cold of the ground into their bodies. They chew rhythmically, watching a pair of steppe eagles circling high above. The birds are dark crosses against the pale blue sky. They are hunting for ground squirrels or marmots that might be venturing out in the midday sun. The eagles drift on the thermal currents, barely moving a wing. They are masters of efficiency, using the air itself to do the work of hunting. They resume the walk. The ground here is firm and dry. The soil is a frozen less, a fine, wind-blown silt that has been packed hard over thousands of years. It is covered in tufts of tough, wiry grass and low-growing sage. The snow is not a continuous blanket here. It lies in long, shallow drifts in the hollows and on the leeward side of every small ridge. The wind has swept the exposed areas bare, leaving a mosaic of brown earth and white snow. The walking is good. They can maintain a steady, swinging pace that eats up the miles without exhausting the body. As they move south, they encounter a herd of wild horses. These are Przeworsk's horses, stocky and dun-colored, with dark manes that stand upright along their necks and dark stripes running down their backs. There are perhaps 50 animals in the group. They are spread out across a wide, flat area, grazing on the dry grass. They use their front hooves to paw at the ground, breaking up the hard soil and the thin crust of snow to reach the roots below. The sound of their hoof strikes is a dull, rhythmic thudding that travels through the earth. The stallion watches the humans approach. He stands on a small mound of earth, his head held high. He snorts, sending a jet of white steam into the air. He does not run. He judges the distance and the intent of the two figures. Seeing that they are moving parallel to the herd and not directly toward it, he relaxes. He returns to his grazing, though his ears remain swiveling, tracking the sound of the human footsteps. The man and woman walk past the herd at a respectful distance. They admire the animals. The horses are fat and healthy, their winter coats thick and plush. They are perfectly adapted to this cold, dry world. The afternoon sun begins to slide down the western sky. The light changes from the harsh, flat white of midday to a warmer, richer gold. The grass glows as if lit from within. The shadows of the horses stretch out across the steppe, long and distorted. The wind picks up, blowing from the north. It is a steady, pushing wind that helps the humans along. It rustles the dry grass, creating a continuous hushing sound, shhh, like the sound of a distant ocean. It is the voice of the steppe. They come across a series of large, strange mounds in the earth. These are the work of steppe marmots. The animals are deep underground now, hibernating in their complex burrow systems safe from the frost. But the mounds of excavated earth remain frozen hard as rock. The man steps up onto one of the mounds to get a better view. He scans the horizon. He is looking for water. In this frozen desert, dehydration is a constant threat. He sees a shimmer of white in a depression a mile to the east. It looks like a frozen pond or a patch of old snow. They alter their course toward the white patch. As they approach, the texture of the ground changes. The dry less gives way to a patch of frozen marshland. The reeds are tall and brown, rattling in the wind. In the center is a small, shallow lake that has frozen solid. The ice is milky white and covered in wind-blown dust. The man walks out onto the edge of the ice. He kneels and clears away the dust with his mitten. He takes his hand axe and chips at the ice. It splinters into sharp shards. He puts a piece in his mouth. It is fresh water, not saline. They fill their water skins with chips of ice. It is easier to carry ice than water as it does not slosh, though it must be melted before drinking. They pack the ice chips tight. The woman finds a few dried cattail stalks. She gathers the fluff from the seed heads. It is excellent tinder, exploding into flame with the slightest spark. She puts a handful in her pouch, keeping it dry against her body. Every resource is gathered. Nothing is ignored. They leave the frozen lake and continue south. The sun is getting lower. The temperature is dropping. The golden light turns to amber, then to a deep, bruised orange. The horizon is a band of purple shadow. The man begins to look for a campsite. The open steppe offers no caves, no rock overhangs, no forests. They must use the land itself. He looks for a dip in the ground, a dry wash, or a hollow where the wind will pass over them. He finds a shallow ravine carved by a seasonal stream that only runs during the brief spring thaw. The banks are low, perhaps 4 feet high, but it is enough. They descend into the cut. The wind immediately loses its force. The air is still and cold. The floor of the ravine is sandy and dry. It is a good place. The fuel situation on the steppe is different from the forest. There is no wood here. The man and the woman drop their packs and begin to search the ground near the ravine. They are looking for the dried dung of the mammoth and the bison. In the dry, cold air, the dung dries out completely, becoming like a peat brick. It is odorless and burns with a slow, hot smolder. They find several large, round piles left by mammoths months ago. They are frozen and hard. The man kicks them loose from the ground. They gather armfuls of the dry fuel and bring it back to the camp. The man builds the fire in a small pit he digs in the sand. He uses the cattail fluff as tinder. The spark catches instantly. He feeds the flame with dry grass stems, then places the pieces of dung on top. The fuel does not burst into high, leaping flames like pine wood. Instead, it glows with a steady, intense red heat. It produces very little smoke, just a faint, earthy scent that smells of herbs and grass. It is a clean, efficient fire. They sit close to the glowing pit. The heat radiates upward, warming their faces and hands. The woman melts the ice chips in the stone bowl. The water takes a long time to come to a boil over the smoldering fire, but eventually small bubbles appear. She adds a piece of dried fat and some crumbled dried meat. They stir the soup with a bone spoon. The steam rises in the cold air, smelling of food and life. They eat slowly, savoring the warmth. The ravine protects them from the wind, but the sky above is open. The stars begin to appear one by one. The first is Sirius, the dog star, burning blue-white in the southeast. Then the familiar shape of Orion appears. The man points to the belt stars. They are crisp and clear. The air is so dry that there is no twinkling, just a steady, hard light. A wolf howls in the distance. It is a long, rising note that speaks of the vastness of the territory. It is answered by another howl further away. The pack is communicating, organizing the night's hunt. The man listens. He knows the language of the wolf. The tone is not aggressive, it is locational. I am here, where are you? The humans are not the target tonight. They are just another presence on the plain. The woman prepares the bed. She lays down the waterproof skins on the sand. Then she spreads the heavy furs. She creates a nest against the bank of the ravine. She uses the packs to create a windbreak at the head of the bed. They take off their boots and outer coats. They crawl into the furs quickly to trap their body heat. The buffalo robes are heavy and comforting. They smell of smoke and leather. The fire burns down to a bed of gray ash covering a red heart. The dung fuel holds the heat for a long time. It will keep the air in the ravine slightly warmer than the open steppe for hours. The man lies on his back, looking up at the slice of sky visible between the ravine walls. He watches a satellite, a meteor, scratch a thin line of light across the darkness. It vanishes as quickly as it appeared. The cold settles in. It is the deep, penetrating cold of the continental interior. The ground freezes hard. The sand in the ravine becomes like concrete. But inside the firs, the humans are a self-contained island of warmth. They lie close together, their breathing synchronizing. The woman rests her head on the man's arm. She is already asleep, her face relaxed in the faint glow of the embers. The man stays awake for a while longer. He thinks about the solitary tree. He wonders how long it has stood there. 100 years, 1,000? It has seen the herds pass generation after generation. It has seen the ice advance and retreat. It is a witness. He feels a kinship with the tree. He too is a witness. He is seeing the world as it is in this moment of ice and silence. He closes his eyes. The sound of the wind passing over the ravine is a low, hollow drone. It is a soothing sound. It blocks out the smaller noises of the night. He drifts into sleep. He dreams of the horses. In his dream, he is running with them. He feels the ground thudding under his feet. He feels the wind in his mane. He is not cold. He is filled with the heat of the run. The grass whips against his legs. The sky is a blur of blue. It is a dream of freedom and speed. The night passes slowly. The constellations wheel overhead, marking the hours. The moon rises, a pale half-disk. It floods the steppe with silver light. The shadows in the ravine shift and lengthen. A small desert mouse creeps out of a hole in the bank. It scampers across the sand, looking for crumbs. It finds a tiny piece of meat near the fire pit. It eats nervously, twitching its nose, then darts back into safety. The humans sleep on. The cold reaches its maximum intensity in the hour before dawn. The temperature is 50 degrees below freezing. The air is so cold it would kill an unprotected man in minutes. But the humans are masters of this environment. They have the technology of the needle and the skin. They have the knowledge of the fire. They survive. The sky begins to lighten. The deep black turns to charcoal, then to a pale, washed-out gray. The stars fade. The wolf pack has fallen silent, their hunt over for the night. The man wakes. He senses the change in the light. He opens his eyes. He sees the frost on the rim of the buffalo robe. It is a thick, white crust. He sits up, disturbing the layer of cold air that has settled over them. He shivers once, violently. It is the body's way of jump-starting the internal furnace. He reaches for the fire pit. He stirs the ashes. There is still a faint glow deep inside. The dung fuel is remarkable. He adds a handful of dry grass and blows gently. The smoke rises, smelling of the earth. The grass catches. He adds more dung chips. The fire revives. The woman wakes. She sits up and rubs her face. She looks at the fire. She smiles. It is the best sight in the world. They warm their hands over the small flame. They melt a little more ice for a morning drink. They eat a piece of cold meat. Packing camp is efficient. They shake the sand from the furs. They roll them tight. They check the ravine to make sure they have left nothing. The man kicks sand over the fire, extinguishing it completely. They climb out of the cut. The sun is rising over the eastern horizon. It is a giant, distorted red ball flattened by the atmosphere. It looks like a burning coal sitting on the edge of the world. The light floods the steppe, turning the frost-covered grass into a field of diamonds. The world is incredibly beautiful and incredibly hostile. They shoulder their packs. They turn south. They find the faint depression of the Mammoth Trail in the hard snow. They step into it. The rhythm begins again. Lift, step, place. The man looks ahead. There is no tree today, just the horizon, just the endless curve of the earth. A herd of saiga antelope crosses their path in the distance. They are moving fast, a blur of tan against the white. They flow over the ground like water. The man watches them go. He feels the pull of the south. He feels the pull of the migration. He adjusts his pack. He walks on. The silence of the steppe surrounds them. It is a vast, indifferent silence. It is not lonely. It is simply empty of noise. It is a space for thoughts to expand. The man thinks of the day ahead. He thinks of the water they must find. He thinks of the fire they will build. It is a simple life. It is a good life. The sun climbs higher, losing its red color and turning pale yellow. The warmth touches their backs. The man unbuttons the top of his coat. The air is crisp and clean. He takes a deep breath. He feels strong. The walking is what he knows. The walking is what he is. They pass a large boulder, another glacial erratic dropped by the ice. It is covered in bright orange lichen. It stands out like a beacon in the monochrome landscape. The woman touches it as she passes. It is rough and cold. It is a touchstone, a connection to the earth. They continue. The shadows shorten. The day stretches out. The long, slow story of the walk adds another chapter. The silence holds them and they move through it, two small figures on the roof of the world. The sun hangs suspended in a sky of bleached porcelain blue. It is a high, steady light that illuminates the vastness of the steppe without offering any true heat. The ground beneath the boots of the man and the woman has changed its character. The flat, hard-packed less of the previous day has given way to a terrain of raised earth hummocks. These are tussocks of dense, matted grass that have grown atop small mounds of soil pushed up by the frost. The ground is uneven, a sea of frozen waves made of dirt and roots. The walking here is rhythmic but demanding. They must step from the top of one tussock to the next, or step down into the narrow, snow-filled channels between them. It requires a constant, low-level attention to balance. The man leads the way. He keeps his center of gravity low. His staff plants firmly into the frozen earth with each stride acting as a third leg. The sound of their movement is a soft, thumping cadence. Thump, step, thump, step. The dry grass brushes against their fur leggings with a whispering sound. It is a sound like paper rubbing against paper. The wind moves through the tussocks, combing the long, dead blades of grass to the south. The entire landscape seems to be leaning away from the north, shaped by the prevailing air currents of the winter. They stop to catch their breath. The exertion of the uneven ground warms the body quickly. The man unbuttons the top loop of his coat to let a little heat escape. He scans the horizon. It is a perfect circle of pale blue and white. There are no trees today, no rocks, no hills, just the endless rolling ocean of the steppe. In the far distance, a heat shimmer distorts the line between the earth and the sky. It looks like water, but it is just a trick of the light and the cold air. The woman points to a shape lying in the trough between two large mounds. It is long and curved, the color of old cream. They approach it slowly. It is a mammoth tusk shed or lost long ago. It is incredibly heavy, sinking deep into the soil. The frost has heaved it up slightly, exposing it to the sun. The surface of the ivory is cracked and stained with the brown of the peat. The man kneels beside it. He runs his mitten along the smooth outer curve. It is cold as ice. He feels the weight of the history in the object. It belonged to a giant that walked this path years ago. The ivory is a permanent record of the grass the animal ate, the winters it survived. He taps it with his knife handle. It makes a dull, solid sound. It is too heavy to carry. It belongs to the land. He leaves it where it lies, a silent monument in the grass. They continue their journey. The sun climbs to its highest point. The shadows of the tussocks disappear, leaving the ground flat and bright. The glare is intense. The man squints, his eyes watering slightly in the cold, dry air. He focuses on the back of the mammoth's trail. Even here in this rough ground, the giants have left a path. Their wide feet have flattened the tussocks, creating a road of crushed grass and compressed snow. The humans step into this road. It is easier walking. They move faster now, covering ground with a long, swinging gait. Ahead, a group of large shapes moves slowly against the horizon. They are tall and humped with long, shaggy necks. It is a small herd of steppe camels. They are massive animals, larger than their modern descendants. Their winter coats are thick and woolly, a dark, rich brown that stands out against the pale steppe. They have two humps, currently firm and full of fat, swaying slightly as they walk. They move with a haughty, deliberate grace. Their large, padded feet spread out on the snow, acting like natural snowshoes. The camels are grazing on a patch of thorny shrubs that grow in a shallow depression. They use their tough, leathery lips to grasp the spiny branches, ignoring the thorns. They chew with a slow, side-to-side motion. The man and woman stop to watch them. The camels are calm. One of them, a large male, lifts his head and looks at the humans. His eyes are large and heavily lashed to protect against the blowing snow. He blinks slowly. He chews. He decides the humans are not a threat. He returns to his shrub. The wind shifts slightly, bringing the scent of the camels to the humans. It is a pungent, musky smell distinct from the bison or the mammoth. It is the smell of dry wool and sage. The man breathes it in. It is part of the map of scents that guides him. He knows that where the camels are, there is usually water nearby, or at least deep snow that can be melted. The camels are survivors of the driest places. They walk past the herd, keeping a respectful distance. The camels watch them go, turning their heads to follow the movement. The only sound is the crunch of the humans' boots and the snap of the dry branches as the camels feed. The encounter is peaceful. It is simply two species sharing the same space, the same cold air, the same sunlight. The afternoon wears on. The sun begins its long slide toward the west. The light shifts from white to gold. The texture of the ground is revealed again as the shadows return. The tussocks cast long, dark stripes across the path. The world becomes a high-contrast puzzle of light and dark. The man slows his pace. The uneven ground is tiring. His ankles ache from the constant adjustments. He looks for a place to stop for the night. The steppe here is devoid of ravines or overhangs. It is open and exposed. The man scans the ground for a depression, a sinkhole, anything that offers a break from the wind. He sees a slight dip in the land a few hundred yards to the east. They head toward it. It is an old buffalo wallow, a circular depression where generations of bison have rolled in the dust to shed their winter coats. Now it is filled with snow around the edges, but the center is bare earth. The rim of the wallow is raised slightly, providing a low windbreak. They drop their packs in the center of the hollow. The relief of stopping is profound. The silence of the steppe rushes in to fill the space left by the sound of their footsteps. It is a silence so deep it rings in the ears. The man sits on his pack and unlaces his boots. He rubs his calves, feeling the knots in the muscles. The woman begins the search for fuel. She walks in widening circles around the camp. She is looking for the dried dung of the herbivores. In this area, frequented by the camels and the bison, fuel is plentiful. She finds large, round patties of bison dung, frozen hard and dry. She also finds the smaller, pellet-like droppings of the camels. She gathers them in the fold of her robe. She brings them back to the wallow and piles them near the center. The man digs a shallow pit in the frozen earth with his hand axe. He lines it with a few stones he carries for this purpose. He arranges the tinder, he strikes the spark. The fire takes hold. The dung burns with a hot, steady glow. It does not flame high, but it radiates a fierce heat. The smell is earthy and herbal, not unpleasant. It is the smell of the camp. The sun touches the horizon. The sky turns a brilliant shade of apricot. The clouds in the west are lit from below, turning into streaks of fire. The snow on the steppe reflects this light, glowing pink and orange. It is a moment of transcendent beauty. The man and the woman sit by the fire and watch the show. They do not speak. There are no words for this light, it simply is. The woman melts snow in the bowl. She adds a piece of dried meat and a handful of the camel fat she carries in a small pouch. The fat melts into the soup, creating a rich, oily broth. They drink it hot. It coats the throat and warms the stomach. It is energy in its purest form. They eat slowly, enjoying the rest. After the meal, the man takes out his staff. He inspects the grip. The leather wrapping has become loose and worn from the constant use. He takes a strip of spare rawhide from his pack. He soaks it briefly in the warm water to soften it. Then he unwinds the old wrapping and begins to bind the new strip around the wood. He pulls it tight, overlapping the edges. He works with patience and precision. The new grip is smooth and firm. It will dry hard and tight in the cold air. He is satisfied. The woman takes out a small bone flute. It is made from the wing bone of a swan. It has 3 holes. She brings it to her lips and blows gently. A high, clear note drifts out over the steppe. It is a lonely sound, but beautiful. She plays a simple melody, 3 notes rising and falling. The sound carries far in the still air. Perhaps a wolf hears it miles away. Perhaps the camels hear it. It is a human song in the wild. The sky turns indigo. The stars come out. The wind picks up, whistling over the rim of the wallow. But down in the depression, the air is calm. The fire glows red. The man adds more fuel. He banks the edges with dirt to concentrate the heat. They prepare the bed. They lay the skins on the frozen ground. They pile the furs. They crawl inside. The man looks up at the stars. He sees the slow rotation of the Great Bear. He marks the passage of the night. He feels the cold pressing down from the sky, but the furs hold it back. The cold of the steppe night is absolute. It freezes the moisture in the breath before it leaves the lips. It turns the ground to iron, but the humans are warm. They sleep the sleep of the exhausted. Their bodies repair the damage of the day. Their minds process the horizon. The moon rises late. It is a half-moon, bright and sharp. It casts a silver light on the tussocks. The shadows are black and ink-like. A snowy owl glides over the camp, its shadow passing over the sleeping humans. It sees the heat rising from the air hole in the firs. It circles once, then flies on. It is hunting for lemmings in the grass. The night passes. The fire burns down to ash. The man wakes once to tend it. He adds a few chips of dung. He blows on the coals. The red glow returns. He goes back to sleep. The dawn arrives as a band of gray light in the east. It widens, turning to pearl. The stars fade. The man wakes. He feels the chill on his nose. He sits up. The world is gray and quiet. The wind has stopped. He wakes the woman. They eat a cold breakfast. They pack the camp. They check the ground. They leave nothing but the ash of the fire and the impression of their bodies in the dust. They climb out of the wallow. The sun rises. It is another clear day. The steppe stretches out before them. The tussocks are waiting. The man sets his face to the south. He plants his staff. The new grip feels good in his hand. He takes a step. The woman follows. The rhythm returns. Thump, step, thump, step. The long walk continues. The silence of the morning is broken only by their passage. They are moving through the heart of the world, one step at a time. The sun hangs in the sky, flanked by 2 brilliant arcs of light. These sundogs are prisms of ice suspended in the atmosphere, creating a geometry of color that frames the true sun. It is a sign of the deep cold in the upper air. The man and the woman walk beneath this celestial display, their shadows stretching long and blue across the hard-packed snow. The terrain has leveled out significantly since the previous day. The uneven tussocks of grass have given way to a vast, flat plain of frozen less. The ground here is like a floor of concrete, smoothed by the wind and baked by the frost. It is covered in a thin, patterned veneer of snow that looks like lace stretched over brown paper. The walking is effortless on this surface. There is no need to lift the knees high or balance on shifting tufts of earth. They fall into a sliding, efficient gait that eats up the miles. The sound of their boots is a rhythmic shush-shush, a soft friction that barely disturbs the silence. The wind is a steady presence at their backs, a cold hand pushing them gently southward. It carries with it the scent of dust and dry minerals, the smell of a continent that has been frozen for 10,000 years. Ahead of them, the landscape is broken by a series of low, winding ridges. These are eskers, the gravel deposits left behind by ancient rivers that flowed beneath the ice sheets of the past. They snake across the steppe like the spines of buried dragons. The ridges are bare of snow on their windward sides, revealing the dark, rounded stones. The man steers their course toward the nearest ridge. It will offer a vantage point to scan the horizon and perhaps a break from the monotonous flatness of the plain. As they approach the esker, they begin to see dark shapes scattered along its base. At first, they look like boulders, but the shapes are too irregular, too organic. They are bones. This is a place where the animals come to die, or perhaps a place where a great flood once deposited the remains of the herds. It is a boneyard of the steppe. Mammoth ribs curve up from the snow like white arches. Skulls of bison and horses lie half buried in the gravel, their empty sockets watching the sky. The bones are bleached white by the sun and polished smooth by the wind-blown sand. The humans walk slowly through this field of remains. There is no smell of decay here. The cold and the time have stripped everything clean. It is a sterile, peaceful place. The man stops to examine a mammoth femur. It is as thick as a tree trunk, solid and heavy. He taps it with his staff. It rings with a dull, stone-like sound. He looks at the joint, marveling at the size of the animal that once walked on this leg. It is a reminder of the scale of life that inhabits this world. They are small guests in the land of giants. The woman finds a piece of reindeer antler. It is a shed antler dropped naturally. It has been gnawed by mice and lemmings for the calcium, leaving small, rhythmic teeth marks on the tines. She picks it up. It is dense and hard. It will make a good handle for a scraper or an awl. She places it in her pack. In this world, nothing is wasted. The dead provide for the living. The cycle continues without sentiment, efficient and eternal. They climb to the top of the esker. The view from the ridge is commanding. The steppe stretches out in every direction, a sea of white and gold. To the south, they can see the dark line of a distant forest, perhaps a day's walk away. To the west, a herd of caribou is moving like a gray cloud across the snow. They are too far away to hear, but their movement is fluid and constant. The man watches them for a moment, judging their direction. They are heading toward the same forest, drawn by the promise of shelter and lichen. They sit on the leeward side of the ridge, out of the wind, to take their midday rest. The stones of the esker are cold, but they are dry. The sun warms the dark gravel, creating a small microclimate of relative warmth. The woman takes out a handful of dried berries she gathered days ago. They are shriveled and hard, but they still hold a faint sweetness. She shares them with the man. They eat one by one, letting the flavor expand in their mouths. While they rest, a movement in the bone field below catches their attention. A small group of cave hyenas is moving through the remains. They are powerful, sloping-backed animals with spotted coats that blend perfectly with the gravel and the snow. They move with a loping, tireless gait. They are the cleanup crew of the steppe. They are crushing the old bones with their massive jaws, extracting the last of the nutrients from the marrow. The sound of their chewing carries up to the ridge, a loud, cracking noise like breaking wood. The hyenas pause. The matriarch of the clan looks up at the ridge. She sees the humans. Her ears are round and alert. She watches them with dark, intelligent eyes. She assesses the risk. The humans are elevated, armed, and calm. They are not prey. She lowers her head and returns to her work. The man watches them with respect. The hyenas are survivors, tough and adaptable. They share the same niche in the ecosystem as the humans, opportunistic hunters and scavengers. There is a mutual recognition of capability between the species. The afternoon sun begins its descent. The light softens, turning the white snow to a pale lavender. The shadows of the esker stretch out across the plain, long and distorted. The humans stand up and adjust their packs. The cold begins to seep back into their clothes now that they are not moving. It is time to go. They descend the southern slope of the ridge, leaving the boneyard and the hyenas behind. The ground south of the esker is different. It is lower and holds more moisture. Patches of dwarf willow and birch begin to appear, their thin branches sticking up through the snow like red wires. The snow is deeper here, caught by the brush. The walking becomes a high-stepping march. They follow a game trail that winds through the scrub. The trail is packed hard by the hooves of the caribou, making a solid path through the drifts. A flock of snowy owls has congregated in this area. It is a rare sight. Usually solitary, they have gathered here perhaps because of a boom in the lemming population. There are dozens of them, white ghosts sitting on the tops of the willow bushes or perched on low mounds. They turn their heads to watch the humans pass. Their yellow eyes are bright and fierce. One owl takes flight, its broad, silent wings sweeping the air. It glides low over the snow, hunting. The man watches it. He feels like he is walking through a gathering of spirits. The temperature drops steadily as the sun approaches the horizon. The sky turns a deep, vibrant violet, shading into indigo at the zenith. The wind dies down, leaving the air still and heavy with frost. The man looks for a camp. The scrub brush offers some wind protection, but not enough for the deep cold of the night. He is looking for a depression, a hollow in the ground. He finds a sinkhole, a circular collapse in the limestone bedrock beneath the less. It is about 10 feet deep and 30 feet across. The sides are steep but manageable. The bottom is flat and filled with snow. It is a natural fortress against the weather. They slide down the slope into the hole. The air inside is instantly calmer. The noise of the open plain disappears, replaced by a quiet stillness. The woman clears a space in the snow at the center of the sinkhole. She packs the snow down to create a hard floor. The man gathers fuel. The willow scrub around the rim of the sinkhole provides ample deadwood. He breaks off the dry branches. They are brittle and snap easily in the cold. He throws them down into the hole. He gathers a large pile, enough to last the evening. He builds the fire. The dry willow catches quickly, burning with a bright crackling flame. It is a fast-burning wood, so he has to feed the fire constantly. The light dances on the snow walls of the sinkhole, turning them into curtains of gold and orange. The heat is trapped in the hole, warming the air around them. It is a cozy, private world, cut off from the vast emptiness above. The woman melts snow in the stone bowl. She adds a piece of the dried liver they have been carrying. It dissolves into the broth, making it rich and dark. They drink the soup, feeling the heat spread through their chests. They sit on their packs close to the fire, their knees drawn up. They watch the flames consume the wood, turning it into white ash. The sky above the sinkhole is a circle of stars. The Milky Way is a river of light flowing directly overhead. The man leans back and looks up. He feels the rotation of the earth. He feels the depth of the sinkhole, a small pocket of warmth in the crust of the planet. He feels safe here. The walls of the earth protect them. The woman takes out a small piece of soft leather and a bone needle. She works on a tear in the man's mitten. She sews by the light of the fire, her movements precise and practiced. The man watches her hands. They are strong and capable, scarred by the cold and the work, but gentle. He feels a surge of gratitude. They are a team. Alone, they might perish. Together, they endure. The fire burns down to a bed of coals. The man banks them with a few larger pieces of rootwood he found near the rim. These will smolder longer, providing a low heat through the early part of the night. They prepare the bed. They lay the waterproof skins on the packed snow, then the heavy furs. They take off their boots and put on the soft sleeping moccasins. They crawl into the robes. The silence of the sinkhole is profound. It is a silence that has weight. The man listens for the wind, but it passes high above them. He hears only the soft settling of the coals and the breathing of the woman beside him. He closes his eyes. He thinks of the bones on the esker. He thinks of the mammoth legs so heavy and solid. He thinks of the hyenas cracking the bones with their jaws. It is a harsh world, but it is also a generous one. It provides what is needed if one knows how to look. The bones provide tools, the willows provide fire, the snow provides water, the sinkhole provides shelter. He drifts into sleep. He dreams of the owls. In his dream, he is flying with them. He sees the steppe from above, a vast map of white and blue. He sees the tracks of the herds writing stories on the snow. He sees the smoke from their fire, a thin gray line rising into the dark. It is a peaceful dream, a dream of perspective. The night deepens. The cold descends from space, turning the air in the sinkhole to ice. But the firs hold the warmth. The humans turn in their sleep, adjusting their limbs, seeking the heat of each other. They are two small engines of life, burning their fuel to keep the winter at bay. The moon rises, a gibbous eye that peers over the edge of the sinkhole. It casts a sharp shadow on the opposite wall. A small weasel looks over the rim, attracted by the smell of the camp. It sees nothing moving. It scampers away, a ripple in the snow. The hours pass. The stars shift their positions. The great bear turns around the pole. The dawn approaches. The sky turns a deep, cold blue. The stars fade. The man wakes. He feels the cold on his face. He knows it is time. He sits up and stirs the coals. They are faint but alive. He adds a handful of dry twigs. He blows gently. The fire returns. The woman wakes. They eat a cold breakfast of dried meat. They drink the last of the melted water. They pack the camp. They climb out of the sinkhole. The sun is rising, painting the world in rose and gold. The air is filled with diamond dust again, glittering in the light. They stand on the rim and look south. The forest is closer now, a dark line on the horizon. They shoulder their packs. They step onto the snow. The rhythm returns, shush, step, shush, step. They walk into the light. The long journey continues. The silence holds them and they move through it, quiet and persistent, travelers in the time of the ice. As they walk, the texture of the snow changes. It becomes deeper and softer as they approach the forest belt. The man has to lift his knees higher. It is harder work, but the promise of the trees pulls them forward. The trees mean fuel. They mean shelter from the wind. They mean a change in the world. A herd of musk oxen appears to the west. They are moving slowly, grazing on the lichen on the wind-blown ridges. They look like dark rocks moving against the white snow. The man watches them. He nods. They are the guardians of the north. He is leaving their territory and entering the land of the trees. The sun climbs higher. The air warms slightly. The man unbuttons his collar. He breathes deeply. The air tastes of pine and resin carried on the wind from the south. It is the scent of a new chapter in the walk. He looks at the woman. She smiles. They are making good time. They pass a large, solitary boulder split in half by the frost. It looks like a broken egg. The man touches the rough stone. It is cold and solid. It has been here for 10,000 years. It will be here for 10,000 more. He walks on. The silence of the steppe is vast and open. It is a silence that clears the mind. There is no room for worry, only for the steppe and the breath. The man focuses on the horizon. The dark line of the forest grows larger. It is the goal. It is the destination for the day. They walk on, two small figures in a world of white. The sun watches them. The wind pushes them. The earth holds them up. And the silence wraps around them, a cloak of peace in the heart of the winter. The dark line on the southern horizon, which had been a mere smudge of charcoal against the white sky for 2 days, now resolves into individual shapes. It is the edge of the great northern forest, the taiga, stretching like a dark ocean across the bottom of the world. The transition from the open steppe to the woodland is not sudden. It begins with scattered sentinels. Small, stunted larches appear first, their twisted trunks seemingly too thin to support the weight of the snow that clings to their branches. They stand alone in the vast whiteness, their bark stripped by the wind on the northern side, revealing the redwood beneath. The man and the woman walk past these outliers. The snow here is significantly deeper than on the windswept plains. The wind, broken by the friction of the distant trees, loses its power to scour the ground. The snow accumulates in soft, powdery drifts that swallow sound and light. The walking becomes a slow, wading motion. They are grateful for the trail of the mammoths. The herd has plowed a wide, chaotic trench through the drifts. The giant's massive legs have churned the snow into a coarse, icy sugar, packing it down enough to support the weight of the humans. The walls of the trench rise to the woman's waist in places, a corridor of white leading into the green. The sun is high and bright, but it battles with the shadows of the encroaching forest. As they draw closer to the true tree line, the light changes. The blinding, uniform glare of the steppe is replaced by a complex interplay of sun and shade. Long blue shadows stretch out from the forest edge, cooling the air before they even reach the trees. The man stops to adjust his pack. He looks ahead at the wall of spruce and fir. It looks impenetrable from here, a solid mass of dark needles and snow. But he knows that inside there will be space. There will be shelter. They cross the boundary. One moment they are in the open, exposed to the sky, the next they are under the boughs. The change in the atmosphere is immediate and profound. The wind, which has been a constant companion for days, simply ceases at ground level. The air becomes still and heavy. It holds a different scent, the sharp, resinous smell of pine needles, the damp, mushroomy smell of decaying wood, and the clean, cold smell of deep snow. The silence of the steppe was a vast, open silence. The silence of the forest is enclosed and intimate. It is a muffled silence, dampened by the millions of needles and the thick blanket of snow. They move deeper into the woods. The trees here are ancient. They are not tall, for the growing season is short and the soil is frozen for much of the year, but they are thick. The trunks are covered in rough gray scales of bark. Long beards of lichen, pale green and black, hang from the dead lower branches. This is the food of the reindeer, a winter garden hanging in the air. The snow beneath the trees is pristine, marked only by the tracks of the animals that live here. The man sees the delicate, three-toed prints of a grouse and the paired prints of a marten. The mammoth trail winds through the trees, avoiding the densest clusters. The giants have snapped off low-hanging branches as they passed, leaving raw, yellow wounds in the wood that bleed sticky resin. The scent of the fresh sap is strong. The man reaches out and touches a glob of it. It is tacky and cold. He rubs a little on his glove. It is a good smell, a smell of life and endurance. They come to a small clearing where a large birch tree has fallen, creating a gap in the canopy. The sun streams into this opening, illuminating a scene of quiet activity. A moose stands in the center of the clearing. It is a bull, immense and dark. His coat is almost black, absorbing the warmth of the sun. He stands on long, stilt-like legs that allow him to wade through the deep snow with ease. His shoulders are humped with muscle. He has shed his antlers for the winter, leaving 2 small, scarred pedicles on his head. The moose is feeding on the tender twigs of the birch tree. He uses his long, prehensile lip to strip the bark and the buds. He chews with a slow, grinding motion, his jaw moving sideways. He sees the humans emerge from the trees. He stops chewing. He looks at them with small, dark eyes. His ears, large and mule-like, swivel forward. He is not afraid. He is the king of this forest. He knows his size. He watches them for a moment, steam rising from his nostrils in rhythmic puffs, then returns to his meal. The sound of the branch snapping in his teeth is loud in the quiet clearing. The humans skirt the edge of the clearing, giving the bull plenty of room. They move silently on the packed trail. The snow here absorbs the sound of their boots. There is no crunch, only a soft, compressing squeak. They pass under the shadow of a massive spruce. The branches are weighed down with snow drooping low to the ground. It creates a tent-like space underneath. The man looks into the shadows. It is dark and dry in there, a potential shelter for a smaller creature, but too cramped for them. The afternoon wears on. The light in the forest begins to fade long before the sun actually sets. The trees block the low angle of the light, casting the forest floor into an early twilight. The air turns blue and gray. The cold begins to settle in, a heavy sinking cold that pools in the low spots. The man begins to look for a campsite. He wants a place with a natural windbreak and plenty of standing deadwood. They find a spot near a frozen stream that winds through the trees. The banks of the stream are steep, providing a wall against any drafts. A cluster of dead spruce trees stands nearby, their trunks gray and dry. It is a perfect location. The man drops his pack on a flat area of ground beneath a living fir tree. The branches above form a thick roof that has kept the snow on the ground relatively thin. The woman begins the work of the camp. She uses a large, flat bone from her pack to shovel away the snow, clearing a circle down to the layer of frozen needles. The smell of the disturbed earth is rich and pungent. She creates a berm of snow around the clearing to reflect the heat. The man gathers wood. It is an easy task here. The forest is full of fuel. He breaks the lower branches off the dead trees. They snap with a sharp, pistol-shot crack that echoes through the woods. He gathers a large pile of kindling and larger logs. He builds the fire in the center of the cleared circle. He uses a handful of dry birch bark as tinder. The bark is paper-thin and oily. It catches the spark from his flint instantly, curling and blackening as it bursts into a bright orange flame. He adds the spruce twigs. They hiss and pop as the resin boils and catches fire. The flames leap up, hungry and bright. The heat is immediate and intense. It pushes back the blue shadows of the forest evening. The fire transforms the camp. The trunks of the surrounding trees are illuminated, turning from gray to warm brown. The underside of the snow-laden branches above glows with a soft orange light. It feels like a room, a constructed space carved out of the wild. The man and woman sit on their fur mats, leaning back against their packs. They stretch their legs out toward the fire. The heat soaks into their boots, warming the leather and the feet inside. The woman melts snow in the stone bowl. She adds a generous portion of dried meat and a handful of spruce needles. The needles add vitamin C and a fresh, citrusy flavor to the broth. They wait for the water to boil. The forest is quiet around them. The wind is just a whisper in the tops of the trees, a sound like a distant sea. Occasionally, a clump of snow falls from a high branch with a soft whump, a reminder of the burden the trees carry. They eat their soup slowly. The warmth spreads through their bodies. They are comfortable. The forest feels safer than the open steppe. There is cover here, there is fuel. There is a sense of being held by the land. The man takes a piece of charcoal from the fire and examines it. It is light and porous, the ghost of the wood. He crushes it between his fingers, staining them black. He wipes his hand on the snow. After the meal, the woman takes out a piece of hide she has been working on. It is a leg wrapping, worn thin by the ice. She has a small awl made of bone and a length of sinew. She punches holes in the leather and stitches a patch over the weak spot. The firelight flickers on her work. Her movements are steady and calm. The man watches her. He takes out his stone knife and a whetstone. He works the edge of the blade, sliding it back and forth in a rhythmic motion. It is a peaceful sound. A gray jay glides down from a branch and lands near the fire. It is a fluffy, bold bird with gray and white feathers. It hops closer, tilting its head to look for crumbs. It is known as the camp robber, a companion to travelers in the north. The man tosses a tiny piece of fat onto the snow. The jay snatches it up instantly and flies back to its perch. It tucks the prize into a crevice in the bark and looks back down, waiting for more. The man smiles. It is good to have company. The darkness deepens. The sky above the trees is a narrow river of black stars. The trees seem to close in, their shadows merging into a solid wall. The fire is the only reality. It crackles and spits, sending sparks shooting up toward the canopy. The man adds a large log to the fire. It is a piece of pine heavy with pitch. It will burn hot and slow. They prepare for sleep. They arrange the furs on the bed of boughs the woman has laid down. The boughs provide insulation from the frozen ground and add a soft springiness to the bed. They take off their boots and outer coats. The man hangs his moccasins on a stick near the fire to dry out any moisture from the day. Steam rises gently from the leather. They crawl into the robes. The air inside the fur cocoon is warm and still. The man lies on his back listening to the forest. He hears the creaking of two trees rubbing together in the slight breeze. It is a mournful wooden groan. He hears the hoot of a boreal owl, a series of rapid, high-pitched notes. He feels the presence of the trees around him, living beings that stand sentinel through the long night. The woman falls asleep quickly. The hard work of walking through the snow has exhausted her. Her breathing is deep and regular. The man stays awake for a while, watching the firelight play on the underside of the tree branches. He thinks about the moose in the clearing. He thinks about the vast distance they have covered. The steppe is behind them now. The forest is their world. It will require different skills, different awareness, but they are ready. He closes his eyes. The scent of the pine smoke is strong and comforting. It is the scent of home. Wherever the fire is built, he drifts into sleep. He dreams of the forest in summer. He sees the green light filtering through the leaves. He smells the warm earth and the berries. He hears the buzzing of insects and the song of the birds. It is a dream of abundance and ease, but even in the dream, he knows the winter is waiting. The night passes. The cold in the forest is less severe than on the open plains, but it is still deadly. The trees provide a blanket that traps some of the earth's heat, but the temperature still drops low enough to freeze stone. The fire burns down to a bed of glowing coals. The man wakes once to feed it. He moves automatically, his eyes barely opening. He puts on 2 more logs and banks the ashes. The fire flares up, casting new shadows. He goes back to sleep. A lynx moves through the camp in the early hours. It walks on large, furry paws that act like snowshoes. It makes no sound. It sniffs the air near the sleeping humans. It smells the smoke and the leather. It sees the dying fire. It is curious but cautious. It circles the camp once, leaving a ring of round tracks, then disappears into the darkness, a shadow among shadows. The dawn comes late to the forest. The sun has to climb high enough to penetrate the trees. The first light is a pale, ghostly gray that filters down through the needles. The snow turns from blue to white. The birds begin to wake up. A woodpecker drums on a hollow tree, a rapid-fire staccato that echoes through the woods. Rat-a-tat-tat. It is the alarm clock of the forest. The man wakes. He feels the cold air on his face, but his body is warm. He sits up and stretches. He looks at the fire. It is a pile of gray ash with a red heart. He stirs it to life. He adds kindling. The smoke rises straight up in the still air, a blue column that disappears into the branches. The woman wakes. She sits up and rubs her eyes. She looks around the camp. It is peaceful and still. They eat a simple breakfast of dried meat and warm water. They check their gear. The drying rack has done its job. Their boots are dry and warm. They pack the camp. They scatter the ashes of the fire and cover the spot with snow. They leave no trace of their passing except for the flattened boughs where they slept. They shoulder their packs. They step back onto the mammoth trail. The sun breaks through the canopy, sending shafts of gold down to the forest floor. The snow sparkles. The air is crisp and clean. They walk deeper into the woods. The trees stand tall and silent, watching them go. The man leads, the woman follows. The rhythm of the walk returns, squeak, step, squeak, step. The silence of the forest holds them. It is a deep green silence that speaks of patience and time. The trail winds around the base of a hill. The trees get larger here, magnificent spruce that are centuries old. The man stops to admire one. He places his hand on the rough bark. He feels the life inside, slow and dormant, waiting for the spring. He feels a connection to the tree. They are both survivors of the ice. They cross the frozen stream. The ice is covered in snow, but it is solid. They can hear the water trickling underneath, a faint musical sound. It is the blood of the forest flowing even in the deepest winter. They climb the bank on the other side. Ahead, the forest opens up slightly. A large meadow covered in snow stretches out before them. In the center of the meadow, the mammoth herd is resting. They are dark mountains against the white. They are calm. They are home. The man smiles. They are on the right path. He adjusts his pack. He looks at the sun filtering through the trees. He takes a deep breath of the pine-scented air. He steps forward. The long walk continues. The forest wraps around them, a world of shadows and light, and they move through it, quiet and steady, into the heart of the day. A red squirrel runs along a branch overhead, chattering at their intrusion. It drops a cone, which lands with a soft plop in the snow near the woman's feet. She looks up and smiles. It is a small greeting. She continues walking, her eyes on the man's back, her feet following in his tracks. The silence returns, heavy and peaceful. The day stretches out before them. There are miles to go, there are hills to climb and streams to cross. But for now there is only the step, and the breath, and the trees, the endless, silent trees. The sunlight in the meadow is a brilliant, blinding white that reflects off the unbroken snow with an intensity that seems to vibrate in the air. The man and the woman stand at the edge of the trees, their eyes narrowed against the glare. The meadow is a natural opening in the forest, a place where the soil is perhaps too wet in summer for the great spruce trees to take root. Now it is a frozen lake of grass and snow. The mammoth herd is scattered across this open space. They are resting in the warmth of the sun. The massive animals stand immobile, their dark, shaggy coats absorbing the solar heat. They look like islands of dark earth rising from a white sea. The humans move slowly along the perimeter of the meadow. They stay close to the tree line where the shadows of the overhanging branches provide a cool blue path. The snow here is deep and soft, unaffected by the wind that scours the open plains. It lies in heavy, rounded drifts that look like pillows. Every step is a muffled compression. Crunch, squeak, crunch. The sound is absorbed instantly by the dense wall of the forest. The man leads, picking a path that avoids the deepest hollows. He uses his staff to test the depth of the snow, probing for hidden logs or rocks beneath the surface. They pass close to a young mammoth that has wandered near the trees. It is tearing at the bark of a willow bush with its small trunk. It strips the wood clean, revealing the pale yellow inner layer. The calf sees the humans. It stops eating and watches them with small, amber eyes. It is not afraid. It has seen the two-legged walkers before. They are a part of the landscape like the wolves or the ravens. The calf flaps its small ears against its neck, a gesture of mild curiosity, then returns to its meal. The sound of the stripping bark is loud in the quiet air, a wet, tearing noise that speaks of the animal's strength. The man stops to look at the track of a snowshoe hare that crosses their path. The prints are large and spread out, keeping the animal on top of the snow. The tracks lead from a hollow under a spruce tree out into the meadow and back again. It is a record of a night's foraging. The man touches the edge of a print. It is frozen hard. The hare passed this way hours ago, perhaps under the light of the moon. He stands up and nods to the woman. They continue. The forest is full of these stories written in the snow. They leave the meadow behind and re-enter the deep woods. The light changes immediately. The bright open glare is replaced by a dim filtered twilight. The trees here are tall and closely spaced. Their branches interlock high above, creating a solid roof of needles and snow. The sun comes through in narrow shafts that spotlight patches of the forest floor. Dust motes and tiny ice crystals dance in these beams of light. The air is still and cold. It holds the scent of pine resin and old wood. It is a scent of preservation. The walking becomes a trance. The visual landscape is repetitive: gray trunks, green needles, white snow. There are no distant landmarks to measure progress against. There is only the tree ahead and the tree after that. The man focuses on the rhythm of his breathing. In, out, in, out. The cold air enters his nose, cools his throat, and fills his lungs. The warm air leaves his mouth, forming a cloud that trails behind him. He is a steam engine moving through the woods. They come to a place where the ground dips into a wide, frozen hollow. In the center is a flat, white expanse that looks like a small meadow, but the trees around the edge are dead, their trunks standing in the ice. It is a beaver pond. The beavers have dammed a small stream, flooding the forest to create their home. Now the pond is frozen solid, a sheet of ice covered in snow. In the middle of the pond rises a large, conical mound of sticks and mud. It is the lodge. The lodge is covered in snow, making it look like a small hill. But at the very top there is a vent hole where the snow has melted. A thin wisp of steam rises from this hole, curling up into the cold air. It is a sign of life. Inside the lodge, beneath the thick walls of frozen mud, the beavers are safe and warm. They are sleeping or perhaps swimming under the ice to retrieve branches from their winter food cache. The man and woman stop to watch the steam. It is a comforting sight. It reminds them that life continues even in the deepest freeze. The fortress of the beaver is impenetrable to the wolf and the wolverine. It is a masterpiece of survival. They walk across the edge of the beaver pond. The ice is thick and solid. It does not creak. The snow on top is smooth, swept by the wind that moves across the open space. They reach the dam on the far side. It is a long, curving wall of logs and mud, now frozen into a solid barrier. They climb over it carefully. Below the dam, the stream trickles through the ice, a black ribbon of water that disappears back under the snow. The sound of the running water is faint, a musical murmuring that is almost lost in the silence. The afternoon wears on. The forest grows darker as the sun moves lower. The shadows of the trees stretch out, merging into a continuous gloom. The temperature begins to drop. The cold settles into the valley, heavy and still. The man feels the change in the air. It becomes sharper, biting at his exposed skin. He pulls his scarf up over his nose. He begins to look for a place to camp. He spots a large rock formation rising from the forest floor. It is a granite outcrop, a piece of the bedrock that has been exposed by the erosion of the soil. The rock face is vertical and smooth, providing a solid wall against the wind. At the base of the rock, there is a small, dry area protected by an overhang. It is a natural shelter. They head toward it. The snow around the rock is deep. They have to wade through it, lifting their knees high. It is tiring work at the end of the day. They reach the shelter and drop their packs. The man leans against the cold stone. He takes a deep breath. The walk is over for the day. Now the work of the night begins. The woman clears the ground under the overhang. She uses a mammoth shoulder blade she carries as a shovel. She scrapes away the thin layer of snow and the frozen pine needles, revealing the dark earth beneath. She creates a level platform for their bed. She piles the snow in a low wall around the edge of the shelter to reflect the heat. The man gathers wood. The forest around the beaver pond is full of dead trees drowned by the rising water years ago. He finds a standing dead birch tree. The bark peels off in large, papery sheets. The wood underneath is dry and seasoned. He pushes the tree. It is rooted firmly, but the top is brittle. He finds a heavy branch on the ground and uses it to batter the trunk. With a loud crack, the dead tree snaps and falls into the snow. He breaks it into manageable pieces. He builds the fire against the rock wall. He lays a base of dry bark. He piles small twigs on top. He strikes his flint. The spark lands on the oily bark. It flares up instantly, a bright yellow flame that hisses as it burns. He adds larger branches. The fire grows. The heat reflects off the granite wall, creating a warm pocket of air under the overhang. The light illuminates the texture of the rock, showing the flecks of mica and quartz that sparkle like stars. The woman unpacks the furs. She lays down a thick layer of spruce boughs she has cut from a nearby tree. The boughs are springy and soft, and they smell of sharp, clean resin. She spreads the waterproof skins over the boughs, then the heavy buffalo robes. It is a soft, warm nest. She places the packs at the head of the bed to block any drafts. They sit by the fire and remove their boots. The leather is stiff and cold. They massage their feet, working the warmth back into the toes. The man holds his hands out to the flames. He watches the fire consume the birch wood. The smoke rises straight up, a thin gray line that vanishes into the darkness of the trees. The fire is a living thing. It eats, it breathes, it moves. It is their companion. The woman melts snow in the stone bowl. She adds a handful of dried mushrooms she found on a tree trunk earlier in the day. She also adds a piece of fat and some dried meat. The soup simmers on the edge of the fire. The smell is earthy and rich. It fills the small shelter, masking the smell of the cold forest. They eat slowly, passing the bowl back and forth. The hot liquid warms them from the inside. After the meal, the man takes out a piece of flint and a piece of bone. He is making a new needle. The woman broke hers yesterday. He works carefully, using the sharp edge of the flint to scrape the bone into a fine point. He drills the eye of the needle by spinning the flint tip back and forth. It is delicate work. His hands are large and scarred, but his movements are precise. The woman watches him. She rests her chin on her knees. She is tired but content. The fire is warm, the belly is full. The darkness of the forest is absolute. The trees block the starlight, creating a canopy of black. Beyond the circle of the firelight, the world is a mystery. The man listens to the sounds of the night. He hears the snap of a twig nearby. A deer, a wolf. He does not reach for his spear. The sound moves away. The forest is full of eyes, but tonight they are just watching. A great gray owl calls from a high branch. Woo-hoo-hoo. The sound is deep and resonant. It echoes through the trees. The man looks up. He cannot see the bird, but he feels its presence. It is the guardian of the night. It sees everything that moves in the dark. The cold intensifies. The trees begin to crack with the frost. It is a loud, sharp sound like a stone hitting a rock. Crack, pop. It is the sound of the sap freezing and expanding inside the wood. The forest is under tension. The cold is a physical force that squeezes the world. The man adds a large log to the fire. It is a piece of spruce full of pitch. It catches slowly, then burns with a steady, hot flame. He banks the fire with ash to make it last. He joins the woman in the furs. They lie close together, their bodies creating a shared heat. The buffalo robes are heavy and comforting. They smell of smoke and the animal they came from. The man lies on his back, looking up at the rock overhang. The firelight casts dancing shadows on the stone. He sees shapes in the rock, faces, animals, landscapes. His mind drifts. He thinks of the beaver lodge in the frozen pond. He thinks of the family sleeping under the mud and sticks. They are safe. He is safe. He closes his eyes. He dreams of the river. In his dream, the ice is gone. The water is flowing, blue and clear. He is standing on the bank, watching the fish swim in the current. The sun is warm on his back. The air smells of wet earth and flowers. It is a dream of the thaw, a dream of the return of the light. The night passes slowly. The fire burns down to a bed of red coals. The heat radiates from the rock wall, keeping the shelter warm. The man wakes once to tend the fire. He adds a few sticks. He checks the woman. She is sleeping soundly. He looks out into the dark forest. It is silent and still. The snow glitters in the faint light of the dying fire. The dawn comes as a subtle shift in the darkness. The black turns to gray. The shapes of the trees begin to emerge from the gloom. The owl stops calling. The cold is at its deepest point. The air is brittle. The man wakes. He feels the chill on his face. He sits up. He shivers. It is the start of another day. He stirs the fire. He adds dry moss. He blows on the coals. The flame returns. He warms his hands. The woman wakes. They eat a small breakfast of cold meat. They drink warm water. They pack the camp. They scatter the ashes. They leave the shelter as they found it, a hollow under a rock. They shoulder their packs. They step out into the snow. The sun is rising, but it is hidden behind the trees. The light is diffused and soft. The snow is blue, they find the mammoth trail. The giants have moved on during the night, the tracks are fresh. The man steps into the first footprint. It is deep and solid, he finds his rhythm. Left, right, left, right. They walk deeper into the forest, the trees seem to get taller. The silence deepens. They are two small figures moving through a cathedral of wood and snow. The silence holds them. The winter holds them, they walk on. The morning passes in a steady blur of white and gray. The man's mind empties of thought. He becomes a machine for walking. He notices the small things. The way the snow curls around the trunk of a tree. The way a piece of bark hangs from a branch. The way his breath freezes on his scarf. They cross a small stream. The ice is thin here. The man tests it carefully. He hears the water running underneath. It is a hollow, gurgling sound. He steps lightly. The ice holds. He helps the woman across. They climb the bank on the other side. Ahead, the trees thin out. A shaft of sunlight breaks through the canopy. It illuminates a patch of snow, turning it into a field of diamonds. The man stops. He turns his face to the light. He closes his eyes. He feels the faint warmth. It is a promise. The sun is still there. They continue. The mammoth trail leads them up a gentle slope. The trees become smaller, more stunted. They are approaching a ridge. The wind begins to pick up. It rustles the tops of the trees. It is a sound like a whisper. Hush, hush. They reach the top of the ridge. The view opens up. They can see the forest stretching out below them, a sea of dark green and white. In the distance, they can see the smoke of a fire. It is not their fire. It is a natural fire, perhaps caused by lightning in the summer and smoldering in the peat ever since. Or perhaps it is another group of humans. The man watches it. He does not move toward it. He keeps his course. They descend the other side of the ridge. The wind dies down. The silence returns. They are back in the deep woods. The trees close in around them. They are safe. They are hidden. The afternoon sun casts long shadows. The light turns gold. The snow turns pink. The day is ending. The man begins to look for a camp. The routine continues. The cycle of the day and the night. The cycle of the walk and the rest. They find a fallen tree. It is a giant pine, its roots torn from the earth. It creates a perfect windbreak. They stop. They drop their packs. The man looks at the woman. She nods. They are home for the night. The fire is built. The food is cooked. The bed is made. The stars come out. The silence of the forest wraps around them like a blanket. They sleep, and the world turns, and the ice waits. The man wakes in the middle of the night. The fire is low. He listens. He hears the sound of the mammoths, a low, deep rumble in the distance. They are close. They are resting too. He smiles in the dark. He is not alone. The giants are with him. He closes his eyes. He sleeps. The snow begins to fall again. It falls softly, covering the tracks of the day. It covers the roof of the beaver lodge. It covers the branches of the trees. It covers the sleeping humans. It is a gentle snow, a blanket of white, a silence that falls from the sky. The dawn will come. The walk will continue. But for now, there is only the peace of the winter night. The silence that once held everything holds them still. The heavy snowfall of the night has ceased, leaving behind a world that has been softened and rounded. The sharp angles of the fallen pine tree where the man and woman slept have disappeared, buried under a foot of fresh, pristine powder. The camp is nothing more than a series of smooth, white mounds in the gray light of dawn. The silence is absolute. It is a thick, padded silence that absorbs every vibration. The forest is holding its breath under the new weight. The man wakes slowly. He is warm within the cocoon of the buffalo robes, but the air he breathes is sharp and tastes of new ice. He pushes the heavy fur covering away from his face. A cascade of loose snow falls in on him, melting instantly against his warm skin. He brushes it away calmly. He sits up, breaking the crust that has formed over their sleeping hollow. The sound of the breaking snow is loud, a crisp crunching noise that startles a small bird sitting in the branches above. The bird fluffs its feathers and watches the humans emerge from the drift like bears waking from hibernation. The woman rises beside him. She shakes the snow from her hair. Her movements are slow and deliberate. There is no hurry. The sun has not yet cleared the eastern ridge. The light in the forest is a pale, shadowless blue. They begin the morning routine of reclaiming their gear from the snow. The packs are buried. They dig them out with their hands, knocking the white powder from the leather. The straps are stiff and frozen. They must be worked back and forth, warmed by the friction of hands before they can be buckled. They do not build a fire this morning. The wood is buried and damp, and they have enough energy from the previous night's meal to start walking. They eat a handful of dried berries mixed with fat, chewing the cold mixture as they stand in the knee-deep snow. The food is dense and flavorless at first, but as it warms in the mouth, the sweetness of the berries releases. It is a small spark of summer in the deep winter. They shoulder their packs. The weight is familiar and grounding. They step away from the fallen tree, leaving behind a dark scar in the white perfection of the clearing. They turn south, seeking the trail of the mammoths. The trench the giants made yesterday has been filled in by the snow, but the depression remains visible. It is a shallow, winding valley in the surface of the drifts. The humans step into it. The snow here is packed down beneath the fresh layer, offering a firmer footing than the surrounding woods. The walking is slow. The fresh snow drags at their legs. Every step requires a high lift of the knee. The man leads, breaking the trail. He uses his staff to sweep the snow aside, checking for hidden roots or holes. The forest is a maze of vertical lines. The spruce trees are tall and narrow, their branches weighed down by heavy loads of snow. They look like white statues standing in solemn rows. Occasionally, a branch will release its burden, shedding a cloud of white powder that drifts down through the stillness like a silent explosion. They pass through a stand of birch trees. The white bark of the trees blends with the snow, making them look like ghosts. Only the black markings on the trunks give them form. The man stops to peel a strip of loose bark from a tree. It curls in his hand, oily and smooth. He puts it in his pouch. It will be the starter for tonight's fire. He touches the tree with a gloved hand, acknowledging its gift. The birch is a friend in the cold. A movement in the branches overhead catches the woman's eye. A pine marten is moving through the canopy. It is a sleek, dark-furred animal with a creamy orange patch on its throat. It moves with incredible agility, leaping from branch to branch without shaking the snow loose. It is hunting squirrels. The woman watches it flow through the trees. It stops on a high limb and looks down at them. Its eyes are bright and inquisitive. It chirps once, a sound like a small stone hitting ice, then disappears into the needles. The sun finally crests the ridge, sending long, low shafts of gold into the forest. The light catches the falling ice crystals, turning the air into a shimmering curtain. The shadows of the trees stretch out across the snow, deep blue and infinitely long. The world gains depth and texture. The man squints against the glare. He pulls his hood forward. The beauty of the morning is intense, but the cold is a physical weight. They reach the edge of a frozen muskeg, a peat bog that fills a low valley between the hills. In the summer, this would be a wet, spongy place swarming with insects. Now it is a flat, frozen plain dotted with stunted black spruce trees. The trees are small and twisted, their growth stunted by the wet, acidic soil. They look like bonsai trees, ancient and gnarled. The wind has swept the snow from the open ice of the bog, creating a mosaic of white drifts and dark, frozen pools. They step out onto the muskeg. The walking is easier here. The ground is frozen solid. They weave their way through the stunted trees. The man spots a herd of caribou in the distance. They are digging in the snow, using their wide, shovel-like hooves to reach the reindeer moss beneath. The sound of their digging carries on the wind, a rhythmic scraping noise. The herd is calm. They are focused on the food. Their coats are a mix of gray and white, blending perfectly with the landscape. The humans pass the herd at a distance. The caribou lift their heads to watch. Their antlers are tall and branched, covered in velvet or stripped bare to the bone. They chew slowly, their breath rising in clouds of steam. The clicking of their tendons as they walk is a soft, continuous background noise. Click, 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 click. It is the music of the herd. The man feels a sense of peace. The animals are here, the humans are here, the winter is here. Everything is in its place. They stop for a midday rest on a small island of dry ground in the middle of the bog. A few large rocks offer a place to sit out of the wind. They drop their packs and sit heavily. The relief is immediate. The man takes out the water skin. The water inside has started to freeze, forming slush. He drinks the icy mixture. It chills his throat but hydrates his body. He hands the skin to the woman. She drinks and wipes her mouth with the back of her mitten. While they rest, the man takes a piece of bone from his pack. It is the leg bone of a large bird. He uses a sharp flake of flint to scrape the surface smooth. He is making a whistle. He works slowly, turning the bone in his hands. The sound of the scraping is quiet and rhythmic. The woman watches the horizon. She sees a raven flying high above, a black speck against the blue sky. It calls out cork, cork, a deep, resonant sound. She mimics the call softly. The raven does not change its course. They resume the walk. The afternoon brings a change in the light. The gold of the morning fades to a cooler, whiter light. The shadows begin to lengthen again. They leave the muskeg and re-enter the deep forest. The trees here are larger, old-growth firs with thick, furrowed bark. The snow is deeper. The mammoth trail reappears, a distinct trench winding through the trunks. The giants have passed this way recently. The man sees the impression of the coarse hair on the walls of the snow trench. He can smell the faint musk of the herd. They come to a ravine where a stream cuts through the forest floor. The stream is frozen, a cascade of ice tumbling down the rocks, but in one place the water is still flowing. A small opening in the ice reveals the black, moving water. The man kneels by the opening. He dips his cup into the water. It is freezing cold and tastes of stone and earth. He fills the water skins. It is a gift to find liquid water. It saves the fuel and time of melting snow. As they climb out of the ravine, they find the tracks of a wolf pack. The prints are large and round, following the line of the ridge. There are 5 or 6 wolves in the group. The tracks are fresh, perhaps made just hours ago. The man examines them. He sees where one wolf stopped to mark a tree. He He sees where the pack spread out to encircle a clump of bushes, then came back together. They are hunting. The man stands up and scans the woods. He does not see the wolves, but he knows they are there. He is not afraid. The wolves hunt the weak and the slow. The humans are strong and aware. They share the forest with the pack. The sun begins to set. The sky turns a brilliant crimson behind the black silhouettes of the trees. The snow reflects the red light, turning the forest floor into a landscape of fire and ice. The temperature drops rapidly. The cold becomes sharp and biting. The man begins to look for a campsite. He wants a place that is sheltered from the draft of the ravine. He finds a dense thicket of young spruce trees growing close together. Their lower branches have interwoven to create a solid wall of needles. Inside the thicket, the snow is thin and the air is still. It is a natural tent. He uses his hand axe to clear away a few of the lower branches, creating an entrance. They crawl inside. The space is small but cozy. The ground is covered in a deep layer of dry needles. The woman clears a space for the fire. She is careful not to disturb the roots of the living trees. She digs a pit in the center of the clearing. The man brings the wood he gathered along the way, dry branches of birch and pine. He uses the strip of birch bark he peeled earlier. The fire lights easily. The dry wood catches with a crackle. The smoke rises up through the branches of the spruce roof, filtering out into the night. The fire warms the small space quickly. The heat is reflected back by the living walls of the thicket. The smell of the spruce needles is strong and aromatic. It smells of the deep woods. The man and woman sit cross-legged by the fire. They take off their boots and dry their socks. The man's feet are white and cold. He rubs them vigorously, bringing the blood back to the surface. The woman checks her own feet. They are tired but healthy. They cook the evening meal. The woman puts a large piece of bison meat into the stone bowl. She adds the fresh water from the stream. She also adds a handful of dried mushrooms. The soup simmers, releasing a savory steam. They eat with their fingers, pulling the meat apart. It is hot and filling. The fat coats their stomachs, providing the long-burning fuel they need for the night. After eating, the man takes out the bone whistle he was working on. He tests it gently. It makes a soft, breathy sound. He uses the flint to adjust the hole. He tries again. This time a clear, high note emerges. He smiles. He plays a simple rhythm, 2 short notes and 1 long. It is a signal, a call. The woman listens. She nods. It is a good sound. The darkness outside the thicket is absolute. The trees block the starlight. The only light in the world is the small circle of the fire. The man looks into the flames. He sees the memories of the day, the marten in the tree, the caribou on the ice, the red sunset. He stores these images in his mind. They are the map of his life. The woman prepares the bed. She lays the furs on the bed of needles. She piles the robes high. They crawl into the nest. The man banks the fire, covering the coals with ash. The light dims to a soft red glow. The shadows close in. They lie in the dark, listening to the forest. They hear the hoot of an owl, distant and mournful. They hear the crack of a tree in the cold. They hear the soft rustle of the snow settling. They are safe. They are hidden. The forest protects them. The man thinks of the mammoths. They are out there in the dark, standing in their circle. They are the anchors of the world. As long as the mammoths are moving, the world is moving. He feels a deep connection to the giants. He matches his breathing to the slow rhythm of the earth. He drifts into sleep. He dreams of the ice. In his dream, he is walking on a glacier. The ice is blue and clear. He can see deep down into it. He sees fish frozen in the ice, suspended in time. He sees stones and leaves. It is a museum of the past. He is walking over history. The wind is cold on his face, but he is not cold. He is part of the ice. The night passes. The cold descends. The trees stand silent. A heavy snow begins to fall again in the early hours of the morning. It covers the thicket, adding another layer of insulation. The camp becomes a white mound in the forest. Inside, the humans sleep. The dawn comes slowly. The light filters through the snow-covered branches. It is a dim green light. The man wakes. He knows it is morning by the change in the air. He sits up. The fire is out. The air is cold. He reaches for the tinder. He starts the fire again. The day begins. They eat a cold breakfast. They pack their gear. They crawl out of the thicket. The forest is transformed again. New snow covers everything. The tracks of the wolf pack are gone. The world is a blank page. They find the depression of the mammoth trail. They step into it. The man leads. The woman follows. They walk into the white silence. The trees watch them go. The long walk continues. As the morning progresses, the forest begins to change. The trees become more scattered. The ground becomes rockier. They are approaching a region of limestone hills. The man stops to look at a cliff face. It is gray and weathered. He sees a cave opening high up on the wall. It is dark and inviting, but it is too high to reach. He walks on. They come to a clearing where the wind has blown the snow away, revealing the frozen earth. A herd of musk oxen is grazing here. They are massive, hairy beasts with curved horns. They stand in a circle watching the humans. They are ancient animals, survivors of the deepest cold. The man bows his head slightly as he passes. It is a gesture of respect. The sun breaks through the clouds. It shines on the snow, making it sparkle. The man feels the warmth on his face. He unbuttons his coat. He takes a deep breath. The air is fresh and clean. He feels alive. He feels strong. They cross a frozen river. The ice is blue and smooth. The man slides his feet across it. It is like flying. He laughs, a short, sharp sound in the quiet air. The woman smiles. They are moving. They are free. The afternoon light turns gold. The shadows lengthen. The man looks for a camp. He sees a large, fallen log. It will do. He drops his pack. The routine begins again. Fire, food, sleep, the simple rhythm of life. They sit by the fire as the stars come out. The man plays his bone whistle. The notes float up into the night. The woman hums a low tune. It is a song of the winter, a song of the road. The fire burns down, they sleep. The forest holds them, the silence holds them, the journey goes on. The next day brings a change in the weather. The sky is overcast. The light is flat and gray. The air is heavy with moisture. It feels like snow. The man walks steadily. He knows the storm is coming. He does not hurry. He trusts his skills. He trusts the land. They pass through a grove of aspen trees. The trunks are pale and ghostly. The leaves are gone, but the branches are full of buds waiting for the spring. The man touches a bud. It is hard and waxy. It holds the promise of green. They see a fox diving into the snow. It comes up with a mouse. It tosses the mouse in the air and catches it. It is playing. The man watches. He remembers his own childhood playing in the snow. The world was big and mysterious then. It is still big and mysterious. They find a shelter under the roots of a giant upturned tree. It is a cave of earth and wood. They crawl inside. It smells of dirt and roots. It is warm. They build a small fire at the entrance. They watch the snow begin to fall. The flakes are large and wet. They stick to the trees. They stick to the ground. The world turns white again. The man closes his eyes. He listens to the hiss of the snow falling on the fire. It is a peaceful sound. The woman sews a patch on her leggings. She hums softly. The man whittles a piece of wood. He is making a figure of a mammoth. He carves the long tusks, the high hump of the shoulders. He works slowly. The wood takes shape. The night falls. The storm intensifies. The wind howls in the treetops, but down in the root cave it is quiet. The fire glows. The humans are safe. They sleep. The morning brings a world of deep snow. They have to dig their way out of the shelter. The sun is shining. The sky is blue. The air is cold. They pack up. They walk. They find the mammoth trail. It is a deep trench in the snow. The giants have plowed through the storm. The humans follow. They are grateful for the path. They are grateful for the giants. The walk continues. Day after day, the landscape changes, but the rhythm remains the same. Step, breathe, step. The silence holds them. The winter holds them. They are the walkers. They are the witnesses, and the story goes on. The morning light enters the forest at a low angle, filtering through the dense canopy of snow-laden spruce trees. It is a pale, hesitant light that seems to lack the strength to reach the forest floor. The man and the woman stand outside their shelter of upturned roots. The world has been transformed by the night's snowfall. The sharp outlines of the landscape have been softened into rolling mounds of white. The silence is profound. The fresh snow absorbs every sound, creating a muffled, padded atmosphere. It is as if the forest has been wrapped in a thick blanket of wool. They begin the slow process of extracting themselves from the camp. The snow has drifted against the root ball, burying their packs and the remains of the fire. The man digs with his hands, his movements calm and methodical. He brushes the white powder from the leather straps of his pack. The leather is stiff with the cold, resisting his attempts to buckle it. He takes off his mitten and uses the warmth of his bare hand to soften the material. He works patiently. In this world, frustration is a waste of energy. The cold demands a slow, steady rhythm. The woman shakes out the furs. A cloud of ice crystals flies into the air, glittering in the weak shaft of sunlight that has managed to pierce the trees. She rolls the heavy buffalo robes tight, securing them with rawhide thongs. She checks the lashings on her boots. The deep snow of the previous day has worked some of the knots loose. She reties them, pulling the leather tight against her fur leggings. Everything must be secure. A loose boot in deep snow is a liability. They step away from the shelter. The snow is knee-deep here, soft and powdery. The man takes the lid. He lifts his legs high with each step, breaking the trail. It is a slow marching gait, lift, place, sink. The snow gives way with a soft, compressing sound, whump whump. They head toward the depression in the snow that marks the passage of the mammoths. The giants have moved on, their massive bodies plowing a wide furrow through the drifts. The humans step into this trench. The walking becomes easier. The snow at the bottom of the trench is packed down, offering a firm surface. The forest begins to change as they move south. The dense stands of spruce and fir give way to a more open woodland of birch and aspen. The trees here are widely spaced, their white trunks blending with the snow. The ground begins to rise. They are approaching the limestone hills that mark the edge of the forest. The terrain becomes rocky and uneven. Large boulders, capped with snow, lie scattered among the trees like sleeping giants. They reach the entrance to a narrow canyon. The walls of the canyon are made of gray limestone, sheer and vertical. They rise hundreds of feet into the air, blocking out the sun. The air inside the canyon is shadowed and cold. It is a deep, refrigerated cold that sinks into the bones. A frozen river winds through the bottom of the canyon. The ice is smooth and blue, swept clear of snow by the wind that funnels through the gap. The humans step onto the river ice. It is a relief to be out of the deep snow. The man taps the ice with his staff. It rings with a high, clear tone. It is solid. They walk down the center of the frozen river. The sound of their boots on the ice is sharp and loud in the enclosed space. The echoes bounce off the canyon walls, multiplying the sound of their footsteps until it sounds like a whole group is marching. They round a bend in the canyon and stop. Ahead of them is a frozen waterfall. In the summer, this would be a tributary stream tumbling down the cliff face. Now it is a magnificent sculpture of ice. It hangs from the canyon wall like a curtain of white and blue glass. Huge icicles, some as thick as tree trunks, reach down toward the river. The water behind the ice has continued to flow, building up layers of frozen spray that look like cauliflower or strange, bulbous clouds. The colors in the ice range from pure white to deep turquoise to a pale, dirty yellow, where the water has picked up minerals from the rock. The man walks up to the base of the frozen fall. He touches the ice. It is smooth and cold, polished by the wind. He can see bubbles of air trapped deep within the blue glass. He can see a leaf, brown and perfectly preserved, suspended in the ice. It is a moment frozen in time. The woman stands beside him. She looks up at the sheer height of the ice. It is beautiful and terrifying. It is a monument to the power of the cold. They leave the waterfall and continue down the river. The canyon widens slightly. The walls become less vertical, broken by ledges and small caves. On one of these ledges, high above the river, a snow leopard is sleeping. It is draped over a rock, its long, thick tail hanging down. Its coat is a smoky gray with dark rosettes blending perfectly with the limestone. The man spots it. He stops and points. The cat lifts its head slowly. It looks down at the humans with pale green eyes. It yawns, showing pink tongue and white teeth. It is not interested in them. They are too far below, too large to be easy prey. It rests its chin back on its paws and closes its eyes. The humans move on, walking quietly on the ice. They pass a place where the cliff has collapsed, spilling a pile of sharp rocks onto the river. They have to climb over the debris. The rocks are unstable and covered in frost. They move carefully, testing each foothold. A slip here could mean a twisted ankle or a broken bone. They help each other, passing their staffs back and forth. Midday finds them in a sunny alcove where the canyon wall curves back. The sun hits the white stone, reflecting heat into the small space. They sit on a dry log of driftwood to rest. The warmth is welcome after the deep chill of the canyon shadow. The man takes out a piece of dried fish. He breaks it into strips. They eat slowly, chewing the tough meat. They drink water from the skin, which has started to turn to slush. While they rest, the man picks up a stone from the riverbed. It is a flat gray stone. He turns it over in his hand. Imprinted in the stone is the spiral shape of a shell. It is a fossil, a remnant of a time when this land was a warm, shallow sea. The man runs his thumb over the ridges of the shell. He does not know the science of deep time, but he understands that the stone holds a memory. He shows it to the woman. She looks at it closely. She traces the spiral with her finger. It is a pleasing shape. She hands it back. The man puts the stone in his pouch. It is a good luck charm, a piece of the Earth's history. They resume the walk. The afternoon light begins to fade early in the canyon. The sun drops behind the western wall, plunging the river back into shadow. The temperature plummets. The wind picks up, blowing down the canyon from the north. It is a cold, scouring wind that stings the face. The man pulls his hood tight. He leans into the wind. They come to a place where the canyon opens out into a wider valley. The river splits into several channels, separated by islands of willow and alder brush. A herd of giant elk, the megaloceros, is browsing on the willows. They are immense animals standing tall at the shoulder. The males carry antlers that are staggering in size. They span 10 feet across, great palms of bone that look too heavy for the neck to support. The elk are calm. They move slowly through the brush, lifting their heavy heads to strip the bark from the branches. Their breath rises in great clouds of steam. The humans stop to watch them. The sheer size of the antlers is mesmerizing. They look like trees growing out of the animals' heads. One of the males turns to look at the humans. He holds his head high, displaying the width of his rack. He is not challenging them, merely asserting his presence. He is a king of the valley. The humans skirt the edge of the herd, giving the giants plenty of room. They move through the willow brush, the branches whipping against their legs. The snow here is tracked by the elk and the wolves that follow them. They see the prints of a large pack deep and round in the snow. The man scans the tree line. He does not see the wolves, but he knows they are watching. The balance of the valley is maintained by the predator and the prey. The sun sets, painting the sky above the canyon walls in shades of violet and indigo. The snow on the valley floor turns a deep, cold blue. The man looks for a camp. He sees a shallow cave at the base of the limestone cliff. It is just above the flood line of the river. It looks dry and protected. They climb the slope to the cave. The floor is covered in dry dust and small stones. It slopes upward toward the back, which will help trap the heat. The man drops his pack. He checks the back of the cave. It is empty. There are no bear signs, no lion signs. It is a safe place. The woman gathers driftwood from the riverbank below. The river has deposited piles of dead trees and branches during the spring floods. The wood is bleached white and dry as bone. She carries armfuls of it up to the cave. She finds pieces of birch bark and dry grass for tinder. The man builds the fire near the entrance of the cave. He builds a reflector wall of stones behind the fire to bounce the heat into the shelter. He lights the tinder. The fire catches quickly. The dry driftwood burns with a hot, clear flame. It crackles loudly, spitting sparks into the night. The light illuminates the interior of the cave, turning the gray rock to a warm orange. The woman unpacks the furs. She spreads them on the dusty floor. She creates a soft, warm bed at the back of the cave. She places the packs to block the draft from the entrance. The cave begins to warm up. The stone walls absorb the heat of the fire and radiate it back. They cook their evening meal. The woman melts snow in the stone bowl. She adds a large piece of fat and some dried herbs. She also adds the last of the dried berries. The soup is rich and sweet. They drink it hot, feeling the warmth spread through their limbs. They eat in silence, watching the fire. The flames dance and twist, creating shapes in the air. After the meal, the man takes out his spear. He checks the binding on the point. The sinew has loosened slightly in the cold. He warms it near the fire, then pulls it tight again. He reties the knot. He runs his hand along the smooth wooden shaft. It is a good weapon. It has served him well. The woman sits with her legs crossed. She is braiding a piece of rawhide. Her fingers move quickly, weaving the strands together. She is making a new strap for her pack. The work is soothing. It occupies the hands and frees the mind. The night deepens. The stars come out. They are brilliant and hard in the cold sky. The man steps out of the cave for a moment. He looks up. The Milky Way is a slash of light across the darkness. The canyon walls frame the sky, making it look like a river of stars. The silence is absolute. There is no wind now. The world is frozen and still. He returns to the fire. He adds a large log of driftwood. It is a heavy root, dense and gnarled. It will burn for hours. He banks the fire with ash. He crawls into the furs beside the woman. They lie close together. The cave feels safe. It is a womb of stone in the hard winter. The man listens to the silence. He hears the settling of the fire. Click, hiss. He hears the breathing of the woman. He hears the blood rushing in his own ears. He closes his eyes. He thinks of the frozen waterfall. He thinks of the leaf trapped in the ice. It is a small thing, but it stays in his mind. The persistence of form, the endurance of the fragile. He feels a kinship with the leaf. He too is caught in the ice age, preserved by the cold, waiting for the release of the sun. He drifts into sleep. He dreams of the elk. In his dream, the antlers are made of gold. They shine in the sun. The elk is walking through a forest of green leaves. The air is warm and smells of flowers. It is a dream of the summer that comes after the long dark. The night passes. The fire burns down to a bed of glowing coals. A small bat hibernating in a crack in the ceiling stirs from the warmth but does not wake. The cave holds the heat. The humans sleep deeply. The moon rises late. It shines on the river ice, turning it into a ribbon of silver. The shadows in the canyon are black and sharp. A great horned owl glides silently down the valley. It sees the faint glow of the fire in the cave. It flies on. The cold reaches its peak in the hours before dawn. The stones of the riverbed crack with the frost. The air is crystalline, but inside the cave, the temperature remains bearable. The humans are insulated by the furs and the stone. The dawn comes as a gray light filtering into the cave. The fire is just a pile of white ash with a faint red heart. The man wakes. He sits up. He rubs his face. He feels the stubble on his chin. He looks at the woman. She is still sleeping. He lets her rest for a few more minutes. He gets up and goes to the entrance. The valley is filled with mist. It is a white sea that hides the river. The tops of the willows poke through the fog, the sky is clear and pale blue, the sun is hitting the high peaks, turning them pink. It is a new day. He returns to the fire. He stirs the coals, he adds tinder, the fire wakes up. He puts water on to melt, he wakes the woman, they eat a simple breakfast, they pack their gear. They leave the cave, they descend to the river. The mist is cold and damp, they walk into it, they vanish from the view of the cave, they are just shadows in the fog. They find the river ice, they begin to walk. The mist dampens the sound, they are moving through a cloud. The man leads, he uses his staff to feel the way. The sun burns through the mist by mid-morning. The world is revealed again. The canyon walls are high and gray, the river is white, the sky is blue. They see the tracks of the mammoths. The herd has moved down the valley, heading for the open plains beyond. The tracks are deep and distinct. The man steps into them. He feels the connection to the herd. They are the pathfinders. The day stretches out. The walking continues. The silence holds them. The canyon holds them. They are small, but they are moving. They are the travelers, and the journey goes on. They pass a side canyon that is filled with a glacier. The ice spills out into the main valley, a tongue of blue and white debris. It is a frozen river of slow motion. The man stops to look at it. He hears the ice groan. It is a deep structural sound. The earth is shifting. He walks on, the rhythm of the boots on the snow. Crunch, 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 the breath in the cold air, the beat of the heart. It is the music of survival. They stop for a rest. They sit on a rock. The sun warms their backs. The man looks at the woman. Her face is browned by the sun and wind. Her eyes are bright. She smiles. They are doing well. They shoulder the packs. They walk. The sun moves across the sky. The shadows move across the snow. The day turns, the earth turns, and the silence waits. The walls of the limestone canyon slowly recede, falling back like opening curtains to reveal a vast horizontal world. The river, which had been confined and shadowed between the cliffs, now spreads out into a wide, frozen estuary. The transition is gradual. The vertical lines of the rock give way to the gentle slopes of snow-covered hills, and finally to the flat, unending plain of the ice. The sun is unobscured here. It floods the white expanse with a light so bright it seems to bleach the color from the sky, leaving it a pale, washed-out silver. The man and the woman step out from the last shadows of the canyon. They pause to adjust their vision to the glare. The world before them is a study in minimalism. There is the white of the snow, the blue-gray of the swept ice, and the pale dome of the atmosphere. There is nothing else. No trees break the horizon. No rocks disturb the flatness. It is a landscape of pure geometry. The wind, no longer funneled by the cliffs, loses its directional force and becomes a general, wandering breeze that drifts across the ice in lazy currents. They step onto the surface of the estuary. The wind has blown much of the snow away here, exposing the dark heart of the river ice. It is a smooth, polished floor that stretches for miles. The man taps the surface with his staff. The sound is a sharp, distinct clack that travels outward, unhindered by any obstacle. He slides his boot forward, testing the friction. It is slick, but the leather soles of his boots find enough purchase on the microscopic texture of the frost to hold steady. As they walk further out onto the ice, the river begins to sing. It is not a melody, but a series of unearthly sounds created by the expansion and contraction of the vast sheet under the sun's heat. High-pitched pings, like the plucking of a tight metal wire, shoot across the surface. These are followed by deep, resonant groans that seem to come from the bottom of the water. The sounds are loud and startling in the silence, but the humans are used to the voice of the ice. They know it is the sign of a healthy, thick freezing. A silent river is often a dangerous one. They walk accompanied by this strange, percussive music. The woman stops to look down. The ice is so clear in places that it creates a sense of vertigo. It feels as if she is walking on nothing, suspended over the dark, cold void of the water. Deep below, she can see the sandy bottom of the riverbed, ripples of sediment frozen in time by the slow current. A large log, waterlogged and black, rests on the bottom. It looks like a sleeping beast. She watches a small school of fish, sluggish and dark, drift over the log. They are safe in their liquid world, separated from the freezing air by 3 feet of crystal. They continue their journey, moving toward the southern shore of the estuary. The mammoths have crossed here before them. Their path is marked not by footprints but by a chaotic trail of shattered ice. Where the snow was deep enough to pack, they have left tracks, but on the open ice their heavy feet have fractured the surface, creating a road of white, crushed crystals. The humans follow this white scar. It provides better traction than the smooth blue ice. In the distance, a heat shimmer distorts the horizon. It makes the distant hills look like they are floating above the ground. Through this mirage, a herd of wild horses appears. They are walking along the far bank, their shapes elongated and wavering in the refracted light. They look like spirit animals dissolving and reforming as they move. The man watches them. He knows they are real, solid flesh and blood searching for the dried grasses of the riverbank. But in this light, they belong to the dream world. The sun climbs to its zenith. It offers a clean, dry warmth that touches the skin but does not penetrate the heavy furs. The man and woman stop for their midday rest near a pressure ridge. This is a wall of ice blocks pushed up by the shifting currents that stand 6 feet high. The blocks are translucent and glow with an inner turquoise light where the sun hits them. They sit in the lee of this ice wall, protected from the wandering breeze. The woman opens her pack. She takes out a piece of dried bison fat and a handful of pine nuts. She uses a small stone to crack the shells of the nuts. The sound is a rhythmic crack, crack, crack. She hands the kernels to the man. They eat slowly. The fat is rich and coating, the nuts sweet and oily. It is high-energy food necessary for the furnace of the body. They sit in silence, listening to the pinging of the ice. The wall behind them acts as a lens, focusing the sun's rays onto their backs. For a brief time, they are truly warm. While they rest, the man notices a small spider moving across the ice. It is a tiny, dark speck in a world of blue. It moves slowly, lifting its legs high to avoid the cold surface. It is a mystery how it arrived here miles from the shore. Perhaps it was blown by the wind. The man watches it struggle. He extends the end of his staff. The spider climbs onto the wood. The man gently deposits it on his pack where the dark leather will absorb the heat. It is a small act of intervention. The spider will likely freeze when the sun goes down, but for now, it has found a warm island. They resume the walk. The afternoon stretches out long and white. The sun begins its descent and the angle of the light changes. The ice loses its transparency and turns into a reflective mirror. The glare becomes intense. The man pulls his hood low, leaving only a slit for his eyes. He watches the ground immediately in front of his feet. He enters the trance of the traveler. There is no past, no future. There is only the step, the slide of the boot, the plant of the staff. They reach the southern shore of the estuary as the light begins to turn gold. The transition from ice to land is messy. The shoreline is a jumble of broken ice slabs and frozen mud. They climb up the bank, their boots crunching on the gravel. The ground here is covered in a thick mat of dry yellow grass that rustles in the wind. The smell of the earth returns, a dry, dusty scent that replaces the clean, metallic smell of the ice. A herd of saiga antelope is grazing on the grassy bench above the river. They are scattered across the slope, their strange, bulbous noses close to the ground. They are calm animals focused entirely on the business of eating. They move with a fluid, nervous energy, taking a bite, lifting their heads to scan, then taking another bite. The man and woman walk past them. The antelope watch them go, their large, dark eyes tracking the movement. They do not run. They judge the distance to be safe. The sun touches the horizon, setting the western sky on fire. The clouds, which have been absent all day, appear now as thin streaks of cirrus painted in brilliant shades of pink and violet. The ice of the estuary reflects the sky, turning into a vast sheet of rose-colored glass. The world is suspended in a moment of impossible color. The man stops to look back. He sees the long line of their tracks stretching across the frozen river. It is the only mark they have left on the world. The temperature drops rapidly as the sun disappears. The cold rushes in like a tide. The man looks for a campsite. The open bank offers no shelter. He scans the terrain inland. He sees a line of sand dunes, remnants of a dry period centuries ago, now stabilized by grass and snow. The dunes offer hollows and ridges that can break the wind. They head toward the dunes. The sand is frozen hard, but the shapes are soft and rolling. They find a deep, bowl-shaped hollow between two large dunes. The wind blows over the top, leaving the air inside relatively still. They slide down into the bowl. The sand at the bottom is covered in a layer of snow, but it is flat and protected. The woman clears a space for the fire. There is driftwood here, carried inland by ancient storms or left by the shifting river channels. It is gray and weathered, dry as bone. She gathers armfuls of the twisted wood. She also finds clumps of dry sagebrush, which will serve as tinder. The man builds the fire. He digs a shallow pit in the sand to contain the coals. He arranges the sagebrush and the smaller sticks. He strikes his flint. The spark catches the dry leaves of the sage. An aromatic, spicy smoke rises into the air. The fire flares up, hungry for the wood. The flames cast long, dancing shadows on the walls of the sand dune. The warmth of the fire changes the atmosphere of the hollow. It becomes a home. The woman unpacks the furs. She lays down the waterproof skins on the sand. Then she spreads the heavy buffalo robes. She creates a nest that is insulated from the ground and protected from the sky. She places the packs at the head of the bed to block any stray drafts. They cook the evening meal. The woman melts snow in the stone bowl. She adds a piece of dried meat and a handful of roots she dug up near the riverbank. The roots are fibrous and sweet. The soup simmers over the driftwood fire. The smell of the food mixes with the smell of the burning sage and the salt air of the estuary. They eat slowly, savoring the heat of the broth. After the meal, the man takes a piece of soft leather from his pouch. He begins to repair a tear in the woman's mitten. He uses the bone needle and a length of sinew. He works carefully by the light of the fire. His hands are large and scarred, but his touch is gentle. He pulls the stitches tight, closing the gap against the cold. The woman watches him. She rests her chin on her knees. She is tired but content. The day's walk was good. They have crossed the water. The night deepens. The stars come out in their thousands. The air is so clear that the stars look like heavy jewels hanging low over the earth. The man puts down his work. He looks up. He sees the Pleiades, the small cluster of 7 sisters. They are bright and distinct. He knows they mark the season. He breathes in the cold air. It is sharp and clean. A fox barks in the distance. It is a sharp, yipping sound that echoes against the dunes. The woman looks up. She listens. The fox barks again further away. It is hunting. The world of the night is active. The humans are the only ones resting. The man adds a large piece of driftwood to the fire. It is a knotty root, dense and heavy. It will burn slowly through the night. He banks the fire with sand. The light dims to a soft orange glow. They crawl into the furs. The sand molds to their bodies. The robes are heavy and warm. They lie close together. The man listens to the sound of the wind passing over the dunes. It is a soft, hushing sound, like sand moving on sand. He hears the settling of the driftwood in the fire. He hears the woman's breathing, slow and rhythmic. He thinks about the spider on the ice. He wonders if it is still alive on his pack. He reaches out in the dark and touches the leather. It is cold. He cannot feel the tiny life. He hopes it found a crack to hide in. He feels a kinship with all small things in this big land. He closes his eyes. He drifts into sleep. He dreams of the river. In his dream, the ice is singing a song he can understand. It is a song of travel and distance. It tells him of the mountains where the water began and the ocean where it will end. He is floating on the sound, weightless and warm. The woman dreams of the horses. She sees them walking through the mirage, tall and silent. They turn to look at her with eyes of fire. They are the guardians of the estuary. She walks with them, her feet not touching the ground. The night passes slowly. The cold intensifies. The sand freezes deeper. The air turns to crystal, but inside the hollow the humans are safe. The fire holds a small core of heat. The furs trap the warmth of their bodies. They are a self-contained unit of survival. The moon rises late. It is a waning crescent, sharp and silver. It casts a pale light on the dunes. The sand looks like snow. The snow looks like sand. The world is a monochrome study in texture. A snowy owl glides over the hollow. It sees the faint glow of the coals. It circles once, silent as a ghost, then flies on toward the river. The dawn comes as a gradual lightening of the eastern sky. The violet turns to gray, then to a pale, cold blue. The stars fade. The man wakes. He feels the stiffness in his muscles. The cold has settled into the sand. He sits up. The air is freezing. He stirs the fire. He adds the last of the sagebrush. It flares up, a brief burst of heat and light. He warms his hands. He wakes the woman. They eat a cold breakfast of dried meat. They drink water melted from the snow. They pack the camp. They shake the sand from the furs. They roll them tight. They put on their boots. They climb out of the hollow. The sun is rising. It floods the dunes with gold. The world is renewed. They stand on the top of the dune and look south. The land stretches out before them, rolling hills covered in grass and snow. The mammoth trail is there, a dark line leading into the distance. The man steps forward. The woman follows. They walk into the morning light. The rhythm returns, step, breath, step. The silence holds them. The journey continues. As they walk away from the estuary, the ground becomes firmer. The sand gives way to frozen soil. The grass becomes thicker. They pass a large boulder, a glacial erratic dropped by the ice thousands of years ago. It is covered in bright orange lichen. The man touches it as he passes. It is rough and cold. It is a landmark. They see a herd of reindeer in the distance. The animals are moving fast, a gray river flowing across the white land. The clicking of their hooves carries on the wind. The man watches them. He nods. They are all moving south. The whole world is moving. The sun climbs higher. The day warms slightly. The man unbuttons his collar. He feels the sun on his face. It is good. He feels strong. He looks at the horizon. It is a long way to the next shelter, but he is not worried. He has his legs. He has his fire. He has the woman. They walk on. The silence of the steppe surrounds them. It is a vast, open silence. It is a space for the mind to rest. The man focuses on the rhythm of his boots. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It is the only sound that matters. The afternoon brings a change in the clouds. High wisps of cirrus appear, painting the sky in strokes of white. The light softens, the shadows blur, the world becomes a painting of soft edges. They find a small stream, frozen solid. They walk along its bank. They see the tracks of a beaver. They see the gnawed stump of a willow. Life is here, hidden and busy. The man smiles. He likes the signs of life. The sun begins to set. The sky turns purple again. The cold returns. The man begins to look for a camp. The cycle continues. The day ends. The night begins. And the walkers move through it all, quiet and persistent, part of the great, slow story of the ice. The sun rises over the edge of the dunes, casting long, sharp shadows across the frozen sand. The light is a pale, washed-out yellow that offers clarity but no warmth. The man and the woman stand at the rim of the hollow where they slept. The air is absolutely still. The wind that shaped these dunes has paused, leaving a vacuum of silence that seems to stretch to the horizon. They brush the frost from their furs. The white crystals fall to the ground with a soft, dry hissing sound. It is the only noise in the vast, empty morning. They shoulder their packs. The leather straps are stiff and cold, creaking as they settle into the familiar grooves on their shoulders. They step down from the dune field and onto the hard-packed earth of the open steppe. The ground here is a mosaic of frozen soil and dry golden grass. The snow is thin, swept into shallow drifts that curl around the base of the tussocks. The walking is firm and rhythmic. The man leads, setting a pace that is slow and sustainable. He does not rush. There is nowhere to rush to. There is only the walk. The landscape is a study in brown and white. The dry grass, cured on the stalk by the dry autumn, provides a stark contrast to the patches of snow. The man watches the ground as he walks. He sees the patterns in the soil, the hexagonal cracks formed by the deep frost. These frost wedges create a geometric grid across the plain, a natural pavement that stretches for miles. He steps from the center of one polygon to the next. It is a game of precision, a way to keep the mind occupied in the emptiness. They pass a large, solitary boulder that sits in the middle of the plain. It is a dark, foreign shape in the sea of grass. The man stops to examine it. The rock is covered in a map of lichen, circles of orange and black that grow with infinite slowness. He places his hand on the stone. It is colder than the air. It draws the heat from his glove. He looks at the south side of the rock. The snow has melted slightly here, then refrozen into a sheet of clear ice. Beneath the ice, a few blades of green grass are visible, preserved in a state of suspended animation. It is a tiny greenhouse, a secret garden waiting for the spring. As they move south, the terrain begins to ripple. Low ridges of earth rise from the plain, running parallel to each other like the waves of a petrified ocean. These are ancient shorelines, remnants of a lake that evaporated thousands of years ago. They climb the first ridge. The view from the top is immense. They can see the curvature of the earth. To the east, a herd of horses is moving slowly across the snow. They are small dots, barely distinguishable from the rocks, but their movement gives them away. The man watches them. He notes their direction. They are heading toward a distant line of hills, likely seeking shelter from the wind that will return in the afternoon. They descend into the trough between the ridges. The air here is heavier, pooling in the low ground. The silence is deeper. They walk through a stand of dwarf birch. The trees are no taller than their knees, twisted and gnarled by the wind. The branches catch at their leggings, making a scratching sound. The man steps carefully to avoid crushing the brittle wood. These tiny trees are old, perhaps as old as he is. They fight a hard battle to exist. He respects their struggle. In the center of the trough, they find a mammoth tooth. It is lying on a patch of bare gravel, likely pushed to the surface by the frost heave. It is a massive object, the size of a loaf of bread. The grinding surface is flat and ridged like a washboard. The sides are stained dark brown by the minerals in the soil. The man picks it up. It is incredibly heavy, dense as stone. He runs his thumb over the ridges. He imagines the tons of grass this tooth processed, the summers and winters it saw. It is a piece of the giant's life, left behind as a marker. He shows it to the woman. She touches it gently. They leave it on a high stone, a monument to the passerby. The sun climbs to its zenith. The light becomes blindingly bright. The snow reflects the sun with a fierce intensity. The man pulls his hood forward to shield his eyes. He looks through his eyelashes, turning the world into a blur of light and shadow. They stop for their midday rest in the shelter of a cut bank where a seasonal stream has eroded the soil. The bank provides a wall against the light breeze that has sprung up. They sit on their packs. The woman takes out a piece of dried meat. It is frozen solid. She holds it against her cheek for a moment to warm it, then breaks off a piece. They eat slowly. The meat is tough and salty. It requires effort to chew. This effort generates heat. They drink from the water skin. The water is slushy, floating with shards of ice. It is cold going down, but it wakes up the stomach. While they rest, a ground squirrel emerges from a hole in the bank opposite them. It is a small, frantic creature with a striped back. It stands on its hind legs, watching them with black, bead-like eyes. It twitches its nose, smelling the scent of the dried meat. It is bold, driven by the hunger of the winter. The man tosses a small crumb of fat toward it. The squirrel darts forward, grabs the prize, and vanishes back into its burrow in a blur of fur. The man smiles. The transaction is complete. They resume the walk. The afternoon stretches out long and white. The sun begins its slow descent toward the west. The light changes from white to a warm, rich gold. The shadows of the ridges lengthen, stretching out across the plain like dark fingers. The texture of the snow is revealed in high relief. Every wind ripple, every footprint stands out. The world becomes a landscape of sculpture. Ahead of them, the trail is blocked by a herd of steppe bison. There are hundreds of them, a river of dark brown wool flowing slowly across the white land. They are grazing, sweeping their massive heads back and forth to clear the snow. The sound of their movement is a low, continuous rumble like distant thunder. The air is filled with the steam of their breath and the scent of their bodies. It is a warm, musky smell that overrides the crisp scent of the snow. The man signals the woman to stop. They cannot cross the path of the herd. To do so would be dangerous and disrespectful. They find a large rock and sit down to wait. Patience is a survival skill. They wrap their furs tighter around them. They watch the bison. The animals are calm. They move with a heavy, deliberate grace. The calves stay close to their mothers, tucked into the warmth of the flank. The large bulls patrol the edges of the herd, their horns lowered, their eyes watching the horizon. Hours pass. The sun moves lower. The herd continues to pass. It is a display of the abundance of the steppe. The man watches the individual animals. He sees an old bull with a broken horn. He sees a calf with a particularly light coat. He sees the way the herd moves like a single organism, flowing around obstacles and rejoining. The sound of their chewing is a soft, rhythmic tearing, rip, chew, rip, chew. It is the sound of the conversion of grass into life. Finally, the tail end of the herd passes. The stragglers move on, leaving behind a wide swath of trampled snow and broken earth. The path is churned and muddy, freezing rapidly in the cooling air. The man stands up. His legs are stiff from the waiting. He stretches his back. The woman stands beside him. They step onto the bison trail. The ground is rough, but the deep snow has been packed down. They walk in the wake of the herd for a while, borrowing their road. The sun touches the horizon. The sky turns a deep, bruised purple. The clouds in the west are lit from below, turning into streaks of fire, crimson, orange, and gold. The snow reflects these colors, turning the world into a bowl of light. It is a moment of profound beauty. The cold intensifies as the light fades. The air becomes sharp and crystalline. The man quickens his pace. He wants to find a camp before the true dark sets in. They leave the bison trail and head toward a line of hills to the south. The ground begins to rise. The vegetation changes. Clumps of sagebrush and juniper begin to appear. The man looks for a sheltered spot. He finds a ravine that cuts into the side of the first hill. It is deep and narrow, protected from the wind. A dense thicket of willow grows at the bottom. They descend into the ravine. The air is instantly still. The noise of the open plain disappears. They drop their packs in a small clearing in the willows. The ground is covered in dry leaves and twigs. It is a good place. The man nods to the woman. She begins to clear the space for the bed. The man gathers fuel. The ravine is full of dead willow branches and dried sagebrush. He breaks the wood into lengths. It is dry and brittle, snapping with a sharp sound. He gathers a large pile. He digs a pit for the fire. He lines it with stones. He lights the tinder. The sagebrush catches with an aromatic burst of smoke. The willow wood burns hot and fast. He feeds the fire steadily. The firelight illuminates the walls of the ravine. They are made of layered sediment, stripes of sand and clay. The light dances on the willows, turning the branches into a cage of gold. The heat is trapped in the narrow space, warming the air around them. They sit close to the fire, removing their boots to dry their socks. The steam rises from their feet. The woman melts snow in the stone bowl. She adds the last of the dried roots and a piece of fatty meat. She stirs the soup with a bone spoon. The smell of the food is comforting. They eat in silence, listening to the crackle of the fire. The warmth spreads through their bodies, pushing back the chill of the day. After the meal, the woman takes out a small pouch. Inside is a collection of sinew threads. She separates a fine strand. She uses it to reinforce the seam of the man's coat. She works by the light of the fire, her eyes focused on the needle. The man watches her. He takes a piece of soft limestone from the ground. He uses his knife to carve a simple shape. He is making a bead. He drills a hole in the center with the point of the knife. He smooths the edges. It is a small thing, but it passes the time. The night deepens. The stars appear in the strip of sky above the ravine. They are bright and hard. The man looks up. He sees the hunter Orion striding across the south. He sees the Pleiades, the seven sisters, huddled together against the cold. He breathes in the air. It is sharp and clean. A wolf howls in the distance. It is a long, mournful sound. It is answered by another closer. The pack is moving. The man listens. He judges the distance. They are far enough away. The ravine hides the light of the fire. They are safe. He adds a large knot of wood to the fire. It is a piece of juniper root, dense and oily. It will burn slowly. He banks the fire with sand. The flames die down, leaving a bed of red coals. They crawl into the furs. The bed is soft on the dry leaves. The robes are heavy and warm. They lie close together. The man listens to the wind passing over the top of the ravine. It makes a hollow, rushing sound, but down in the shelter the air is calm. He hears the woman's breathing. He hears the settling of the coals, click, pop. He thinks of the bison herd. He sees the river of brown wool flowing across the snow. He feels the patience of the waiting. The winter is a time of waiting, waiting for the herd to pass, waiting for the sun to rise, waiting for the spring. He accepts the waiting. It is part of the rhythm. He closes his eyes. He drifts into sleep. He dreams of the mammoth tooth. In his dream, the tooth is a mountain. He is climbing the ridges of enamel. The wind is blowing, but he is anchored. He looks out from the top of the tooth and sees the green grass of summer stretching forever. The night passes. The cold descends. The stones of the ravine crack with the frost. The willows stand silent, their branches coated in white. But inside the firs, the life continues. The hearts beat slow and steady. The blood flows warm. The moon rises late. It casts a silver light into the ravine. It illuminates the steam rising from the air hole in the firs. A small owl lands on a branch above the camp. It looks down with large, yellow eyes. It sees nothing moving. It flies on, a silent ghost in the night. The dawn comes as a gray light filtering through the willows. The stars fade. The man wakes. He feels the cold on his nose. He sits up. The fire is a pile of gray ash. He stirs it. A faint red glow remains. He feeds it tinder. The flame returns. The woman wakes. They eat a cold breakfast. They pack their gear. They climb out of the ravine. The sun is rising. It floods the steppe with golden light. The frost on the grass sparkles like diamond dust. They shoulder their packs. They turn south. They find the trail of the bison. They step into the frozen mud. The man leads. The woman follows. The rhythm returns. Step, breath, step. The silence holds them. The journey continues. As they walk, the terrain changes again. The hills become steeper. The ground becomes rockier. They are approaching a range of low mountains. The man looks ahead. He sees a pass in the distance. That is the goal. They pass a frozen lake. The ice is clear and black. They walk along the shore. They see the tracks of a fox. They see the hole where an otter has broken the ice. Life is everywhere, hidden but present. The sun climbs higher. The air warms slightly. The man unbuttons his collar. He feels the sun on his neck. It is a good feeling. He looks back at the woman. She is walking steadily. She smiles. They walk on. The silence of the hills surrounds them. It is a textured silence full of the sound of the wind and the snow. It is a silence that tells a story. The man listens. He understands. He is the walker. He is the witness. The afternoon brings a change in the light. Clouds move in from the north. They are high and thin, a veil over the sun. The light becomes flat. The shadows disappear. The world becomes a drawing in charcoal and chalk. They find a shelter under a large overhang of rock. It is dry and deep. They stop. They drop their packs. The routine begins again. Fire, food, rest, the simple, necessary acts of life. They sit by the fire as the snow begins to fall. Large, soft flakes drift down from the gray sky. They cover the tracks of the day. They cover the world in white. The man watches the snow. He feels peace. The day is done. The night is here, and they are safe. The morning light filters into the space beneath the rock overhang with a slow, gray persistence. It does not burst in. Rather, it seeps through the curtain of falling snow that has now thinned to a few stray flakes. The man wakes to the sound of silence. The heavy snowfall of the night has acted as a muffler, sealing the world in a thick layer of insulation. He lies still for a moment, listening. There is no wind. There is no bird song. There is only the soft, rhythmic breathing of the woman beside him, and the settling of the ash in the cold fire pit. He sits up, pushing the heavy buffalo robe aside. The air in the shelter is cold, but it is a still, dry cold. He reaches for his boots, which he kept under the furs to keep them pliable. He pulls them on, lacing the leather thongs tight against his calves. He crawls to the edge of the overhang and pushes a pile of snow away from the entrance. The world outside is a study in soft curves. The sharp rocks, the dry bushes, the distant hills, everything has been rounded and smoothed by the white blanket. The woman wakes and joins him. They eat a small portion of dried meat without building a fire. The wood is buried, and the need to move is stronger than the need for heat. They pack their gear with practiced efficiency. Every knot is checked. Every strap is tightened. They shoulder the heavy packs, feeling the familiar weight settle onto their backs. They step out from the shelter of the rock and sink up to their knees in fresh powder. The walking today is laborious. The snow is light and fluffy, offering no resistance to their weight. They have to lift their legs high with each step, a motion that burns energy. The man leads, breaking the trail. He uses his staff to sweep the snow aside, checking for hidden obstacles. The sound of their movement is a soft, muffled whump-whump as the snow compresses under their boots. They head toward the valley floor, hoping to find the trail of the herds where the snow might be packed down. The sun begins to break through the cloud cover. At first, it is just a bright spot in the gray, but slowly the clouds part, revealing a sky of piercing blue. The light hits the fresh snow and explodes into brilliance. The world sparkles. Every ice crystal acts as a tiny prism, reflecting the spectrum of the sun. It is blindingly beautiful. The man pulls his fur hood forward to shield his eyes. He squints, looking at the ground to avoid snow blindness. They reach the valley floor and find the bison trail. The herd has moved through during the night, plowing a wide, chaotic path through the drifts. The snow here is churned and rough, frozen into hard clumps, but it is solid enough to walk on. They step into the wake of the animals. The walking becomes easier. They fall into their rhythm. Step, breathe, step. The cold air fills their lungs, sharp and clean. To their left, a small river winds through the valley. It is frozen solid, a ribbon of white winding through the trees. Along the banks, the willows are coated in thick hoarfrost. The moisture from the river has frozen onto the branches, turning them into intricate sculptures of white lace. They look fragile, as if a breath would shatter them. The man stops to look at one particularly beautiful bush. The frost crystals are long and feathery, growing out from the branch against the wind. He touches one with his mitt. It crumbles instantly into fine powder. A movement on the river ice catches their attention. An otter is sliding on its belly across the snow. It moves with a playful, fluid energy. It slides, then runs a few steps, then slides again. It stops at a hole in the ice, sniffing the air. It dives in, disappearing into the black water with hardly a splash. The man watches the hole for a moment, waiting to see if it resurfaces. It does not. The otter is hunting in the dark world beneath the ice. It is a master of two elements. They continue south. The sun climbs higher, providing a weak but welcome warmth on their backs. The air is still. The smoke from their breath hangs in clouds behind them. They pass a stand of birch trees. The white bark is stark against the blue sky. A woodpecker is working on a dead trunk. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoes through the quiet woods. The bird is looking for grubs sleeping deep in the wood. It is a small sound of industry in a vast, sleeping landscape. Midday brings them to a wide, open plain. The snow here has been sculpted by the wind into long, rolling dunes. They stop for a rest in the lee of a large snowdrift. The snow is hard enough to sit on. They drop their packs and lean back. The silence is immense. It is not an empty silence. It feels full, heavy with the presence of the winter. The woman takes out a piece of dried fat. She breaks it in half and hands a piece to the man. They eat slowly. The fat melts in their mouths, coating their throats. It provides the fuel they need to keep their internal fires burning. They drink from the water skin. The water is slushy and cold. It tastes of the leather and the snow. While they rest, the man notices a series of small tracks near his feet. They are the prints of a lemming, a tiny creature that lives beneath the snow. The tracks emerge from a small hole, run for a few feet, and then disappear into another hole. The lemming has ventured out for a moment, perhaps to check the weather, before returning to the safety of the subnivean zone. The man smiles. There is a whole world living under his feet, a network of tunnels and nests, warm and safe from the wind. They stand up and stretch. The cold begins to creep into their clothes. It is time to move. They shoulder the packs. They walk out onto the plain. The wind picks up slightly, blowing the loose snow across the surface in long, snaking lines. It looks like white smoke moving over the ground. The man watches the patterns. He sees how the snow builds up behind every tuft of grass, creating a streamlined shape. The wind is the artist of the steppe. In the distance, a solitary shape stands against the horizon. It is a woolly mammoth, a large bull separate from the main herd. He is facing the wind, his massive curved tusks resting on the snow. His coat is thick and dark, hanging in long, shaggy layers almost to the ground. He looks like a mountain that has decided to stand up. He is motionless. He is conserving energy, waiting out the winter. The humans alter their course to give him a wide berth. They do not want to disturb his peace. As they pass, the bull lifts his trunk slightly to scent the air. He smells them, a faint scent of smoke and leather. He determines they are not a threat. He lowers his trunk and continues his vigil. The man feels a deep sense of respect for the animal. To stand alone in this cold requires a strength that is hard to comprehend. The afternoon wears on. The light begins to change. The bright blue of the sky fades to a pale, milky white as high clouds move in. The sun becomes a diffused ball of light. The shadows lose their sharp edges. The world flattens out. The walking becomes hypnotic. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of the boots is the only measure of time. They reach the edge of the plain as the light begins to fail. The ground rises into a series of low, rocky hills. The snow is thinner here, blown away by the wind on the ridges. The man looks for a campsite. He scans the hills for a cave or an overhang. He sees a cluster of large boulders near the top of the first ridge. They look promising. They climb the slope. The ground is frozen gravel mixed with snow. It is slippery footing. They use their staffs to balance. They reach the boulders. It is a group of glacial erratics dropped by the ice thousands of years ago. They are arranged in a rough circle, creating a natural courtyard in the center. The wind is broken by the rocks. The ground inside is relatively clear of snow. They drop their packs. The man nods. This will do. The woman begins to clear the ground. She moves the loose stones and sweeps away the snow with a branch of sagebrush. She creates a flat, clean space for the bed. The man goes to find fuel. He searches the crevices of the rocks and the lie side of the ridge. He finds clumps of dried moss and the woody stems of dwarf juniper. He also finds a few pieces of dry dung left by a passing herd of mountain goats. It is meager fuel, but it will burn. He brings it back to the camp. He builds a small fire in the center of the rocks. He uses a handful of dry grass as tinder. The spark catches. The fire flares up, burning quickly. He feeds it the moss and the dung. It settles into a low, hot smolder. It does not give off much light, but it provides a focal point of heat. They sit close to it, warming their hands. The woman melts snow in the stone bowl. She adds a handful of dried herbs and a piece of meat. The soup simmers. The smell is comforting. They eat quietly, watching the sky darken. The clouds have moved on, leaving the sky clear again. The stars begin to appear. The man looks up. He sees the constellation of the hunter rising in the east. He points it out to the woman. She nods. They know the stars. They are the map of the seasons. The rise of the hunter means the deep winter is here. The cold settles in. It is a sharp, biting cold that snaps the stones. The man hears a loud crack from one of the boulders as the moisture inside expands. It sounds like a hammer blow. He does not flinch. It is the sound of the earth changing. They prepare the bed. They lay the skins on the frozen ground. They pile the furs. They crawl inside. The man banks the fire, covering the few remaining coals with ash. The light dies down. The darkness is complete. They lie close together. The man listens to the wind whistling through the rocks above them. It is a lonely sound, but down in the shelter the air is still. He hears the woman's breathing. He feels the warmth of her body. They are a small island of life in a sea of cold. He thinks about the otter in the river. He wonders if it caught a fish. He thinks about the mammoth standing on the plain. Is he sleeping, or is he watching the stars? The man feels a connection to all the life in the north. They are all struggling against the same cold. They are all brothers in the ice. He closes his eyes. He drifts into sleep. He dreams of the sun. In his dream, he is walking in a field of yellow flowers. The air is warm and smells of honey. The sun is hot on his face. He is not wearing furs. He is free. The night passes, the earth turns, the stars wheel overhead. The moon rises, a silver crescent that casts long shadows across the snow. A fox trots by the camp. It stops to sniff the air. It smells the humans, but it does not approach. It has its own business to attend to. It trots on, leaving a line of delicate prints in the snow. The cold reaches its peak in the hours before dawn. The air is so cold it feels thick. The moisture in the breath freezes instantly, coating the furs in white frost. But the humans sleep on. They are adapted to this. They know how to survive. The first light of dawn is a pale gray line on the horizon. It grows slowly, pushing back the dark. The stars fade. The man wakes. He feels the change in the light. He sits up. The air is freezing. He reaches for the fire. The coals are dead. There is no fuel left to restart it. He wakes the woman. They eat a cold breakfast of dried meat and snow. It is a hard way to start the day, but they do not complain. They pack their gear. The furs are stiff and heavy. They roll them tight. They strap on the packs. They step out of the shelter of the rocks. The sun is rising. It floods the hills with pink light. The snow sparkles. The world is renewed. They stand for a moment looking south. The land stretches out before them, endless and white. They begin to walk. They descend the ridge and head back toward the valley floor. The snow is deep. The walking is hard, but they find their rhythm. Lift, step, sink. The man leads. The woman follows. They pass a frozen waterfall. It is a curtain of blue ice hanging from a cliff. The man stops to look at it. He sees the water flowing behind the ice. It is alive. It is moving. He smiles. Even in the winter, the water flows. They walk on. The silence of the morning is broken only by the sound of their boots. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It is the heartbeat of the journey. They are moving. They are alive. And the long walk continues. Ahead, a herd of reindeer crosses their path. They are moving fast, a river of gray backs flowing over the snow. The clicking of their hooves fills the air. The man watches them. He feels the pull of the migration. He adjusts his pack. He steps forward. The road goes on. The sun climbs higher, the air warms slightly. The man unbuttons his collar, he breathes in the fresh air, he feels strong, he looks at the horizon. The mountains are closer now, they are jagged white teeth against the blue sky, that is the destination, the mountains. They walk into the light, the silence holds them. The winter holds them, they are the walkers, they are the witnesses. And the story of the ice continues one step at a time. The mountains that have hovered on the horizon for days now dominate the view, rising like a wall of white and gray stone against the northern sky. The man and the woman walk toward them, their figures small and distinct against the rising slope of the foothills. The air has changed quality again. It has lost the heaviness of the valley floor and gained a sharp, thin clarity that tastes of ozone and ancient ice. Every breath is a cool draft that fills the chest completely. The sun is bright, reflecting off the vast snowfields that drape the lower peaks, creating a world of intense, shadowless light. The ground beneath their boots is rising steadily. The flat steppe has given way to a landscape of rolling moraines, great piles of rock and gravel left behind by the glaciers of the past. The snow here is wind-blown and hard, sculpted into ridges that mimic the shape of the stone beneath. The walking requires a new rhythm. It is a slow, climbing cadence. The man plants his staff, tests the footing, and steps up. The woman follows, placing her feet in the exact depressions left by his boots. They move as a single unit, connected by the invisible thread of their shared path. To their right, a glacier spills down from a high saddle between two peaks. It is a river of ice arrested in motion. The surface of the glacier is rough and chaotic, a jumble of seracs and crevasses that glow with a deep internal blue light. The ice looks solid and immovable, but every now and then a deep, resonant groan emanates from within it. It is the sound of the ice shifting under its own colossal weight, a slow, grinding movement that shapes the mountains themselves. The man stops to listen. He feels the vibration of the sound in the soles of his boots. It is the voice of the earth, deep and slow. They skirt the edge of the terminal moraine, a ridge of dark boulders pushed up by the glacier's snout. The rocks are black and jagged, warming in the sun. The snow has melted back from the dark stone, revealing patches of frozen mud and hardy lichens. The woman reaches out to touch a rock. It is warm, a startling sensation in this world of cold. She keeps her hand there for a moment, absorbing the solar energy stored in the stone. It is a small gift. They find the trail of the mammoths again. The herd has moved up the valley, seeking a pass through the mountains. Their tracks are deep craters in the snow, now frozen hard. The giants have moved in single file here, creating a staircase of compressed snow that makes the climbing easier for the humans. The man steps into the huge footprints. He measures his stride against the stride of the mammoth. It takes 2 of his steps to equal one of theirs. He feels a sense of awe at the scale of the creatures that share this world. As they climb higher, the vegetation becomes scarce. The dwarf birch and willow that dotted the lower slopes disappear, replaced by tufts of dry mountain grass and low-growing mosses that cling to the leeward side of the rocks. A small herd of alpine ibex appears on a high crag above them. The animals are masters of this vertical world. They stand on ledges that seem too narrow to support them, their large, curved horns silhouetted against the sky. They watch the humans with golden, rectangular pupilled eyes. They are calm, knowing they are safe in their high fortress. One of the males shifts his weight, and a small shower of pebbles clatters down the cliff face. The sound is sharp and distinct in the thin air. The sun reaches its zenith. It hangs over the peaks, a brilliant white star. The humans find a flat slab of rock protected from the wind by a larger boulder. They stop for their midday rest. They take off their packs and sit on the rock. The relief of the weight leaving their shoulders is profound. The man stretches his neck, hearing the small pops of his vertebrae. The woman massages her thighs, working out the lactic acid built up from the climb. They eat a meal of dried fish and fat. The fish is tough and salty, a reminder of the river they left days ago. They chew slowly, staring out at the view. Below them, the foothills roll away like a crumpled blanket, fading into the haze of the distant steppe. Above them, the peaks rise clean and sharp, their summits wreathed in thin wisps of cloud. It is a view of a world untouched, a world of pure element. The silence is absolute. There is no wind in their sheltered spot, no birds call. It is a silence that feels sacred. While they rest, the man notices a small flower growing in a crack in the rock. It is a purple saxifrage, tiny and delicate. It is blooming early, tricked by the warmth of the sun on the black stone. Its petals are paper-thin, vibrating slightly in the unseen currents of air. The man points it out to the woman. She leans in to look. In this vast landscape of ice and rock, the small splash of color is shocking. It is a testament to the persistence of life. They do not pick it. They leave it to its brief, beautiful existence. They resume the climb. The afternoon brings a change in the light. The sun moves behind a peak, casting the valley into a long, cool shadow. The temperature drops instantly. The snow turns a deep shade of violet. The man pulls his hood up. The air feels sharper now. They quicken their pace, wanting to find a campsite before the true cold of the night sets in. They are heading toward a cluster of large rocks near the top of the pass. The rocks look like they have tumbled down from the summit, creating a chaotic pile that might offer shelter. As they approach, they see that the rocks form a natural windbreak. There is a small, sandy area at the base of the pile that is free of snow. It is not a cave, but it is a protected corner. The man drops his pack. He scans the area for fuel. At this altitude, there is no wood. He looks for dried moss and the woody roots of the mountain avens. He wanders among the rocks, pulling up clumps of dry vegetation. It takes a long time to gather enough for even a small fire. The woman clears the ground. She uses a flat stone to scrape away the gravel, creating a smooth surface for their bed. She builds a low wall of stones on the open side of the camp to block the wind. The man builds the fire. It is a small, humble thing compared to the roaring wood fires of the forest. He uses a handful of dry grass as tinder. The spark catches and the moss smolders, releasing a fragrant, earthy smoke. He feeds it the woody roots carefully. The flames are low and blue. They do not give off much light, but they provide a focal point of heat. They sit close to it, huddled over the small warmth. The woman melts snow in the stone bowl. At this altitude, the water boils at a lower temperature, but it still takes time to melt the ice. She adds a piece of dried meat. They drink the broth, feeling the heat spread through their chests. It is a meager meal, but sufficient. They are efficient machines, adapted to the scarcity of the high country. The sun sets completely. The sky turns a deep, velvety indigo. The stars come out with a brilliance that is startling. The air is so thin and clear that the stars seem to hang just out of reach. The Milky Way is a dense band of light that arches over the mountains, looking like a cloud of steam frozen in the sky. The man looks up. He sees the slow rotation of the heavens. He feels the turning of the earth. The cold settles in. It is a dry, biting cold. The rocks crack with the frost. Ping, crack. The sound echoes in the silence. The man and woman prepare their bed. They lay down the waterproof skins, then the heavy furs. They take off their outer boots and put on their soft sleeping moccasins. They crawl into the robes, pulling the fur tight over their heads. They lie close together, sharing their body heat. The man listens to the wind rising outside their shelter. It whistles through the rocks, a high, thin sound, but inside the nest of furs, the air is still and warm. He hears the woman's breathing, slow and steady. He feels the beating of his own heart. He thinks about the glacier. He imagines the slow, crushing movement of the ice. He thinks of the blue light deep inside the crevasses. It is a world of power and time. He feels small but not insignificant. He is a witness to the ice. He is a traveler passing through the kingdom of the cold. The woman shifts in her sleep. She is dreaming. In her dream, she is standing on the summit of the mountain. The wind is warm. She can see for 1,000 miles. She sees the herds of the plain, the forests of the south, the ocean of the north. It is a dream of vision and clarity. The night passes, the stars wheel overhead. A meteor shower streaks the sky, silent flashes of light that burn up in the atmosphere. No one sees them. They are a secret display for the mountains alone. The cold intensifies in the hours before dawn. The frost grows on the rocks, coating them in white crystals. The fire has long since died, leaving only a small pile of gray ash. The dawn comes as a pale line of pink light on the eastern peaks. It grows slowly, turning the snow to gold. The shadows retreat into the valleys. The man wakes. He feels the cold on his face. He knows it is time to move. He sits up. The air is freezing. He wakes the woman. They do not try to relight the fire. There is no fuel left. They eat a cold breakfast of dried meat and snow. It is fuel for the climb. They pack their gear. The furs are stiff with the cold. They roll them tight. They strap on the packs. They stand and look at the pass ahead. It is a narrow notch in the ridge filled with snow. The mammoths have already gone through. Their trail is a dark line leading up. The man adjusts his pack. He takes a deep breath of the thin air. He steps forward. The woman follows. They begin the final ascent to the pass. The slope is steep. They have to kick steps into the hard snow. Kick, step, breathe. The rhythm is slow and labored. The air is thin. The lungs burn, but they do not stop. They move with a steady determination. They reach the top of the pass. The view opens up on the other side. A new world lies before them, a vast plateau of snow and ice ringed by distant peaks. The wind hits them here strong and cold. The man leans into it. He looks at the horizon. It is a white infinity. They start the descent. The ground on the other side is easier. A long, gentle slope leads down to the plateau. The snow is firm. They walk faster now, aided by gravity. The rhythm changes. Step, glide, step, glide. They pass a frozen lake in the center of the plateau. The ice is black and clear, windswept and free of snow. They walk across it. The man looks down. He sees deep cracks in the ice, white lines that zigzag into the depths. He sees bubbles of air trapped in the black glass. It is like walking on the night sky. A herd of caribou is moving across the plateau. They are gray ghosts in the distance. The man watches them. They are heading south like everything else. The migration is a river of life that flows through the winter. The humans are just a drop in that river. The sun is bright and cold. The day stretches out. The walking continues. The silence of the high country surrounds them. It is a silence that purifies. It strips away the unnecessary thoughts. There is only the walk. There is only the snow. They stop for a rest near a large boulder. The woman finds a sheltered spot out of the wind. They sit and eat. The man looks at his hands. They are weathered and scarred, the skin dry and cracked. They are the hands of a survivor. He rubs them together. They walk on. The afternoon light turns the snow to silver. The shadows lengthen. The man looks for a camp. He sees a depression in the ground, a shallow bowl filled with snow. It will do. They dig a snow trench. It is hard work, but it warms them. They build a roof of snow blocks. They crawl inside. The space is small and white. It glows with a blue light. It is a snow cave. They light the oil lamp. The small flame casts a warm yellow glow. The trench becomes a home. They melt snow. They eat. They rest. The man lies back on the furs. He listens to the wind howling over the roof of the snow cave. It sounds angry, but it cannot reach them. He feels safe. He feels the warmth of the woman beside him. He closes his eyes. He thinks of the purple flower in the rock. He thinks of the glacier groaning in the night. The world is full of wonders. He is glad to be walking in it. The night passes. The snow falls. The wind blows, but inside the snow trench the humans sleep. They are the masters of the cold. They are the keepers of the fire, and the journey goes on. The next morning the storm has passed. The sky is clear. The sun rises on a world of new snow. They break out of their shelter. The light is blinding. They stand and stretch. They are ready. They walk south. The plateau stretches out before them. The mountains watch them go. The silence holds them. The silence is their friend. They pass a herd of wild horses. The animals are digging in the snow. They look up as the humans pass. Their breath steams in the cold air. The man nods to them, brothers in the winter. The sun climbs, the day warms, the walking is good, the rhythm is steady, left, right, left, right. The sound of the boots on the snow is a song of movement, a song of life. They reach the edge of the plateau. The land drops away. A new valley lies below. It is filled with dark forest. The man smiles, the trees, the shelter, the fuel. They begin the descent. The air gets thicker. The smell of the pine trees rises to meet them. It is a welcome scent. They walk down into the trees. The shadows wrap around them. The wind dies down. They find the mammoth trail again. The giants have plowed a path through the deep snow of the forest. The humans step into it. It is easier walking. They move faster. The evening comes. They find a campsite near a frozen stream. There is plenty of wood. The man builds a big fire. The flames leap up. The heat is good. They sit and dry their boots. They eat a hot meal. They are content. The day was hard but good. They have crossed the mountains. They are in the south now. The winter is still here, but it feels different. It feels softer. They sleep by the fire. The forest protects them. The silence of the trees is different from the silence of the mountains. It is a living silence, a breathing silence. The man dreams of the spring. He sees the snow melting. He sees the green grass growing. He hears the birds singing. It is a good dream, a dream of hope. The night passes, the fire burns, the stars shine, the world turns, and the walkers sleep ready for the next day, ready for the next step, ready for the road. The dawn comes, the fire is banked, the packs are packed. The walk begins again, the man leads, the woman follows, they move through the trees, they are part of the forest, they are part of the ice, and the silence holds them gently in the heart of the world. The light that filters down to the floor of the deep valley forest is a soft, diffused green, colored by the millions of pine needles that form the canopy high above. The sun has risen, but it is hidden behind the dense weave of branches, appearing only as a brighter patch in the overcast sky. The man and the woman stand in the center of their small campsite, which is now just a circle of trampled snow and a pile of cold ash. The air here is still and heavy, lacking the biting movement of the wind on the high plateau. It carries the scent of resin and damp bark, a smell that speaks of life dormant but enduring. They adjust the straps of their packs, the leather creaking in the quiet morning. The man runs his hand over the rough bark of the spruce tree that sheltered them during the night. It is a gesture of contact, a silent acknowledgement of the protection the tree provided. He checks the ground one last time to ensure nothing has been left behind. A lost tool or a forgotten mitten could be a fatal error in the weeks to come. Satisfied, he nods to the woman. They turn south following the dark, churned trench of the Mammoth Trail. The snow in the valley is deep, protected from the scouring winds and allowed to accumulate in soft, powdery layers. Without the Trail of the Giants, progress would be an exhausting struggle of wading waist-deep. But the mammoths have done the work. Their massive feet and heavy bodies have packed the snow into a chaotic but solid path. The walls of the trench rise high on either side, sometimes reaching the chests of the humans. It is like walking through a tunnel with no roof, a white corridor that winds through the dark pillars of the trees. They walk in silence. The snow absorbs the sound of their boots, leaving only a soft, compressing squeak with each step. The forest around them is a study in vertical lines. The trunks of the spruce and fir trees are straight and dark, rising dozens of feet before the first branches appear. The bark is textured with scales and fissures, offering a foothold for mosses and lichens that are now frozen and gray. Occasional shafts of sunlight break through the canopy, illuminating the drifting dust motes and tiny ice crystals that hang in the still air. Ahead, a movement in the branches catches the man's eye. A flock of Bohemian waxwings has descended on a rowan tree that still holds a few clusters of dried red berries. The birds are sleek and crested, with touches of yellow and red on their wings. They move with a soft, trilling sound, fluttering among the branches to pluck the frozen fruit. They are a burst of color in the monochrome forest. The man stops to watch them. They are busy and focused, ignoring the humans below. They feed quickly, knowing that the cold demands energy. One by one, they take flight, swirling up into the canopy like a cloud of autumn leaves returning to the sky. The humans continue. The trail leads them toward a frozen wetland that occupies the center of the valley floor. The trees thin out, replaced by a dense growth of willow and alder bushes. The snow here is marked by the tracks of many animals. Hare, fox, wolf, and deer have all passed this way, using the open ground to move between the feeding areas. The man reads the snow like a map. He sees where a fox paused to listen for a mouse. He sees the drag mark of a partridge's wing as it took flight. The snow records everything, a temporary history of the winter. They step out onto the ice of the wetland. It is a maze of frozen pools and channels separated by hummocks of sedge and grass. The wind has swept the snow from the ice in places, revealing the dark tea-colored water frozen beneath. The man taps the ice with his staff. It is thick and solid. They weave their way through the hummocks. The dried grass rustles in the slight breeze, a dry, whispering sound. In the center of the wetland, a herd of elk is resting. These are the large European elk, similar to the moose of the New World. They are lying in the snow, their long legs tucked beneath them. Their coats are dark brown, almost black, absorbing the weak warmth of the diffuse sun. They watch the humans approach with calm, unblinking eyes. They know the mammoths passed this way, and if the giants did not harm them, the small two-legged shadows likely will not either. The bull of the herd stands up slowly, unfolding his massive frame. He stretches his neck, testing the air. He has shed his antlers, leaving 2 raw scars on his head. He snorts, a cloud of white steam blasting from his nostrils. He watches the humans pass, then lowers his huge body back into the snow. The man and woman leave the wetland and re-enter the forest on the far side. The ground begins to rise again, leading up a gentle slope. The trees here are mixed with birch and aspen. The white bark of the deciduous trees stands out against the dark evergreens. The man stops to peel a strip of loose birch bark. It comes away easily, curling in his hand. It is oily and waterproof, the perfect tinder. He tucks it into his pouch. Midday finds them in a small clearing where a massive oak tree stands. It is a remnant of a warmer time, an ancient giant that has survived the cooling climate. Its branches are thick and gnarled, spreading out to cover a wide area. It still holds onto a few brown, withered leaves that rattle in the breeze. The man and woman sit on one of the large roots that snakes over the ground. The wood is hard and cold, but dry. They eat their midday meal. The woman takes out a piece of pemmican, a mixture of dried meat, fat, and berries pounded into a dense cake. It is the ultimate travel food, packed with energy. They break off small chunks and let them melt on their tongues. The fat coats the mouth, the berries add a tart sweetness, and the meat provides the substance. They eat slowly, looking up at the complex architecture of the oak branches against the sky. A gray squirrel runs along a limb, stopping to chatter at them. It flicks its tail, scolding the intruders, before disappearing into a hole in the trunk. While they rest, the man takes out his sewing kit. He has noticed a small gap opening in the seam of his boot. He threads a bone needle with a piece of sinew. He works the needle through the tough leather, pulling the stitches tight. His hands are deft despite the cold. He knows that a small gap can let in the snow, which melts and freezes, leading to frostbite. Maintenance is survival. The woman watches him, resting her back against the trunk of the oak. She closes her eyes for a moment, listening to the silence of the woods. It is a deep, layered silence composed of the wind in the trees, the distant creak of wood, and the soft thud of falling snow. They pack up and resume the walk. The afternoon brings a change in the weather. The clouds thicken, lowering the ceiling of the sky. The light turns a flat slate gray. A fine, dry snow begins to fall. It does not clump together but falls as individual crystals, dusting their shoulders and packs with a fine white powder. The temperature drops. The man feels the change on his cheeks. He pulls his scarf up. The cold is a living presence, always probing for a weakness. The trail winds through a section of the forest where the trees have been knocked down by a storm or perhaps by the passage of the mammoth herd in years past. It is a chaotic jumble of trunks and root balls. The snow has drifted deep here, covering the obstacles in soft mounds. The humans have to move carefully, stepping over hidden logs and navigating around the sharp spikes of broken branches. It is slow going. The man uses his staff to probe every step. They come to a ravine with steep, rocky sides. At the bottom, a stream flows, not frozen solid but running fast and black between banks of ice. The water is clear and cold. The man climbs down the bank, sliding on the snow. He kneels by the water's edge. He dips his cup, filling the water skins. The water is freezing, hurting his teeth as he takes a sip, but it is fresh and clean. It tastes of the mountains and the rocks. Climbing out of the ravine, they find the tracks of a lynx. The large, round prints are fresh in the new snow. The cat has walked along the fallen log that bridges the stream. The man looks at the tracks. He can see the faint impression of the fur on the pads. The lynx is a ghost of the forest, rarely seen but always present. He looks into the trees, scanning the branches. He sees nothing but the dark needles and the falling snow. The cat is watching, or it is miles away. In the forest, you are never truly alone. The sun begins to set, though it is invisible behind the clouds. The light simply fades, turning the gray world into a charcoal one. The man begins to look for a camp. He wants shelter from the falling snow and the dropping temperature. He scans the forest floor. He sees a large, upturned root system of a fallen pine tree. It creates a natural cave, a hollow protected by the wall of earth and wood. They approach the root ball. It is dry underneath. The man drops his pack. The woman begins to clear the ground, sweeping away the drifted snow with a branch. She exposes the layer of dry pine needles. It is a soft, fragrant floor. She builds a small wall of snow across the opening to block the wind. The man gathers wood. The area is full of dead branches from the fallen trees. He breaks them into lengths. The wood is dry inside, protected by the bark. He gathers a large pile, enough for a long night. He builds the fire at the entrance of the shelter, just under the drip line of the roots. He uses the birch bark he collected earlier. The fire lights easily, the oily bark burning hot and fast. He adds the pine branches. The flames leap up, illuminating the twisted roots of the tree. They look like strange wooden snakes in the firelight. The heat reflects into the hollow, warming the air. The woman unpacks the furs. She spreads the waterproof skins, then the heavy robes. She creates a warm nest in the small cave. She places the packs at the head of the bed. They sit by the fire, taking off their boots. Steam rises from their socks. They dry their feet by the flames, rubbing the skin to stimulate the blood flow. They cook the evening meal. The woman puts a piece of dried meat and a handful of fat into the stone bowl. She adds water from the skins. She places the bowl on a flat stone near the fire. The soup warms slowly. They stare into the flames, mesmerized by the dance of the light. The fire is the television of the Ice Age. It tells stories of heat and light and survival. They eat the soup, drinking the rich broth. It warms them from the inside out. They feel the energy returning to their muscles. They are content. The day was hard, but they have made progress. They are safe for another night. After the meal, the man takes out a piece of antler he found days ago. He begins to carve it with his stone knife. He is making a toggle for his coat. He works slowly, scraping away thin shavings of bone. The sound is a quiet scritch-scritch. The woman braids a piece of sinew. They work in comfortable silence. The only sounds are the crackle of the fire and the soft hiss of the falling snow. The darkness deepens. The forest becomes a wall of black. The fire is a beacon in the night. The man looks out into the dark. He sees the snowflakes falling into the circle of light, turning from gray to gold before vanishing into the heat. He feels the peace of the winter. It is a harsh world, but a simple one. The man adds a large log to the fire. He banks the coals with ash. They crawl into the furs. The root cave is warm and smells of earth and pine. They lie close together. The man listens to the wind in the trees high above. It is a distant sound like the ocean. Down here in the hollow, the air is still. He thinks about the waxwings in the tree. He remembers the flash of yellow on their wings. He thinks about the elk in the snow, the calm power of the bull. He feels a connection to the animals. They are all travelers in the same land. He closes his eyes. He drifts into sleep. He dreams of the forest. In his dream, the trees are taller than mountains. The snow is warm like sand. He is walking without effort, floating through the woods. He sees the mammoths ahead, their tusks shining like silver. They are leading him to a land of endless summer. The night passes slowly. The snow continues to fall, burying the camp deeper. The fire burns down to a red eye in the dark. A small mouse comes out of the roots to investigate. It finds a crumb of meat dropped by the fire. It eats quickly, then scampers back into its hole. The humans sleep on. The cold reaches its peak in the hours before dawn. The trees crack with the frost. Pop, crack. It is the sound of the forest freezing, but the humans are warm. The firs hold their heat. They turn in their sleep, adjusting their limbs. The dawn comes as a gradual lightening of the gray sky. The snow stops falling. The air is still and cold. The man wakes. He sees the light filtering through the snow-covered branches. He sits up. The fire is dead. He shivers. He stirs the ashes. He finds a live coal. He feeds it tinder. The fire returns. He wakes the woman. They eat a cold breakfast. They pack their gear. They crawl out of the shelter. The world is white and clean. The tracks of the previous day are gone. They are the first to walk in this new world. They find the depression of the mammoth trail. They step into it. The man leads. The woman follows. The rhythm returns. Step, breath, step. They walk into the morning. The forest holds them. The silence holds them. The journey goes on. As they walk, the clouds begin to break. Patches of blue sky appear. The sun breaks through, sending shafts of light into the forest. The snow sparkles. The world is beautiful. They pass a large rock covered in green moss. The snow has melted on the south side. The moss is soft and vibrant. The man touches it. It is a reminder of life. They see a herd of wild boar rooting in the snow under an oak tree. The boars are dark and bristly. They use their snouts to dig for acorns. They grunt softly. The man watches them. They are tough animals, survivors. The sun climbs higher. The day warms. The man unbuttons his collar. He feels the sun on his face. He takes a deep breath. The air is fresh. They walk on. The forest stretches out before them, endless and deep. The silence surrounds them. It is a peaceful silence, a silence of waiting. They stop for a rest. They sit on a log. The woman points to a bird in the tree. It is a jay, blue and gray. It calls out, "Jay, Jay." The man smiles. They shoulder the packs. They walk. The rhythm of the boots, the breath, the heart. The long walk continues. The silence holds them, and the story of the ice goes on. They come to a clearing where the trees have fallen. The sun floods the space. The snow is blindingly white. They cross the clearing. They are small, dark figures in a world of light. They re-enter the trees. The shadows return. The cool air returns. They are back in the cathedral of the forest. The pillars of the trees rise up around them. The afternoon wears on. The light turns gold. The shadows lengthen. The man looks for a camp. He sees a rock overhang. It looks good. They stop. They drop the packs. The routine begins again. Fire, food, rest, the simple life, the good life. They sit by the fire. The stars come out. The man looks up. He sees the hunter. He sees the sisters. He is home. The forest is his home. The winter is his home. They sleep. The snow falls. The world turns. And the walkers rest, ready for the next day, ready for the road. The dawn arrives in the deep forest as a subtle shift in the density of the shadows. The darkness, which had been absolute and impenetrable during the long night, begins to soften into a dark, grainy gray. The man wakes before the light is fully established. He lies still in the warmth of the firs, listening to the rhythm of the forest. There is no wind this morning. The trees stand motionless, their branches weighed down by the heavy snow of the previous days. The silence is thick and cushioned. It presses against the ears with a gentle, consistent weight. He hears the breathing of the woman beside him, a slow and steady sound that matches the quiet of the world outside. He pushes the heavy buffalo robe down from his face. The air in the shelter is cold and still. It carries the scent of the pine boughs they slept on, a sharp, resinous smell that has been warmed by their bodies. He sits up, moving slowly to preserve the pocket of heat they have created. He reaches for his boots. The leather is stiff with the cold, but he works it patiently with his hands, kneading the material until it is pliable enough to pull on. He laces them tight, his fingers moving with the muscle memory of 1,000 mornings. The woman stirs and wakes. She does not speak. In the winter forest, words are unnecessary energy. She knows the routine. She sits up and begins to arrange her gear. She shakes the loose pine needles from her furs. She rolls the sleeping robes into tight, compact bundles, tying them securely with rawhide strips. The work is done in a quiet, synchronized rhythm. They are a team that has been refined by the seasons. They move around each other in the small space of the shelter without collision, anticipating the next need. They emerge from the root cave into the morning light. The sun is just touching the tops of the tallest spruce trees, painting the snow-covered tips in shades of pale rose and gold. The lower forest is still in shadow, a world of blue and white. The man stands and stretches, feeling the stiffness leave his back. He takes a deep breath of the freezing air. It enters his lungs like a cold liquid, waking him up completely. He looks at the sky. It is a clear, pale blue, promising a day of cold, bright sun. They shoulder their packs. The weight settles onto their hips. They step away from the shelter, leaving behind the flattened boughs and the cold ash of the fire. The snow in the clearing is deep and pristine. They walk toward the mammoth trail. The trench is still there, a distinct furrow winding through the trees. The giants have not moved during the night, or they are far ahead. The tracks in the bottom of the trench are frozen hard, preserving the texture of the skin on the mammoth's feet. The man steps into the first print. It is a solid, stable platform. They walk south. The forest here is dense and old. The trees are massive columns of gray bark that rise straight up to the canopy. The lower branches have died and fallen off, leaving the trunks bare and smooth. The light filters down in narrow beams, spotlighting patches of the snowy floor. Dust motes dance in the light, suspended in the still air. The man watches them. They look like tiny stars. A flock of red crossbills descends on a spruce tree near the trail. The birds are small and brick red, with crossed beaks specially adapted for prying open pine cones. They work with a quiet, intense focus. They hang upside down from the cones, using their beaks to extract the seeds. The sound of the scales being pried open is a soft crick crick crick. Occasionally, a cone falls to the ground with a muffled thud. The man stops to watch them. They are specialists, perfectly designed for this specific task in this specific world. They do not notice the humans. They are intent on the harvest. The humans continue. The trail leads them through a stand of aspen trees. The white trunks are stark against the dark evergreens. The smooth bark is marked with the black scars of old branches. A porcupine sits high in a fork of one of the trees. It is a dark ball of quills looking like a large bird's nest. It is sleeping, waiting for the night to feed on the inner bark. The man points it out to the woman. She nods. It is a sign of life, a quiet neighbor in the woods. Midday brings them to the edge of a frozen lake hidden deep within the forest. It is a perfect circle of white, ringed by the dark wall of the trees. The wind has swept the center of the lake clear of snow, revealing a sheet of black ice. The man walks out onto the ice. He slides his feet, testing the surface. It is smooth as glass. He looks down. He can see deep into the water. It is dark and still. He sees a large pike suspended in the depths, motionless as a log. The fish is waiting for the spring, or for a smaller fish to pass by. It is a predator in a state of suspended animation. They stop for their midday rest on a large rock at the edge of the lake. The rock is warmed by the sun. They sit and take off their packs. The relief is immediate. The man rubs his shoulders. The woman opens her pouch. She takes out a piece of dried fish. They eat slowly, watching the sun reflect off the ice. The glare is intense. The man squints, his eyes narrowing to slits. The light is beautiful, but it is hard. While they rest, a raven flies over the lake. It calls out "cork, cork," a deep, resonant sound that echoes off the trees. It circles once, looking at the humans, then flies on. The raven is the eyes of the forest. It sees everything. The man watches it go. He feels a kinship with the bird. They are both travelers. They are both watchers. They resume the walk. The afternoon wears on. The shadows of the trees lengthen, stretching out across the lake like the bars of a cage. The light turns gold, then orange. The snow takes on the color of the sky. The man leads them off the lake and back into the woods. The mammoth trail continues, a dark line in the white snow. The terrain begins to change. The ground becomes more uneven, broken by small ridges and ravines. The trees become smaller and more twisted. They are approaching a transition zone. The man stops to look at a large boulder that sits by the trail. It is a glacial erratic, dropped by the ice thousands of years ago. It is covered in green moss that is soft to the touch. The snow has melted on the south side of the rock, revealing a patch of brown earth. The smell of the damp soil is strong. It is the scent of the earth sleeping. They cross a small stream that flows through a ravine. The water is frozen, but in places the ice is thin and clear. The man can hear the water running underneath. It is a musical, gurgling sound, burl, burl, burl. It is the sound of the blood of the land. He steps carefully over the ice, testing it with his staff. He helps the woman across. They climb the bank on the other side. Ahead, the forest opens up into a large meadow. A herd of forest bison is grazing here. They are different from the bison of the steppe. They are taller and darker with longer horns. They are browsers, eating the twigs and bark of the shrubs as well as the grass. They move slowly through the deep snow, using their massive heads to sweep it aside. The man and woman stop at the edge of the trees. They watch the herd. The animals are calm. They chew with a slow, rhythmic motion. Their breath rises in clouds of steam. The sun begins to set. The sky turns a deep, bruised purple. The clouds in the west are lit from below, turning into streaks of crimson. The snow reflects the red light, turning the meadow into a landscape of fire. The cold intensifies. The air becomes sharp and biting. The man pulls his hood up. He begins to look for a camp. He sees a cluster of large spruce trees at the edge of the meadow. Their lower branches sweep the ground, creating a natural tent. He heads toward them. The snow under the trees is thin. The ground is covered in a deep layer of dry needles. It is a perfect shelter. The woman clears the space. She moves the lower branches aside to create an entrance. She sweeps the ground clean. The man gathers wood. The forest edge is full of dead branches. He breaks them into lengths. He finds a piece of dry birch bark. He builds the fire at the entrance of the shelter. The fire lights quickly. The dry wood burns with a hot, clear flame. It pushes back the shadows of the evening. The light illuminates the interior of the tree tent. The needles above glow with a soft, orange light. The smell of the pine is strong and comforting. The woman unpacks the furs. She spreads the waterproof skins, then the heavy robes. She creates a warm nest. They sit by the fire, taking off their boots. They dry their socks. The man rubs his feet. He feels the warmth returning to his toes. They cook the evening meal. The woman melts snow in the stone bowl. She adds a piece of meat and a handful of dried herbs. The soup simmers. The smell is savory. They eat slowly, drinking the hot broth. It warms them from the inside out. They are content. After the meal, the man takes out a piece of wood. He begins to whittle. He is making a small figure of a bison. He carves the high hump, the curved horns. He works slowly, letting the wood guide his hand. The woman watches him. She is braiding a piece of rawhide. They sit in companionable silence. The night deepens. The stars come out. The man steps outside the shelter for a moment. He looks up. The sky is a river of stars. The Milky Way is bright and clear. The air is so cold it feels solid. He breathes it in. It creates a small ache in his chest. It is a good pain. It is the feeling of being alive. He returns to the fire. He adds a large log. He banks the coals. They crawl into the furs. The tree tent is warm and quiet. The branches protect them from the wind. The man lies on his back. He listens to the silence of the forest. It is a deep, ancient silence. He thinks about the pike in the lake. He thinks about the porcupine in the tree. He thinks about the bison in the meadow. They are all sleeping now. They are all waiting for the sun. He feels a connection to them. He is part of the forest. He closes his eyes. He drifts into sleep. He dreams of the walk. In his dream, he is walking on a path of light. The snow is warm. The trees are singing. He is moving toward a great light in the south. It is a dream of the destination. The night passes. The snow falls softly outside the shelter. It covers the tracks of the day. It creates a clean slate for the morning. The fire burns down to a bed of red coals. The heat radiates into the shelter. The cold reaches its peak in the hours before dawn. The trees crack with the frost. Pop, crack. It is the sound of the winter tightening its grip, but the humans are warm. The firs hold their heat. They sleep deeply. The dawn comes as a gray light filtering through the branches. The man wakes. He feels the cold on his face. He sits up. The fire is dead. He stirs the ashes. He finds a live coal. He feeds it tinder. The fire returns. He wakes the woman. They eat a cold breakfast. They pack their gear. They crawl out of the shelter. The world is white and new. The sun is rising. It floods the meadow with gold. They find the mammoth trail. They step into it. The man leads. The woman follows. The rhythm returns. Step, breath, step. They walk into the morning. The forest holds them. The silence holds them. The journey goes on. As they walk, the forest begins to change. The trees become larger. The undergrowth becomes thicker. They are entering an old-growth forest. The trees are centuries old. Their trunks are like pillars of stone. The man stops to touch one. He feels the roughness of the bark. He feels the life inside. They cross a frozen river. The ice is rough and jumbled. They climb over the blocks of ice. The man helps the woman. They reach the other side. They climb the bank. Ahead, the forest opens up into a long, narrow valley. The mammoths are there. They are moving slowly down the valley. They are a dark river of life. The man smiles. They are close. The sun climbs higher. The day warms. The man unbuttons his collar. He feels the sun on his neck. He looks at the woman. She smiles. They are doing well. They walk on. The silence of the forest surrounds them. It is a peaceful silence, a silence of acceptance. The man focuses on the rhythm of his boots. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It is the heartbeat of the walk. They stop for a rest. They sit on a log. The woman points to a squirrel running up a tree. It chatters at them. The man laughs. It is a small moment of joy. They shoulder the packs. They walk. The sun moves across the sky. The shadows move across the snow. The day turns, the earth turns, and the silence waits. The afternoon light turns gold. The shadows lengthen. The man looks for a camp. He sees a large rock formation. It looks like a castle. It has caves and overhangs. He heads toward it. They reach the rocks. They find a deep, dry cave. It is perfect. They drop their packs. The routine begins again: fire, food, rest. They sit by the fire as the stars come out. The man plays his bone whistle. The notes float up into the night. The woman hums. It is a song of the journey, a song of the end. The fire burns down, they sleep. The forest holds them. The silence holds them. They are the walkers, they are the witnesses, and the story goes on. The man wakes in the middle of the night. He listens. He hears the sound of the wind. It is changing. It smells of moisture. It smells of the south. He smiles in the dark. The winter is breaking. He closes his eyes. He sleeps. The dawn is coming. The final day of the walk is waiting. The silence holds them gently. The gray light of the dawn filters into the deep cave in the limestone cliffs, touching the sleeping forms of the man and the woman. It is a slow, quiet arrival of the day. The stone walls of the shelter are cold and smooth, holding the chill of the night in their massive weight. The fire has burned down to a pile of white ash, its heat spent hours ago. The man wakes. He does not move immediately. He lies under the heavy buffalo robes, listening to the world outside. There is a change in the sound of the wind. For days, it has been a sharp, whistling force high in the peaks. Today, it is a low, distant murmur, softened by the shape of the valley below. He sits up, disturbing the pocket of warm air trapped in the firs. He shivers once, a reflex of the body greeting the morning. He reaches for his boots, which have stiffened in the cold. He works the leather with his hands, warming it with the friction of his skin. The woman wakes beside him. She sits up and rubs her face. Her eyes are calm. They share a look of quiet understanding. The urgency of the travel has faded. They are close to the place where the walking ends and the waiting begins. They eat a simple meal of dried meat and a handful of snow. They do not rebuild the fire. The cave has served its purpose. They pack their gear with the methodical slowness of habit. The furs are rolled. The straps are tightened. The man picks up his spear. He runs his hand along the smooth wood of the shaft. It is polished by the oils of his skin and the friction of his gloves. It is a part of him. They step out of the cave and onto the narrow ledge. The view before them is immense. The valley opens up to the south, a wide, sheltered bowl protected by high ridges on three sides. The sun is rising over the eastern peaks, flooding the valley floor with a pale, golden light. The snow down there is deep and undisturbed, a blanket of white velvet. But in the center of the valley, the wind has swept the ground clear along the riverbanks. The grass is visible, dried and yellow, standing tall against the snow. They begin the descent. The slope is steep, covered in loose rock and patches of hard snow. They move carefully, planting their staffs to control their speed. The air gets thicker as they lose elevation. It carries the scent of the pine forest and the damp earth of the riverbank. It is a richer, heavier air than the thin atmosphere of the high passes. It fills the lungs with substance. Halfway down the slope, they stop to watch a golden eagle soaring on the thermals. The bird is a dark cross against the blue sky. It circles slowly, its wings held rigid. It is hunting for the hares that live in the rockfall. The man watches it. He admires the efficiency of the flight. The bird does not fight the air, it uses it. It is a lesson in survival. Do not fight the winter, use it. They reach the tree line. The forest here is dense and old. The spruce trees are massive, their trunks thick and straight. The branches interlock overhead, creating a roof that blocks the sky. The light is dim and green. The silence is profound. It is the silence of a cathedral. The snow under the trees is thin, protected by the canopy. The walking is easy. The ground is soft with a carpet of frozen needles. They find the mammoth trail. The herd has moved into the valley ahead of them. The tracks are fresh. The giants have spread out, no longer moving in a single file line. They are meandering, stopping to feed on the spruce boughs and the bark of the aspen trees. The man sees a place where a mammoth has rubbed its flank against a tree, leaving a patch of coarse, dark hair stuck in the resin. He touches it. It is a sign of their presence, a sign of home. They emerge from the forest into the open valley floor. The sun is warm here, trapped by the bowl of the hills. The wind is blocked, the air is still. In the center of the valley, the mammoth herd is grazing. They have reached their winter ground. They are scattered along the riverbank, using their tusks to sweep the snow away from the grass. They look like dark boulders that have come to life. The calves are playing in the snow, chasing each other in slow circles. The matriarch stands on a small rise, watching over them. She is calm, her long trunk hangs relaxed. She knows this place. She remembers it from the years before. The humans walk toward the river. They keep their distance from the herd. They are moving toward a specific spot, a place the man remembers from a previous journey. It is a south-facing slope near the bend in the river where the sun lingers longest in the afternoon. There are cliffs there, made of a soft, sandy stone that holds the heat. They reach the spot. It is a shallow overhang at the base of the cliff, deep enough to provide shelter but open enough to catch the light. The ground is dry and sandy. A spring flows nearby, bubbling out of the rock and running down to the frozen river. The water is clear and does not freeze, fed by the deep heat of the earth. It is a perfect place. The man drops his pack. The thud of the leather on the sand is a sound of finality. The walking is done for now. The woman drops her pack beside his. She looks around. She sees the river, the mammoths, the forest, the mountains. She nods. It is good. They begin to set up the camp. This time it is not a temporary shelter for a single night. It is a home for the season. The woman clears the ground completely, sweeping away the dust and the small stones. She builds a ring of large stones for the hearth. She arranges them carefully, choosing flat rocks that will reflect the heat. The man goes into the forest to gather wood. He is not looking for small twigs for a quick fire. He is looking for logs. He finds a standing dead pine tree cured by the wind and the sun. He pushes it over. It falls with a crash that echoes through the valley. He breaks it into heavy lengths. He carries them back to the camp, stacking them against the cliff wall. He builds a wall of wood that will serve as a windbreak and a fuel supply. He builds the fire. He takes his time. He uses a handful of dry moss and shavings of birch bark. The spark catches. The fire grows. It is a strong, steady flame. It licks at the dry wood, turning it into charcoal and heat. The smoke rises straight up in the still air, a pillar of gray marking their claim on the valley. The woman unpacks the furs. She lays them out with care. She builds a thick mattress of spruce boughs, weaving the branches together to create a springy bed. She spreads the skins and the robes. She creates a space of comfort and warmth. She places their tools in a niche in the rock wall: the scraper, the knife, the awl, the needle. They are ready for the work of the winter. The afternoon wears on. The sun moves across the southern sky, bathing the camp in golden light. The man sits by the fire. He takes off his boots. He dries his feet. He looks at his hands. They are calloused and strong. They have carried him across the continent. He feels a deep sense of peace. The anxiety of the trail is gone. There is only the presence of the valley. The mammoths continue to graze. The sound of their eating carries on the air. Rip chew, rip chew. It is a rhythmic sound, a sound of contentment. The man watches them. He feels a kinship with the giants. They have all arrived together. They are survivors of the ice. The sun sets behind the western ridge. The light turns a deep, rich purple. The shadows lengthen and merge, filling the valley with a soft darkness. The stars begin to appear. The first to show is the evening star, bright and steady in the west. Then the others follow one by one until the sky is crowded with light. The cold settles in. It is a familiar companion now. It presses against the warmth of the fire, but it cannot enter. The man adds a large log to the flames. It catches slowly, sending sparks drifting up the cliff face. The woman cooks the evening meal. She uses the fresh water from the spring. She adds meat and fat and herbs. It is a feast. They eat slowly, savoring the flavors. After the meal, the man takes out a piece of bone. It is the whistle he made on the trail. He brings it to his lips. He plays a low, soft melody. The notes float out into the valley. They mix with the sound of the river and the wind. It is a song of arrival, a song of rest. The woman listens. She is sewing a bead onto her coat. The firelight flickers on her face. She looks up and smiles. The journey was long, but they are here. The winter will pass. The sun will return. The cycle is unbroken. The night deepens. The great bear climbs the northern sky. The man watches it. He knows the stories of the stars. He knows they are the campfires of the ancestors. He feels their presence in the quiet night. He feels the continuity of his people. A wolf howls in the distance. It is a lonely, haunting sound. It is answered by the pack. They are hunting in the forest. The man listens. He respects the wolf. The wolf is the brother of the hunter. They share the same world. The fire burns down to a bed of glowing coals. The heat radiates from the stone cliff, keeping the camp warm. The man banks the fire with ash. He crawls into the furs beside the woman. They lie close together. The buffalo robes are heavy and comforting. The man closes his eyes. He listens to the silence of the valley. It is a different silence than the silence of the trail. It is a settled silence, a silence of home. He hears the breathing of the woman. He hears the beat of his own heart. He thinks back on the journey, the frozen river, the high pass, the deep forest, the white steppe. It all flows together in his mind, a long ribbon of white and blue. He remembers the spider on the ice, the flower in the rock, the leaf in the frozen waterfall, small things in a big world. He sleeps, he dreams of the earth. In his dream, the earth is sleeping too. It is covered in a white blanket resting under the stars. But deep down under the snow and the rock, the heart of the world is warm. It is waiting for the spring. The night passes slowly. The constellations wheel overhead. The moon rises, a silver eye looking down on the valley. The snow sparkles in the moonlight. The river flows black and silent under the ice. The cold reaches its peak in the hours before dawn. The trees crack. The stones shift. The world is locked in the deep freeze, but inside the shelter the life continues. The man and the woman turn in their sleep. They are safe. The dawn comes again, the light returns, the man wakes, he starts the fire, the smoke rises, the day begins. There is no rush today, there is no destination to reach. There is only the living, the gathering of wood, the melting of snow, the watching of the herd, the simple, necessary acts of existence. The man stands at the edge of the camp. He looks out at the valley. The sun is shining on the white peaks. The sky is blue, the air is clean. He takes a deep breath. He is here, he is alive. He watches a raven fly across the valley. It calls out, "Cork, cork." The sound echoes off the cliffs. The man watches it until it disappears into the trees. The day stretches out before him, a day of peace, a day of winter. The silence holds the valley, the silence holds the mountains, the silence holds the man and the woman. They are the keepers of the fire, they are the watchers of the ice, they are the human spark in the vast, cold world. And the silence continues. It flows like a river through time, it wraps around the camp, it wraps around the stars. It is the silence that once held everything, and it holds them now gently in the quiet heart of the winter. The snow begins to fall again, soft and slow. It covers the ground, it covers the trees, it falls on the fire, hissing as it turns to steam. The man sits back, he watches the flakes fall, he is content, the cycle goes on, the story has no end, it just continues breath by breath, step by step, in the long, white silence of the age of ice.